palatine uvula. The uvula in the mouth as distinguished from uvulae elsewhere in the body. Palatines, plural of palatine. Palatineship, the role or status of a palatine. Palatineships, plural of palatineship. Palating, present participle and gerund of palate. Palatinoi, a form of envelope or capsule used for the administration of bitter or unpleasant tasting drugs. Palatinoids, plural of palatinoid. Palatinomaxillary, alternative form of palatomaxillary. Palatinose, the disaccharide isomaltose. Palaceous, synonym of palatial. Palatitis, inflammation of the palate. Palative, pleasing to the taste, palatable. Palatu, a barangay of Pasig, Metro Manila, Philippines. Palatization, synonym of palatalization. Palatizations, plural of palatization. Palatize, synonym of palatalize. Palatize, simple past and past participle of palatize. Palatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of palatize. Palatizing, present participle and gerund of palatize. Of palatize. Palatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of palatize. Palatizing, present participle and gerund of palatize. Palatka, a city, the county seat of Putnam County, Florida. Palaquapi, the mythical place of origin of the Palaquapi clans. Palaquapi clans, ancestors of the Hopi people who migrated from Mesoamerica. Halada, of or pertaining to the palate. Palatalveolar, alternative spelling of palatalveolar. Palatalveolar, of or pertaining to the palate and alveolus. Palatabasal, relating to the base of the palatal area. Palatodental, relating to the palate and the teeth. Palatogenesis, the formation of the palate roof of the mouth. Palatogenetic, relating to palatogenesis. Palatoglossal, of pertaining to or involving the palate and the tongue, specifically of or pertaining to the palatoglossus. Palatoglossal arch, the more interior of the two ridges of soft tissue at the back of the mouth on each side that curves downward from the uvula to the side of the base of the tongue, forming a recess for the palatine tonsil as it diverges from the palatopharyngeal arch, and that is composed of part of the palatoglossus with its covering of mucous membrane. Palatoglossal arches, plural of palatoglossal arch. Palatoglossals, plural of palatoglossal. Palatoglossy, plural of palatoglossus. Palatoglossus, a small fleshy muscle, narrower in the middle than at either end, that arises from the soft palate on each side, contributes to the structure of the palatoglossal arch of the fauces, and is inserted into the side and dorsum of the tongue. It serves to raise the back of the tongue and constrict the fauces. Palatogram, an image produced by palatography. Palatograms, plural of palatogram. Palatograph, a palate myograph, an instrument used to record the movements of the soft palate during speech or respiration. Palatographe, relating to palatography. Palatographically, by means of or in terms of palatography. Palatographs, plural of palatograph. Palatography, a technique used to identify which parts of the mouth are used when making a certain sound. by painting a coloring agent on the tongue or roof of the subject's mouth and photographing those areas after the subject has pronounced the sound. Halatomaxillary, relating to the palate and maxilla. Halatonaris, plural of palatinaris. Palatinaris, one of the posterior nares. Halatonasal, relating to the palate and nose. Palatopharyngeal, of, relating to, or involving the palate and the pharynx. Palatopharyngeal arch, the more posterior of the two ridges of soft tissue at the back of the mouth on each side that curves downward from the uvula to the side of the pharynx, forming a recess for the palatine tonsil as it diverges from the palatoglossal arch, and that is composed of part of the palatopharyngeus with its covering of mucous membrane. Palatopharyngeal arches, plural of palatopharyngeal arch. Palatopharyngeals, plural of palatopharyngeal. Palatopharyngeal, plural of palatopharyngeus. Palatopharyngeus, a long, fleshy longitudinal muscle, narrower in the middle than at either end, that arises from the soft palate, contributes with the mucous membrane covering its surface to the structure of the palatopharyngeal arch, and is inserted into the thyroid cartilage and the wall of the pharynx. It serves to constrict the fauces and draw the larynx and pharynx upwards. Palatopharynx, the palate and pharynx considered as a unit. Palatoplasties, plural of palatoplasty. Palatoplasty, a surgical procedure used to correct or reconstruct a cleft palate. Palatopterygoid, pertaining to the palatine and pterygoid region of the skull. Palatopterygoquadrate, a certain jaw bone in reptiles and fish consisting of fused palatine, pterygoid, and quadrate bones. Palatopterygoquadrates, plural of palatopterygoquadrate. Palatoquadrate, the dorsal part of the mandibular arch in some fish. Palatoquadrates, plural of palatoquadrate. Palatoscoses, cleft palate. Palatosphenoidal, synonym of palatovaginal. Palatovaginal, of or pertaining to the palatine bone and the vaginal process of the sphenoid bone. Palatovelar, a velar sound articulated further in the mouth at the area of the soft palate, a palatized velar. Palatovelars, plural of palatovelar. Palatschink, a pancake of a thin crepe-like variety common in the Balkans, Central and Eastern Europe. Palatschinken, plural of palatschink. Halatua, the tutelary goddess of the Palatine. Halatucci, a surname from Italian. Palau, a country consisting of around 340 islands in Micronesia and Oceania. Official name, Republic of Palau. Capital, Anggeromud. Hauan, a language spoken in the Pacific in the Republic of Palau. It is a member of the Austronesian family of languages and is considered to be one of two languages in Micronesia belonging to the Western Austronesian group, all others considered to be members of the Oceanic subgroup. How on time, a notional system of time which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to Palans and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be leisurely, not rigorous about scheduling, and often tardy. Palans, plural of Palan. Palay, a municipality of Zambales, Philippines. Haoi, a member of an ethnic group living primarily in the Shan state of Myanmar, also in China and Thailand. Halonge, of or relating to the language family that is a branch of the Austroasiatic languages. Palaos, plural of Palau. Palava sauce, alternative form of palaver sauce. Haloveram, archaic form of Pallavaram. Palaver, a village council meeting. Palaver hut, synonym of Taguna. Palaver huts, plural of palaver huts. Palaver sauce, a West African stew. Palavaram, archaic form of Pallavaram. Palaver, simple past and past participle of palaver. Palaverer, one who palavers. Palaverers, plural of palaverer. Palavering, gerund of palaver, the act of one who palavers. Palaverings, plural of palavering. Palaverist, synonym of palaverer, one who palavers. Palaverists, plural of palaverist. Palaverment, talk or chatter, palaver. Palaverments, plural of palaverment. Palaverous, verbose, wordy. Palavers, third person singular simple present indicative of palaver. Halalakani, a constructed language created as a composite of the now extinct Tasmanian indigenous languages. Halawala, a local Creole language such as Antillean Creole or Jamaican Creole. Palawan, a province of Mimaropa, Luzon, Philippines. Capital and largest city, Port-au-Prince. Palawan bearcat, a subspecies of the Binecharam, Arctictes binecharam whitei, endemic to the Philippine island of Palawan. Palawan bearcats, plural of Palawan bearcat. Palawan tit, Pardaliparus amabilis, a small bird of the tit family Paridae. Palawan tits, plural of Palawan tit. Palwano, an inhabitant of the island of Palawan. Palwanos, plural of Palwano. Palawans, plural of Palawan. Palwanyo, an inhabitant of the Palawan island. Palanyos, plural of Palanyo. Palai. Palau, alternative spelling of Palam. Palayams, plural of Palayam. Palan, a city serving as the capital of Nueva Ecija, Philippines. Palais, plural of Palais. Palaces, plural of palais. Palais, plural of palazzo. Palazzo, a large palatial urban building in Italy. Palazzo pants, very wide flared trousers for women. Palazzola, a surname from Italian. Palazzoldas, plural of palazzola. Palazzo-like, resembling or characteristic of a palazzo. Palazzolo, a town in the province of Syracuse, Sicily, Italy. Palazzolos, plural of palazzolo. Palazzos, plural of palazzo. Halbanon, the steroid ketan 3, S5 R8 R9 R10s 14s 317 dihydroxy 44810 14 pentamethyl 235679 hexahydro 1H cyclopentaphenanthren 1516 dione present in the roots of Paeonia albiflora. Palbociclib, a drug used to treat breast cancer. It is a selective inhibitor of the cyclodependent kinases CDK4 and CDK6. Haldo, the wood of Dracontomlin Dow, the Pacific walnut. Haldoxin, an inhibitor of an enzyme that detoxifies phytolexins. Haldoxins, plural of paldoxin. Hell, the part of Ireland directly under the control of the English government in the late Middle Ages. Pale ale, a beer that uses a warm fermentation and predominantly pale malt, resulting in a lighter color. Pale ales, plural of pale ale. Pale as a ghost, synonym of white as a sheet. Pale as death, extremely pale. Pale as milk, very pale. Pale blue dot, the planet Earth. Pale chow, Dacoplatypus, a freshwater fish of East Asia. Pale clouded yellow. Alternative spelling of pale clouded yellow. Pale clouded yellow, a small butterfly Coleus hyel of the family Piridae found in most of Europe and large parts of Asia. Pale clouded yellows. Plural of pale clouded yellow. Pale clouded yellows. Plural of pale clouded yellow. Pale face. Alternative form of pale face. Pale faces. Plural of pale face. Pale fox. Vulpes pallida, a fox endemic to the Sahel region of Africa. Pale foxes. Plural of pale fox. Pale goldfinch. Spinus tristis pallidus, a slightly larger subspecies of the American goldfinch, having a paler body color, stronger white markings, and, in males, a larger black cap. Pale goldfinches. Plural of pale goldfinch. Pale in comparison. To appear small or unimportant in relation to something else. Pale into insignificance. To seem insignificant by comparison to something much more important. Pale juniper webworm. The moth is Rudolana. Pale juniper webworms. Plural of pale juniper webworm. Pale nail. Alternative form of pall mall. Pale male. A white man or boy. Pale nails. Plural of pale male. Pale of settlement. A particular region of Russia from 1791 to 1917, designated for Jews. Pale rider. Death, the grim reaper or angel of death, and one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Pale sand diver. Synonym of saddled sandburrower. Pale swallowtail. A species of tiger swallowtail native to western North American Papilio-Eurynodon, with the wings a much paler yellow, sometimes white. Pale swallowtails. Plural of pale swallowtail. Pale thrush. A thrush Turdus pallidus of Eastern Asia. Pale thrushes. Plural of pale thrush. Pale touch me not. Impatiens pallida, native to Eastern North America. Pale touch me nots. Plural of pale touch me not. Pale weasel. Mustela alteca, a weasel of Central to Eastern Asia. Pale western cutworm. The moth Agrodes orthogonia. Pale western cutworms. Plural of pale western cutworm. The alternative form of paleo used before vowels. Pale-browed tinamou. A tinamou Crypturellus transfaciatus. Pale-browed tinamus. Plural of pale-browed tinamou. Pale face. Alternative form of pale face. Pale-faced antbird. Synonym of pale-faced bari. Pale-faced antbirds. Plural of pale-faced antbird. Pale-faced bari. Phlegopsis borbi, a species species of antbird. Pale-faced bear eyes. Plural of pale-faced bear eye. Pale faces. Plural of pale face. Pale-footed bush warbler. Eurysphena pallidipes, an oriental warbler in the family Setidae found in southern Asia. Pale-footed bush warblers. Plural of pale-footed bush warbler. Pale-headed rosella. A broad-tailed, moderate-sized parrot of species Platycercus itsidis, native to northeastern Australia, with a pale yellow head, predominantly white cheeks, a scalloped black and gold back, pale blue underparts, and a blood-red vent. Pale-spotted emperor. A widespread species of large each-eyed dragonfly, Anax guttatus, of Asia, Australia, and Oceania. Pale-spotted emperors. Plural of pale-spotted emperor. Pale-throated sloth. Bradipus tridactylus is sloth that lives in the forests of northern South America. Palea. The interior chaff or husk of grasses. Palaceous. Chaffy, resembling or consisting of paley or chaff. Palaciously. In a palacious manner. Paley. Plural of palea. Pale. Relating to a palea. Palanthropic. Alternative form of paleoanthropic. Palanthropological. Relating to palanthropology. Palanthropology. The scientific study of fossil humans and the evolution of modern man. Paleodistribution. Misspelling of paleodistribution. Paleoqualt. A paleoqualt. Paleoqualts. Plural of paleoqualt. Palearctic. One of the major ecozones of the world, covering Europe, the former territories of the USSR, part of North Africa, and North Asia including the Himalaya foothills. Palearctid. A palearctid. Palearctids. Plural of palearctid. Palas. A contemptible white person. Palasses. Plural of palas. Palate. Varying paley. Palsec. A surname from Czech. Palesex. Plural of palesec. Paled. Simple past and past participle of pale. Paled in comparison. Simple past and past participle of pale in comparison. Halencephalon. Alternative form of paleoencephalon. Halethnological. Alternative form of paleoethnological. Halethnology. Alternative form of paleoethnology. Paleface. Alternative letter case form of paleface. Palefaced. Having a pale face. Palefaces. Plural of paleface. Pale gold circid. A deep-water ray-finned fish, Mollusca argipala. Pale gold circids. Plural of pale gold circid. Paleoichthyology. Alternative form of paleoichthyology. Pale leaf. Used to describe various plants with pale leaves. Paley. In a pale mare, lightly. Palembang. A city, the provincial capital of South Sumatra, Indonesia. Palembang Jais. Synonym of Palembang language. Palembangs. Plural of Palembang. Paleomyth. A species of libellula dragonfly, Brachydiplax denticauda, of Australia, New Guinea, Indonesia, and the Solomon Islands, having a blue abdomen, dark red eyes, and yellow mouth parts. Palemus, plural of palemus. Palampor, alternative form of palampor. Palampors, plural of palampor. Paon, a surname. Palda, a province of the Los Lagos region, Chile. Palancha, a province in northern Castile and Leon, Spain. Palanday, a type of Philippine bamboo flute. Paland, simple past and past participle of palan. Paleness, the condition or degree of being pale or of lacking color. Palenesses, plural of paleness. Palening, present participle and gerund of palen. Palanker, a fishing tool comprising numerous small lines with hooks. Palika, any kind of distilled beverage, especially fruit brandy. Palankas, plural of palanka. Palankas, plural of palanka. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Halino, a surname. Palenque, any of several towns in Latin America, most famously a Maya site in Chiapas, Mexico. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Palanquera, a Spanish-based Creole spoken in northern Colombia. Palanques, plural of palan. Palanquin, archaic form of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Palans, plural of palan. Palentine's Day, a holiday in celebration of friendships and every other form of platonic love celebrated annually on February 13, or less commonly on February 14. Palanzonite, an isometric hexactedral wine red mineral containing arsenic, calcium, manganese, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and vanadium. Paleo, clipping of paleo diet. Paleo diet, a nutritional plan based on the presumed ancient diet of wild plants and animals that various hominid species habitually consumed during the Paleolithic. Paleo diets, plural of paleo diet. Paleofaliro, dated form of paleofaliro. Paleofaliron, dated form of paleofaliro. Paleo, old, ancient or primitive. Paleo-American, Paleo-Indian. Paleo-Americans, plural of Paleo-American. Paleo-Balkan, being one of the ancient Indo-European languages of the Balkans which are of uncertain classification. Paleo-diet, alternative form of paleo-diet. Paleo-earthquake, alternative form of paleo-earthquake. Paleoalien, alternative spelling of Paleoalien. Paleo-Eskimo, the inhabitants and / or native cultures of the North American Arctic region before the rise of the modern Eskimo cultures in the region, the Sakak, Independence I and Roman II, and / or Dorset cultures and peoples. Paleo-High, past elevated land area or mountain range. Paleo-Highs, plural of paleo-high. Paleo-Indian, pertaining to Native American culture before circa 8500 BC. Paleo-Indians, plural of Paleo-Indian. Paleo-Ocean, an ancient ocean. Paleo-Oceanic, relating to a Paleo-Ocean. Paleo-Oceanographic, alternative form of Paleoceanographic. Paleo-Oceanographical, alternative form of Paleoceanographic. Paleoceanography, alternative form of Paleoceanography. Paleoorganism, a prehistoric organism. Paleoorthodox, conforming to Paleoorthodoxy. Paleoorthodoxy, an evangelical Christian movement in the late 20th and early 21st centuries that emphasizes the ancient Christian consensus of the undivided Church of the first millennium AD. Paleoarchaeology, study of ancient bones and skeletons. Paleo, alternative spelling of Paleoyalian. Paleoalvology, the study of fossil algae. Paleoaltimetry, the determination of land elevation in the past. Paleo-American, alternative form of Paleo-American. Paleo-Americans, plural of Paleo-American. Paleoanthropic, of or pertaining to early forms of fossil humans as Neanderthal. Paleoanthropological, alternative spelling of paleoanthropological. Paleoanthropologically, of or relating to the paleoanthropological field or study. Paleoanthropologist, a scientist who specializes in paleoanthropology. Paleoanthropologists, plural of paleoanthropologists. Paleoanthropology, the scientific study of ancient human remains. Paleoanthropometric, relating to paleoanthropometry. Paleoanthropometry, the anthropometry of the remains of ancient people. Paleoarch, an ancient arch or ridge typically in South America. Paleoarchean, of a geologic era within the Archean Aeon from about 3,600 to 3,200 million years ago. The first aerobic bacteria appeared at this time. Paleoarchaeology, archaeology is applied to the material remains of ancient people. Paleoarches, plural of paleoarch. Paleoart, art that depicts subjects related to paleontology. Paleoartist, an artist who produces paleoart. Paleoartists, plural of paleoartists. Paleoaeon, synonym of Paleosaurian. Paleoastronomy, the relationship of information about the sky to historical records, a fusion discipline between paleontology and astronomy. Paleoatmosphere, an atmosphere, particularly that of Earth at some unspecified time in the geological past. Paleoatmospheres, plural of paleoatmosphere. Paleoatmospheric, relating to a paleoatmosphere. Paleoetine, any of the clade Paleoetini. Paleoetines, plural of Paleoetine. Paleoxology, the study of prehistoric change. Paleobaramin, a group of older, now deceased members of a holobaramin. Paleobaramins, plural of Paleobaramin. Paleobasin, an extinct river basin. Paleobasins, plural of Paleobasin. Paleobathymetric, relating to paleobathymetry. Paleobathymetrical, alternative form of paleobathymetric. Paleobathymetry, bathymetry, of prehistoric seas. Paleo beach, a beach that existed in the distant past. Paleo beach is plural of paleo beach. Paleo behavior, the behavior of a prehistoric animal. Paleo-behavioral, relating to paleo behavior. Paleo-behaviors, plural of paleo-behavior. Paleobiodiversity, biodiversity in the past. Paleobiographer, a scientist who studies past distributions of organisms around the world. Paleobiographers, plural of paleobiographers. Paleobiography, of or pertaining to paleobiogeography. Paleobiogeographical, alternative spelling of paleobiogeographical. Paleobiography, the scientific study of the prehistoric distribution of plants and animals. Paleobiogeology, ancient biogeology. Paleobiolinguistic, relating to paleobiolinguistics. Paleobiolinguistics, the study of the interaction of biology and ancient language. Paleobiology, alternative spelling of paleobiologic. Paleobiological, or pertaining to paleobiology. Paleobiologist, archaeologist is biology is paleobiology. Biologists, plural of paleobiologists. Paleobiology, the branch of biology or paleontology concerned with the study of fossils of plants and animals. Paleobioprovince, a prehistoric bioprovince. Paleobioprovinces, plural of paleobioprovince. Paleobiota, prehistoric, biota. Paleobiotas, plural of paleobiota. Paleobotanic, alternative form of paleobotanical. Paleobotanical, or pertaining to paleobotany. Paleobotanically, in terms of paleobotany. Paleobotanies, plural of paleobotany. Paleobotanist, a botanist who specializes in paleobotany, someone who studies plant fossils. Paleobotanists, plural of paleobotanists. Paleobotany, the branch of paleontology that deals with the study of plant fossils. Paleoburrow, a burrow formed by an animal of the ancient past. Paleoburrows, plural of paleoburrow. Paleocalyci, a prehistoric calyci. Paleocamelid, an ancient, extinct camelid. Paleocamelids, plural of paleocamelid. Paleocania, an ancient canyon. Paleocanyons, plural of paleocanyon. Paleocarbonate, ancient carbonate. Especially in ancient waterways. Paleocave, a cave that was inhabited in the distant past, in particular by paleohumans. Paleocaves, plural of paleocave. Paleoceanographer, a scholar or researcher of paleoceanography, the study of the development of the oceans in the geologic past. Paleoceanographers, plural of paleoceanographer. Paleoceanographic, alternative spelling of paleoceanographic. Paleoceanographical, alternative form of paleoceanographic. Paleoceanography, the study of the history of the oceans, especially the circulation, chemistry, biogeography, fertility, and sedimentation. Paleocene, or pertaining to the Paleocene epoch. Paleocerebellar, relating to the ancient part of the cerebellum. Paleocerebellum, Spinocerebellum. Paleocerebellums, plural of Paleocerebellum. Paleochannel, a deposit of sediment filling the course of an ancient river. Paleochannels, plural of paleochannel. Paleochemistry, the study of the chemical composition of ancient materials or environments. Paleochemotaxonomy, use of biomarker chemicals in sedimentary rocks to classify lifeforms. Paleo-Christian, describing the early Christian church, its people, architecture and culture, etc. Paleochronological, relating to paleochronology. Paleochronology. Prehistoric chronology. Paleocirculation, ancient oceanic and atmospheric circulation patterns. Paleoclassical, describing any attempt at a classical interpretation of a quantum system or effect. Paleoclimate, the climate of the Earth at a specified point in geologic time. Paleoclimates, plural of paleoclimate. Paleoclimatic, of or pertaining to the climate of a region in the past. Paleoclimatical, alternative form of paleoclimatic. Paleoclimatically, in a paleoclimatic way. Paleoclimatological, alternative form of paleoclimatological. Paleoclimatologist, a climatologist who specializes in paleoclimatology. Paleoclimatologists, plural of paleoclimatologists. Paleoclimatology, alternative form of paleoclimatology. Paleocoast, alternative form of paleocoast. Paleocoastal, alternative form of paleocoastal. Paleocoasts, plural of paleocoasts. Paleocollapse, a rock structure resembling the karst landform, but formed essentially by the dissolution of underlying sedimentary rock. Paleocollapses, plural of paleocollapse. Paleocolonies, plural of paleocolony. Paleocolony, a prehistoric colony of animals or birds. Paleocommunities, plural of paleocommunity. Paleocommunity, a prehistoric community. Paleocon, a paleoconservative. Paleoconnection, a prehistoric connection, typically between paleo rivers. Paleoconnections, plural of paleoconnection. Paleocons, plural of paleocon. Paleoconservatism, paleoconservative belief. Paleoconservative, a political conservative who espouses paleoconservatism, opposing mass immigration, embracing states' rights, and supporting cultural conservatism and social structures perceived to be traditional. Paleoconservatives, plural of paleoconservative. Paleocontact, the theory that intelligent extraterrestrial beings, sometimes called ancient astronauts, visited Earth in the distant past, influencing human culture, technology, or religion. Paleocontinent, a continent that existed in the geological past. Paleocontinental, relating to a paleocontinent. Paleocontinents, plural of paleocontinent. Paleocoordinate, a geographical coordinate at a past time accounting for the effects of plate tectonics, etc. Paleocoordinates, plural of paleocoordinate. Paleocapid, alternative form of paleocapid. Paleocortex, a layer of the cerebral cortex intermediate phylogenetically between the neocortex and archaeocortex and separated from the neocortex by the rhinal fissure. Paleocortical, relating to the paleocortex. Paleocribolate, describing extinct cribolate spider. Paleocriste, of pertaining to or derived from a former glacial formation composed of ancient ice. Paleocurrent, a geological feature that indicates the direction of flow of water in the geologic past. Paleocurrents, plural of paleocurrent. Paleocytological, relating to paleocytology. Paleocytologist, one who studies or practices paleocytology. Paleocytologists, plural of paleocytologists. Paleocytology, the cytology of ancient organisms. Paleodata, data obtained or inferred about an ancient time. Paleodelta, a prehistoric river delta. Paleodeme, an ancient town or similar community. Paleodemes, plural of paleodeme. Paleodemographer, a demographer whose specialty is paleodemography. Paleodemographers, plural of paleodemographer. Paleodemographic, relating to paleodemography. Paleodemographical, alternative form of paleodemographic. Paleodemography, the demography of the ancient world. Paleodeposition, the formation of a deposit in the distant past. Paleodepositional, relating to paleodeposition or paleodeposits. Paleodepth, depth of an ocean deposit at a particular time in the geologic past. Paleodepths, plural of paleodepth. Paleodermatoglyphic, relating to paleodermatoglyphics. Paleodermatoglyphics, ancient dermatoglyphics. Paleodesert, a prehistoric desert. Paleodeserts, plural of paleodesert. Paleodicats, a group of ticatolidans that evolved prior to the divergence between the monocots and the eudicots. Paleodiet, alternative form of paleodiet. Paleodietary, relating to the diet of prehistoric man or animals. Paleodiets, plural of paleodiet. Paleodistribution, the distribution of organisms in prehistoric times. Paleodistributional, relating to a paleodistribution. Paleodistributions, plural of paleodistribution. Paleodiversities, plural of paleodiversity. Paleodiversity, alternative spelling of paleodiversity. Paleodaline, a fossilized daline. Paleodont, an artiodactyl belonging to the suborder Paleodonta. Paleodonts, plural of paleodont. Paleodos, the dose of natural radiation accumulated by an archaeological sample. Paleodoses, plural of paleodos. Paleodosimetric. Relating to paleodosimetry. Paleodosimetry. The dosimetry of ancient rocks. Paleodrainage. Alternative form of paleodrainage. Paleodrainages. Plural of paleodrainage. Paleodune. Alternative form of paleodune. Paleodunes. Plural of paleodune. Paleodynamics. The dynamics of the early Earth and solar system. Paleoearthquake. An earthquake that occurred in the geologic past. Paleoecologic. Paleoecological. Paleoecological. Of or pertaining to paleoecology. Paleoecologically. In terms of paleoecology. Paleoecologies. Plural of paleoecology. Paleoecologists. Paleoecologically. In terms of paleoecology. Paleoecologies. Plural of paleoecology. Paleoecologists. Ecologists whose speciality is paleoecology. Paleoecologists. Plural of paleoecologists. Paleoecology. The ecology of the ancient past and of extinct organisms. Paleoeconomy. Of or relating to paleoeconomy. Paleoeconomics. Alternative form of paleoeconomics. Paleoeconomies. Plural of paleoeconomy. Paleoeconomy. Alternative form of paleoeconomy. Paleoecosystem. An ancient ecosystem. Paleoecosystems. Plural of paleoecosystem. Paleoelevation. Elevation of land that occurred in the geological past. Paleoelevations. Plural of paleoelevation. Paleoencephalic. Relating to the paleoencephalon. Paleoencephalon. The most ancient part of the brain. Paleoendemic. That has been endemic in a region for a very long time but is now more restricted. Paleoendemism. The condition of being paleoendemic. Paleoentomological. Alternative form of paleoentomological. Paleoentomologist. Alternative spelling of paleoentomologist. Paleoentomologists. Plural of paleoentomologists. Paleoentomology. Alternative form of paleoentomology. Paleoenvironmental. Misspelling of paleoenvironmental. Paleoenvironment. The past environment of an area during a given period of its history. Paleoenvironmental. Of or pertaining to the environment at a particular time in the geologic past. Paleoenvironments. Plural of paleoenvironment. Paleoalien. Alternative spelling of paleoalien. Paleoepidemiological. Relating to paleoepidemiology. Paleoepidemiology. The epidemiological study of disease in ancient times. Paleoequator. Alternative form of paleoequator. Paleoequatorial. Relating to regions that were equatorial in the distant past. Paleoequators. Plural of paleoequator. Paleoeskimo. Alternative form of paleoeskimo. Paleoethnobotanical. Relating to paleoethnobotany. Paleoethnobotanists. A person engaged in paleoethnobotany. Paleoethnobotanists. Plural of paleoethnobotanists. Paleoethnobotany. The study of plant remains from archaeological sites. Paleoethnographic, relating to paleoethnography. Paleoethnography, ethnography of Paleolithic man. Paleoethnologic, alternative form of paleoethnological. Paleoethnological, relating to paleoethnology. Paleoethnologist, one who studies paleoethnology. Paleoethnologists, plural of paleoethnologists. Paleoethnology, the ethnology of cultures from past times. Paleoethological, relating to paleoethology. Paleoethnologists. Paleoethnology, the ethnology of cultures from past times. Paleoethological, relating to paleoethology. Paleoethology, the study of the behavior of extinct species of humans. Paleoevolution, ancient evolution. Paleoevolutionary, relating to paleoevolution. Paleofacies, alternative form of paleofaces. Paleofantasies, plural of paleofantasy. Paleofantasy, a fantasy about how things were in the distant or geological past. Paleofault, a prehistoric fault. Paleofauna, the animals that were alive in a particular period of geological history, especially those known only as fossils. Paleofaunal, relating to paleofauna. Paleofecal, relating to paleofeces. Paleofeces, ancient human feces often found as part of archaeological excavations or surveys. Paleofield, a magnetic field active at a particular time in the geologic past. Paleofields, plural of paleofield. Paleofire, an ancient wildfire. Paleofires, plural of paleofire. Paleofish, any ancient fish. Paleofjord, a prehistoric fjord. Paleofly, ancient flood event or deposit. Paleoflora, alternative form of paleoflora. Paleofloral, alternative form of paleofloral. Paleoflores, plural of paleoflora. Paleofloriste, relating to paleofloristics. Paleoflow, the direction and characteristics of ancient water flow, as inferred from sedimentary structures and features such as ripple marks, cross-bedding, and imbricated clasts. Paleoflows, plural of paleoflow. Paleofluid, relating to the flow of ancient fluids, especially molten rock. Paleofluvial, relating to ancient rivers. Paleoforensic, relating to forensic paleoanthropology. Paleoforest, alternative form of paleoforest. Paleoforest, plural of paleoforests. Paleogene, of a geologic period within the Cenozoic era, comprises the Paleocene, Eocene, and Oligocene epochs from about 65 to 23 million years ago. Paleogenetic, relating to paleogenetics. Paleogeneticist, a geneticist whose specialty is paleogenetics. Paleogeneticists, plural of paleogeneticists. Paleogenetics, the application of genetics to paleontology. Paleogenic, of or relating to the Paleogene period. Paleogenome, an ancient genome. Paleogenomes, plural of paleogenome. Paleogenomic, alternative form of paleogenomic. Paleogenomics, alternative spelling of paleogenomics. Paleogeochemical, alternative spelling of paleogeochemical. Paleogeodynamic, relating to past geological processes and tectonic movements. Paleogeographer, alternative form of paleogeographer. Paleogeographers, plural of paleogeographer. Paleogeography, pertaining to paleogeography. Paleogeographical, or pertaining to paleogeography. Paleogeographically, in a paleogeographic manner. Paleogeography, alternative spelling of paleogeography. Paleogeology, synonym of paleogeological. Paleogeological, relating to paleogeology. Paleogeologist, a person in the field of paleogeology. Paleogeologists, plural of paleogeologists. Paleogeology, the geology of a particular place at some time in the distant past. Paleogeomorphological, relating to paleogeomorphology. Paleogeomorphology. Paleogeomorphology, a study of historical physical geography, historical landforms. Paleogeothermal, relating to prehistoric geothermal conditions. Paleoglacial, related to a paleoglacier. Paleoglacier, an ancient glacier. Paleoglaciers, plural of paleoglacier. Paleoglaciological, relating to paleoglaciology. Paleoglaciology, study of ancient glaciers. Paleognathe, any bird of the Amphiclus paleognathi. Paleognathus, belonging or relating to the paleognaths. Paleognaths, plural of paleognath. Paleograph, an ancient manuscript. Paleographer, a person skilled in paleography. Paleographers, plural of paleographer. Paleographic, of or pertaining to paleography. Paleographical, alternative form of paleographic. Paleographically, in terms of or by means of paleography. Paleographies, plural of paleography. Paleographist, alternative form of paleographist. Paleographists, plural of paleographists. Paleographs, plural of paleograph. Paleography, the study of old or ancient forms of writing. Paleogravel, ancient gravel. Paleogravels, plural of paleogravel. Paleohabitat, an extinct habitat that can only be reconstructed from fossils. Paleohabitats, plural of paleohabitat. Paleohaze, relating to past heat conditions. Paleoer, a flowering plant which is neither a eudicot nor a monocot. Paleoers, plural of paleoer. Paleoherpetological, relating to paleoherpetology. Paleoherpetologists, one who studies paleoherpetology. Paleoherpetologists, plural of paleoherpetologists. Paleoherpetology, the scientific study of extinct reptiles and amphibians. Paleohexaploid, describing ancient hexaploid organisms that originated as a result of paleopolyploidy. Paleohexaploidization, hexaploidization that occurred in prehistoric times. Paleohexaploidization, alternative form of paleohexaploidization. Paleohexaploidizations, plural of paleohexaploidization. Paleohexaploidy, the condition of being paleohexaploid. Paleohigh, alternative form of Paleohigh. Paleo-Hispanic, or relating to the native peoples, languages, and scripts of the Iberian Peninsula before its conquest by the Romans. Paleohistologic, relating to paleohistology. Paleohistological, alternative form of paleohistological. Paleohistologist, a histologist whose specialty is paleohistology. Paleohistologists, plural of paleohistologists. Paleohistology, histology of ancient tissue. Paleohistopathological, relating to paleohistopathology. Paleohistopathology, the histopathology of ancient disease. Paleohistorical, relating to paleohistory. Paleohistories, plural of paleohistory. Paleohistory, synonym of archaeology. Paleohorizontal, an ancient horizontal strata. Paleohorizontals, plural of paleohorizontal. Paleohuman, ancient prehistoric human. Paleohumans, plural of paleohuman. Paleohumidities, plural of paleohumidity. Paleohumidity, the humidity of a location in prehistoric times. Paleohydraulic, relating to past hydraulic or water flow conditions. Paleohydrogeological, alternative form of paleohydrogeological. Paleohydrographic, relating to paleohydrography. Paleohydrography, the hydrography of ancient rivers or shores. Paleohydrologic, alternative form of paleohydrologic. Paleohydrological, alternative form of paleohydrological. Paleohydrologist, one who studies paleohydrology. Paleohydrologists, plural of paleohydrologists. Paleohydrology, alternative form of paleohydrology. Paleoichnological, relating to paleoichnology. Paleoichnologist, one who studies paleoichnology. Paleoichnologists, plural of paleoichnologists. Paleoichnology, a branch of ichnology concerned with the study of trace fossils preserved in ancient rocks. Paleoichthyological, alternative spelling of paleoichthyological. Paleoichthyologist, alternative spelling of paleoichthyologist. Paleoichthyologists, plural of paleoichthyologists. Paleoichthyology, alternative spelling of paleoichthyology. Paleoillustrator, an artist who produces scientific illustrations of prehistoric flora and fauna. Paleoillustrators, plural of paleoillustrator. Paleoimmunology, the study of ancient whose of immune system. Paleo-Indian, alternative form of Paleo-Indian. Paleo-Indians, plural of Paleo-Indian. Paleo-indication, synonym of paleo-indicator. Paleo-indications, plural of paleo-indication. Paleo-indicator, evidence for an ancient event. Paleo-indicators, plural of paleo-indicator. Paleo-intensities, plural of paleo-intensity. Paleo-intensity, the intensity of geomagnetism at a given locate at a particular time in the geologic past. Paleo Island, land that was an island in prehistoric times. Paleo Islands, plural of Paleo Island. Paleokarst, a karst that lies under strata of younger rocks. Paleokarste, relating to a paleokarst. Paleokarsts, plural of paleokarsts. Paleolak, a diminutive or secondary palea. Paleolacustrine, relating to ancient lakes. Paleole, plural of paleola. Paleolagoon, an ancient lagoon. Paleolagoons, plural of paleolagoon. Paleo Lake, an ancient lake, especially one that no longer exists. Paleo Lakes, plural of Paleo Lake. Paleo Landscape, a landscape as it was in ancient times. Paleo Landscapes, plural of Paleo landscape. Paleolatitude, the forward latitude of a particular geologic formation at a time in the geologic past, often specifically the time of formation. Paleolatitudes, plural of paleolatitude. Paleolatitudinal, relating to paleolatitude. Paleolatitudinally, alternative form of paleolatitudinally. Paleolevy, a prehistoric levy. Paleolevius, plural of paleolevy. Paleoliberal, relating to paleoliberalism. Paleoliberalism, extreme political liberalism. Paleoliberals, plural of paleoliberal. Paleolibertarian, a supporter of paleolibertarianism. Paleolibertarianism, a variety of libertarianism developed by anarcho-capitalist theorists Murray Rothbard and Llewellyn Rockwell that combines conservative cultural values and social philosophy with a libertarian opposition to government intervention. Paleolibertarians, plural of paleolibertarian. Paleolimnology, alternative form of paleolimnological. Paleolimnological, of or pertaining to paleolimnology, the limnological study of the geological past. Paleolimnologist, one who studies paleolimnology. Paleolimnologists, plural of paleolimnologists. Paleolimnology, the study of the paleoenvironments of inland bodies of water. Paleolinguistics, the study of the distant human past by linguistic means. Paleoliquefaction, ancient soil liquefaction caused by earthquakes. Paleolith, a relic from the Paleolithic era. Paleolithic, a period that lasted from 2.5 million years ago to 10,000 BCE, the Old Stone Age. Paleolithical, alternative form of Paleolithic. Paleoliths, plural of Paleolith. Paleology. Alternative form of paleological. Paleological. Relating to paleology. Paleologism. A word or phrase that was coined in the distant past, often now obscured, or if recently used, possibly having a definition or implication different from that of any earlier usage. Paleologisms. Plural of paleologism. Paleologists. Alternative form of paleologist. Paleologists. Plural of paleologists. Paleology. The study of antiquities or of the ancient past. Paleolongitude. The forward longitude of a particular geologic formation at a time in the geologic past, often specifically the time of formation. Paleolongitudes. Plural of paleolongitude. Paleolongitudinal. Relating to paleolongitude. Paleomagnetic. Relating to paleomagnetism or to paleomagnetics. Paleomagnetically. In a way that has to do with paleomagnetism. Paleomagnetation. A specialist in the field of paleomagnetism. Paleomagnetations. Plural of paleomagnetation. Paleomagnetics. The study of paleomagnetism. Paleomagnetism. The study of the strength and direction of the Earth's magnetic field as it has changed over geologic time. Paleomagnetisms. Plural of paleomagnetism. Paleomagnetist. A scientist whose specialty is paleomagnetism. Paleomagnetists. Plural of paleomagnetist. Paleomagnetochronology. Relating to paleomagnetic chronology. Paleomagnetosphere. The magnetosphere as it was in prehistoric times. Paleomagnetospheres. Plural of paleomagnetosphere. Paleomagnetostratigraphy. Magnetostratigraphy of ancient rocks. Paleomalacological. Of or relating to paleomalacology. Paleomalacologist. One who studies paleomalacology. Paleomalacologists. Plural of paleomalacologists. Paleomalacology. Paleontology of mollusks, fossil shells. Paleomammal. A mammal with a paleomammalian brain. Paleomammalian. Of or relating to those structures of the brain's limbic system that according to the triune brain model arose early in mammalian evolution and were responsible for the motivation and emotion involved in feeding, reproductive behavior, and parental behavior. Paleomammalogical. Relating to paleomammalogy. Paleomammologist. A zoologist whose specialty is extinct mammals. Paleomammalogists. Plural of paleomammalogists. Paleomammalogy. Alternative form of paleomammalogy. Paleomammals. Plural of paleomammal. Paleomap. A map of an ancient landscape. Paleomats. Plural of paleomap. Paleomargin. It of a paleolake or paleolagoon. Paleomargins. Plural of paleomargin. Paleomarxism. A primitive form of Marxism. Paleome. The genome of an extinct species. Paleomyricid. Any extinct ruminant of the family Paleomycidae. Paleomyricids. Plural of paleomyricid. Paleomass. Plural of paleomy. Paleometeorological. Relating to paleometeorology. Paleometeorology. Meteorology of the past. Paleomicrobiological. Relating to paleomicrobiology. Paleomicrobiology. The microbiological study of prehistoric material. Paleomicrobiome. Relating to paleomicrobiemics. Paleomicrobiemics. The study of prehistoric microbiomes. Paleomobility. Alternative form of paleomobility. Paleomodel. Alternative form of paleomodel. Paleomodeling. Alternative form of paleomodeling. Paleomodels. Plural of paleomodel. Paleomonsoon. Any monsoon that existed in the paleoclimates of the distant past. Paleomorphology. Alternative form of paleomorphological. Paleomorphological. Relating to paleomorphology. Paleomorphology. Study of the form and structure of ancient fossils. Paleomycologist. One who studies paleomycology. Paleomycologist. Plural of paleomycologist. Paleomycology. The scientific study of extinct ants. Paleonemertian. Alternative form of Paleomertian. Paleonemertians. Plural of Paleonemertian. Paleoneuroanatomical. Relating to paleoneuroanatomy. Paleoneuroanatomy. The neuroanatomy of ancient typically extinct animals. Paleoneurobiology. The study of brain evolution by analysis of brain endocasts to determine endocranial traits and volumes. Paleoneurological. Relating to paleoneurology. Paleoneurologists. One who studies paleoneurology. Paleoneurologists. Plural of paleoneurologists. Paleoneurology. The study of the nervous systems of extinct animals. Paleonicid. Alternative form of paleonicid. Paleonicids. Plural of paleonicid. Paleoniciform. Alternative form of paleoniciform. Paleoniciforms. Plural of paleoniciform. Paleontographic. Alternative form of paleontographic. Paleontographical. Of or pertaining to paleontography. Paleontography. Alternative form of paleontography. Paleontal. Abbreviation of paleontology. Paleontology. Pertaining to paleontology. Characteristic of paleontology. Paleontological. Of or pertaining to paleontology. Paleontological. In a paleontological manner. Paleontologists. One who studies paleontology. Paleontologists. Plural of paleontologists. Paleontologize. To study or practice paleontology. Paleontology. Study of the forms of life existing in prehistoric or geologic times, especially as represented by fossils. Paleonurseries. Plural of paleonursery. Paleonursery. An ancient nursery for extinct juvenile animals. Paleonutrition. The study of dietary nutrition in ancient or primitive peoples. Paleonutritional. Relating to paleonutrition. Paleonutritionists. One who studies paleonutrition. Paleonutritionists, plural of paleonutritionists. Paleonan, an ancient toponym that is now obsolete. Paleonamies, plural of paleonami. Paleonans, plural of paleonym. Paleonangi, the use of a pre-existing word in a new context. Paleoceanic, alternative form of Paleoceanic. Paleoceanographic, alternative form of Paleoceanographic. Paleoceanographical, alternative form of Paleoceanographic. Paleoceanography, alternative form of Paleoceanography. Paleoorthodox, alternative form of Paleoorthodox. Paleoorthodoxy, alternative form of Paleoorthodoxy. Paleopalaeon, an ancient region within the telencephalon in animal brains. Paleopaleontological, relating to paleopaleontology. Paleopaleontologist, one who studies paleopaleontology. Paleontologists, plural of paleopaleontologists. Paleopaleontology, the branch of palynology concerned with the study of ancient pollens and spores rather than with those still extant. Paleoparadexia, any extinct aquatic mammal of the family Paleoparadoxidae. Paleoparadoxids, plural of Paleoparadoxia. Paleoparasitological, relating to paleoparasitology. Paleoparasitologists, a parasitologist whose specialty is paleoparasitology. Paleoparasitologists, plural of paleoparasitologists. Paleoparasitology, the study of avian parasites, especially as a branch of archaeology. Paleopathologic, alternative form of paleopathological. Paleopathological, relating to paleopathology. Paleopathologically, by means of paleopathology. Paleopathologies, plural of paleopathology, ancient diseases. Paleopathologists, one who works in paleopathology. Paleopathologists, plural of paleopathologists. Paleopathology, the study of ancient diseases. Paleopathological, relating to paleopathology. Paleopathologists, one who studies paleopathology. Paleopathologists, plural of paleopathologists. Paleopathology, the study of geologic soils. Paleophobia, the aversion to certain foods forming part of a diet associated with an earlier nutritional deficiency or other illness. Paleophycological, relating to paleophycology. Paleophycology, the branch of paleontology that deals with fossil algae. Paleophylogographic, relating to paleophylogography. Paleophylogography, ancient phylogeography. Paleophysiological, relating to paleophysiology. Paleophysiology, the scientific study of the evolutionary basis of animal physiology. Paleophyte, any prehistoric plant, especially one known only from fossils. Paleophytes, plural of paleophytes. Paleophytic, or relating to paleophytes. Paleophytographical, alternative form of paleophytographical. Paleophytogeography, Alternative form of paleophytogeography. Paleophytology. Relating to paleophytology. Paleophytological. Relating to paleophytology. Paleophytologist. A paleobotanist. Paleophytologists. Plural of paleophytologists. Paleophytology. Paleobotany. Paleoplacer. Ancient sedimentary deposit containing valuable minerals. Paleoplain. A buried erosion plain, a particularly large and flat erosion surface. Paleoplains. Plural of paleoplain. Paleoploid. Having the ploidy that the organism had in the distant past. Paleopole. The current position that the North Pole or South Pole would have had in the geologic past. Paleopoles. Plural of paleopole. Paleopalaploid. That became polyploid in the distant past. Paleopalaploidization. Alternative form of paleopolyploidization. Paleopalaploidizations. Plural of paleopalaploidization. Paleopalaploids. Plural of paleopalaploid. Paleopalaploidy. Polyploidy that occurred in the distant past. Paleopopulation. The population of an organism in prehistoric time. Paleopopulations. Plural of paleopopulation. Paleoposition. The geographical position of a place in prehistory before being subjected to continental drift. Paleopositions. Plural of paleoposition. Paleoprecipitation. Precipitation typically, rain in ancient times. Paleoprimatology. The study of ancient typically extinct primates. Paleoproductivity. Alternative form of paleoproductivity. Paleoprotum. An ancient protum. Paleoprotums. Plural of paleoprotum. Paleoprotomic. Relating to paleoprotums or to paleoprotomics. Paleoprotomics. The study of paleoprotums. Plural of paleoprotum. Paleoprotomic. Relating to paleoprotums or to paleoprotomics. Paleoprotomics. The study of paleoprotums. Paleoproterozoic. The era from 2,500 Ma to 1,600 Ma, marked by a dramatic increase in atmospheric oxygen. Paleopraxis. Plural of paleopraxy. Paleopraxy. Anything such as a fossil or a tree vein from which paleographic data may be obtained indirectly. Paleopsychological. Relating to paleopsychology. Paleopsychology. Study of the psychology of ancient cultures. Paleopulmo. Part of the lung of birds formed by the parabronchi from the mediolateral and medioventral bronchi. Paleopulmone. Relating to the lungs of primitive creatures, especially of the first birds. Paleoradiological. Relating to paleoradiology. Paleoradiologist. One who studies paleoradiology. Paleoradiologists. Plural of paleoradiologists. Paleoradiology. The use of modern radiological techniques to study ancient remains and artifacts. Paleorainfall. Rainfall in prehistoric times. Paleoreconstruction. A reconstruction of a paleo-environment. Paleoreconstructions. Plural of paleoreconstruction. Paleorecord. Any record from the distant past, but especially of fossil record. Paleorecords, plural of paleorecord. Paleodax, past oxidation reduction conditions of the earth. Paleodalit, alternative form of paleorgolith. Paleoegalis, plural of paleoegalith. Paleolithe, past landscape features or topography. Paleoeth, a rift, typically a rift valley that formed in prehistoric times. Paleorifts, plural of paleorifts. Paleo River, an ancient river that no longer exists or whose course has changed. Paleo rivers, plural of paleo river. Paleonethologic, of or relating to paleonethology. Paleonethological, relating to paleonethology. Paleonethologically, in a paleonethological manner. Paleonethologist, a paleontologist who studies fossil birds. Paleonethologists, plural of paleonethologists. Paleonethology, the branch of paleontology that deals with fossil birds. Paleos, plural of paleo. Paleosalinities, plural of paleosalinity. Paleosalinity, alternative spelling of paleosalinity. Paleosour, alternative form of paleosaur. Paleosours. Plural of paleosour. Paleoscience, alternative spelling of paleoscience. Paleosciences, plural of paleoscience. Paleocene, an ancient sea. Paleoseasonality, ancient seasonality. Paleosecular, relating to long-term non-periodic irregularities, especially in magnetic field in the geologic past. Paleosediment, an ancient sediment. Paleosedimentation, ancient sedimentation. Paleosediments, plural of paleosediment. Paleosediment, an ancient sediment. Paleosedimentation, ancient sedimentation. Paleosediments, plural of paleosediment. Paleoseismic, pertaining to ancient seismic events. Paleoseismicities, plural of paleoseismicity. Paleoseismicity, ancient seismic activity. Paleoseismogeological, paleoseismic and geological. Paleoseismologic, alternative form of paleoseismological. Paleoseismological, of or pertaining to paleoseismology. Paleoseismologist, a person who studies paleoseismology. Paleoseismologists, plural of paleoseismologists. Paleoseismology, the study of ancient rocks and sediments for evidence of seismic events, such as earthquakes and tsunamis, from times before records were kept. Paleoshelf, ancient continental shelf exposed during low sea levels. Paleoshoreline, alternative form of paleoshoreline. Paleoshorelines, plural of paleoshoreline. Paleoseidere, of or relating to a disparate group of linguistic isolates and a few small language families spoken in parts of northeastern Siberia and the Russian Far East. Paleoslope, the slope of a region in prehistoric times. Paleoslopes, plural of paleoslope. Paleosol, alternative form of paleosol. Paleosols, Plural of paleosoil. Paleosau. A layer of fossil soil buried beneath other sediments or deposits. Paleosolic, relating to paleosols. Paleosols, plural of paleosol. Paleosaurs, a prehistoric source. Paleosauruses, plural of paleosaurs. Paleosouthern, relating to the South as it was in prehistoric times. Paleospecies, a species that is derived from the paleontological record, chronospecies. Paleospinethalamic, of or related to the primitive transmission system for diffuse pain. Paleospinethalamic, misspelling of paleospinethalamic. Paleospring, a spring water source that existed in the distant past. Paleosprings, plural of paleospring. Paleostream, an ancient river channel or course. Paleostreams, plural of paleostream. Paleostress, ancient stress in rocks. Paleostresses, plural of paleostress. Paleostrata, plural of paleostratum. Paleostratal, relating to the paleostratum. Paleostratum, the globus pallidus. Paleostructural, related to paleostructure. Paleostructurally, in terms of paleostructure. Paleostructure, ancient structure. Paleostudies, plural of paleostudy. Paleostudy, a paleological study. Paleosubduction, alternative form of paleosubduction. Paleosubspecies, a paleospecies that is considered a subspecies of an existing species, usually considered the immediate ancestor of the existing species. Paleosurface, a surface of the earth as it existed in prehistoric times. Paleosurfaces, plural of paleosurface. Paleoswan, a swamp that existed in the distant past. Paleoswamps, plural of paleoswamp. Paleoceanic ecology, a subdivision of paleoecology studying the fossil communities. Paleosystem, a prehistoric system. Paleosystems, plural of paleosystem. Paleotard, a paleoconservative. Paleotards, plural of paleotard. Paleotechnic, relating to ancient art. Paleotechnologies, plural of paleotechnology. Paleotechnology, technology used by ancient peoples. Paleotectonic, relating to ancient movement of the Earth's surface. Paleotectonically, in a paleotectonic manner. Paleotectonics, the study of ancient movement of the Earth's surface. Paleotemperate, that was temperate in prehistoric times. Paleotemperature, the temperature at a location in the geologic past. Paleotemperatures, plural of paleotemperature. Paleotempestological, relating to paleotempestology. Paleotempestology, the study of past tropical cyclone activity by means of geological evidence and historical documentary records. Paleotestamentary, synonym of veterotestamentary. Paleoetian, relating to the Paleotethys. Paleotetraploid, that became tetraploid in the distant past. Paleotetraploidization, conversion to a paleotetraploid form. Paleotetraploidizations, plural of paleotetraploidization. Paleotetraploidy, the condition of being paleotetraploid. Paleo, any extinct mammal of the genus Paleotherium. Paleoos, plural of paleoer. Paleotherian, of or relating to Paleotherium. Paleothermal, relating to Paleothermonity. Paleothermic, synonym of paleothermal. Paleothermometer, anything found in the natural record such as a tree ring that can be used to deduce the temperature at some time in the past. Paleothermometers, plural of paleothermometer. Paleothermometry, alternative spelling of paleothermometry. Paleotidal, alternative form of paleotidal. Paleotopographic, relating to paleotopography. Paleotopographical, alternative form of paleotopographic. Paleotopography, prehistoric topography. Paleotranscriptomic, relating to the sequencing of ancient RNA. Paleotransport, to transport in ancient prehistoric times. Paleotransported, simple past and past participle of paleotransport. Paleotree, an ancient tree. Paleotrees, plural of paleotree. Paleotrophodynamics, ancient trophodynamics. Paleotropical, alternative form of paleotropical. Paleotropics, alternative form of paleotropics. Paleotropes, a floristic kingdom comprising tropical areas of Africa, Asia, and Oceania excluding Australia and New Zealand as proposed by Ronald Good and Armin Takthagen. Paleotsunami, an ancient, unrecorded tsunami. Paleotsunamis, plural of paleotsunami. Paleotype, alternative form of paleotype. Paleotypes, plural of paleotype. Paleoas, chaffy, like chaff. Paleo Valley, a prehistoric valley. Paleovalles, plural of paleo valley. Paleovegetation, the vegetation of an area in the distant past. Paleovegetational, relating to paleovegetation. Paleovertebrate, any of the ancient vertebrates typically Adidas are. Paleovertebrates, plural of paleovertebrate. Paleovirological, relating to paleovirology. Paleovirology, the study of ancient, now extinct viruses. Paleovirus, an ancient virus. Paleoviruses, plural of paleovirus. Paleovolcanic, relating to or formed by a paleovolcano. Paleovolcanism, prehistoric volcanism. Paleovolcano, a volcano that formed in prehistoric times typically before the Tertiary. Paleovolcanology, the study of ancient volcanic activity. Paleovolcanoes, plural of paleovolcano. Paleowater, fossil water. Paleoweather, prehistoric weather. Paleoweathering, Prehistoric weathering. Paleo wind. A prehistoric wind. Paleo winds. Plural of paleo weathering. Prehistoric weathering. Paleo wind. A prehistoric wind. Paleo winds. Plural of paleo wind. Paleozoological. Alternative form of paleoxylological. Paleozoology. Alternative form of paleoxylology. Paleozoic. A geologic era within the Phanerozoic eon that comprises the Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Carboniferous, and Permian periods from about 542 to 250 million years ago, from the age of trilobites to that of reptiles. Paleozoographer. One who studies paleozoography. Paleozoographers. Plural of paleozoographer. Paleozoographical. Relating to paleozoography. Paleozoography. The study of the distribution of animal life throughout Earth's past. Paleozoology. Paleozoological. Paleozoological. Relating to paleozoology. Paleozoologists. Any zoologist whose specialty is paleozoology. Paleozoologists. Plural of paleozoologists. Paleozoology. The branch of zoology dealing with fossils and the creatures that were transformed into them. Paler. Comparative form of pale, more pale. Palerang. A locality in Queen Bay and Palerang Regional Council area, New South Wales, Australia. It was previously the name of Palerang Council. Palermitan. A native or inhabitant of Palermo on the island of Sicily in Italy. Palermitans. Plural of Palermitan. Palermo. A city in Italy, capital city of the metropolitan city of Palermo, capital city of Sicily. Palamoid. An orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, lithium, oxygen, phosphorus, sodium, and strontium. Thales. The deity of shepherds, flocks, and livestock in Roman mythology. Pales in comparison. Third person singular simple present indicative of pale in comparison. Palsy. Obsolete form of palsy. Palsimian. A Palestinian. Palsimians. Plural of Palsimian. Palesman. A male native or inhabitant of the Pale, the part of Ireland directly under the control of the English government in the late Middle Ages. Palesman. Plural of palesman. Palesome. Characterized or marked by paleness. Palesral. Synonym of Isratine. Palists. Superlative form of pale, most pale. Palestina. A barangay of San Jose, Nueva Ecija, Philippines. Palestine. A country in Western Asia in the Middle East, the state of Palestine, the homeland of the Palestinian people. Palestine soup. A soup made with Jerusalem artichokes. Palestine soups. Plural of Palestine soup. Palestine sunbird. A bird which is found in the Middle East and Africa, Cinyras osea. Palestine sunbirds. Plural of Palestine sunbird. Palestinian. Alternative form of Palestinian. Palestinians. Plural of Palestinian. Palestinian. Of, from, or pertaining to Palestine. Or the Palestinian people. Palestinian Arabic, an Arabic dialect continuum spoken throughout the Palestinian territories. Palestinian Authority, ellipsis of Palestinian National Authority. Palestinian Jerusalem, East Jerusalem. Palestinian scarf, a checkered black and white keffiyeh worn by Palestinian activists. Palestinian scarves, plural of Palestinian scarf. Palestinian Sign Language, a sign language that is predominantly used by Palestinians. Palestinian Standard Time, a time zone used in Palestine 2 hours ahead of UTC plus 200. Palestinian Syriac, synonym of Christian Palestinian Aramaic. Palestinian, alternative spelling of Palestinianness. Palestinianization, the process of Palestinianizing. Palestinianize, alternative spelling of Palestinianize. Palestinianized, simple past and past participle of Palestinianize. Palestinianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Palestinianize. Palestinianizing, present participle and gerund of Palestinianize. Palestinianism, Palestinian nationalism, advocacy of Palestinian independence and autonomy. Palestinianisms, plural of Palestinianism. Palestinianists, a proponent of Palestinianism, Palestinian nationalism. Palestinianists, plural of Palestinianists. Palestinianism, the process of Palestinianizing. Palestinianize, to make Palestinian, to convert to the culture or style of Palestine. Palestinianize, simple past and past participle of Palestinianize. Palestinianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Palestinianize. Palestinianizing, present participle and gerund of Palestinianize. Palestinianness, the state equality of being Palestinian. Palestinians, plural of Palestinian. Palestinism, support for the establishment of Jewish settlement in Palestine. Palestinian, Palestinian. Palestinians, plural of Palestinian. Palestino, Palestinian Palestine. Palestinocentric, centered on or emphasizing Palestine or Palestinians. Palestinological, of or relating to Palestinology. Palestinologists, one who studies Palestinology. Palestinologists, plural of Palestinologists. Palestinology, the academic study of biblical archaeology in the Holy Land. Palestinophile, a lover of Palestine and its culture. Palestinophiles, plural of Palestinophile. Palestinophilia, an affection for or interest in things related to Palestine or Palestinians. Palestinophilic, of or pertaining to Palestinophilia. Palestra, alternative spelling of Palestra. Palestry, plural of Palestra. Palestral, Palestric, relating to wrestling. Palestras, plural of Palestra. Palestrian, of or relating to the Palestra or to wrestling. Palestrians, plural of Palestrian. Palestric, of or relating to the Palestra or to wrestling. Palestra, Palestric, relating to wrestling. Palestro, a town and commune in Pavia province, Lombardy, Italy. Palsy, obsolete form of palsy. Palate, alternative form of palate, diminutive pale. Palata, a caramel lollipop. Palatas, plural of palata. Pala, third person singular simple present indicative of pale. Palata, a loose outer jacket, cloak, coat, overcoat, greatcoat, three-quarter coat. Palata, alternative spelling of palatot. Palatats, plural of palatot. Palatats, plural of palatot. Palates, plural of palate. Palate, a surname from Italian. Paletas, plural of paletta. Palette, a thin board on which a painter lays and mixes colors. Palette knife, in painting, a small, edgeless, more or less flexible steel blade used to mix paint on a palette and sometimes to apply paint to a surface. Palette knives, plural of palette knife. Palette swap, to change the color palette used to render a palletized image. Palette swapped, simple past and past participle of palette swap. Palette swapping, present participle and gerund of palette swap. Palette swaps, third person singular simple present indicative of palette swap. Palette window, a window often with miniaturized graphical user interface widgets housing a collection of related tools/commands for a particular task. The contemporary behavior is for the window to be a floating palette floating over the main document window. Palette windows, plural of palette window. Paleted, paletize, palette-like, resembling or characteristic of a palette. Palettes, plural of palette. Paletize, alternative spelling of paletize. Paletize, simple past and past participle of paletize. Paletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of paletize. Paletizing, present participle and gerund of paletize. Paletization, the act or process of paletizing. Paletize, to encode an image efficiently by mapping its pixels to a palette containing only those colors that are actually present in the image. Paletize, simple past and past participle of paletize. Paletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of paletize. Paletizing, present participle and gerund of paletize. Paleways, palewise, palewise, divided by perpendicular vertical lines like pales. Pale, a commune in Seine-et-Marne department, Île-de-France, France. Paley's watch, a hypothetical pocket watch found lying on a heath, taken to be too complex to be formed by natural forces and therefore created by some entity, used in arguments for the existence of a creator god. Palise, a village and former municipality in Vaud Canton, Switzerland, now an Oron municipality. Palfrey, a surname from Middle English. Palfrey, mounted on a palfrey. Palfreyman, a groom who specializes in palfreys or good quality riding horses. Palfreys, plural of palfrey. Palfrey, A place name. Palgraves, plural of Palgrave. Palés, a surname from Portuguese. Pali, a Middle Indo-Aryan language of North India, closely related to Sanskrit, the sacred language of Theravada Buddhism. Pali, recurrence, repetition. Palichnology, alternative form of paleoignology. Palaeontology, alternative form of paleoichthyology. Palisse, any crab in the family Palissidae. Pallasids, plural of pallisid. Pallidi, a barangay of the municipality of Leyte, province of Leyte, Philippines. Palad Roman II, a barangay of the municipality of Leyte, province of Leyte, Philippines. Haloferment, a human recombinant keratinocyte growth factor produced in Escherichia coli. Halification, the act or practice of driving piles or posts into the ground to make it firm. Haliform, resembling a palace. Palygorskite, alternative form of palygorskite. Palygorskites, plural of palygorskite. Palographia, a writing disorder characterized by the repetition of syllables, words, or phrases. Halagsan, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Palaguanan, any lepidosauромorph in the family Palaguanidae. Palaguanens, plural of Palaguanid. Palakir, the capital city of the Federated States of Micronesia. Palela, Loxioides bailui, a finch-billed species of Hawaiian honeycreeper with a golden yellow head and breast. Palalalia, a complex tic comprising the repetition or echoing of one's own spoken words, which may sound like stuttering. Palalalia, plural of palalalia. Palalala, of or relating to palalalia. Palilas, plural of palilla. Palilia, alternative form of Perilia. Palilisium, the star Aldebaran. Palilogia, alternative form of Palilogia. Palilogies, plural of Palilogy. Palilogy, alternative form of Palilogy. Palilogia, deliberate repetition of a word or a phrase for the sake of emphasis. Palilogies, plural of palilogy. Palilogy, emphatic repetition of a word or phrase. Palimbacic, of or relating to the Palimbacius. Palimbacii, plural of Palimbacius. Palimbacius, a metrical foot composed of two long syllables and one short one. Palai, former name of Cape Halame, Togo. Alimony, a form of alimony paid to a former partner in a non-marital relationship. Palimpsestuous, alternative form of palimpsestuous. Palimpsest, a manuscript or document that has been erased or scraped clean for reuse of the paper, parchment, vellum, or other medium on which it was written. Palimpsested, simple past and past participle of palimpsest. Palimpsestic, relating to palimpsests. Palimpsestically, in a palimpsestic manner. Palimpsesting, present participle and gerund of palimpsest. Palimpsests, plural of palimpsest. Palimpsestuous, pertaining to the textual relationality of a palimpsest, referential to earlier works or self-referential between several meanings of a single text. Helen, a surname from Welsh. Helen forms terms of Greek origin related to repetition or recurrence. Hellenest, alternative form of Palinesque. Hellenism, alternative form of Palinism. Palinisms, plural of Palinism. Palinaceses, an auditory form of perseveration, continuing to hear a sound after the physical noise has disappeared. Palinactinodromous, having 3 or more primary veins originating near the base of the leaf, with additional branching above. Palinacuses, alternative form of Palinaceses. Palinal, directed or moved backward. Palinally, in a palinal manner. Palinaver, a protease inhibitor. Palincestuous, alternative form of palimpsestuous. Palindon, a barangay of Ibon, Batangas, Philippines. Palindromatic, palindromic of, relating to, or being a palindrome. Palindrome, a word, phrase, number or any other sequence of units which has the property of reading the same forwards as it does backwards, character for character, sometimes disregarding punctuation, capitalization, and diacritics. Palindromes, plural of palindrome. Palindromia, a relapse or recurrence of a disease. Palindromic, of relating to or being a palindrome. Palindromical, archaic form of palindromic. Palindromically, in a palindromic manner. Palindromicity, the state or quality of being palindromic. Palindromics, plural of palindromic. Palindromist, one who composes palindromes. Palindromists, plural of palindromists. Palindromization, the conversion of a word or other string of characters into a palindrome. Palindromize, to turn into a palindrome. Palindromize, simple past and past participle of palindromize. Palindromizes, third person singular simple present indicative of palindromize. Palindromizing, present participle and gerund of palindromize. Palinests, resembling or characteristic of U.S. politician Sarah Palin. Paling, a surname. Paling board, one of the slabs sawn from the sides of a log to fit it to be sawn into boards. Paling boards, plural of paling board. Paling in comparison, present participle and gerund of pale in comparison. Palingeneses, plural of palingenesis. Palingenesia, rebirth, regeneration. Palingenesian, relating to palingenesis. Palingenesias, plural of palingenesia. Palingenesic, pertaining to palingenesis. Palingenesis, rebirth, regeneration, countable an instance of this. Palingenesis, one who believes in palingenesis or rebirth. Palingenesists, plural of palingenesists. Palingenesy, rebirth, regeneration. Palingenetic, of or pertaining to palingenesis. Palingenetically, in a palingenetic manner. Palingenic, relating to palingenesis. Palingeny, palingenesis, regeneration. Palingesia, palingenesis. Palings, plural of paling. Palinism, the political philosophy associated with U.S. public figure Sarah Palin. Palinisms, plural of Palinism. Palinista, a devoted admirer of U.S. public figure Sarah Palin. Palinistas, plural of Palinista. Palenka, a traditional Hungarian fruit brandy. Palinka, a traditional fruit brandy in the Carpathian Basin, known under several names and invented in the Middle Ages. Palinktos, plural of palinka. Palinode, an ode or other poem in which the author retracts something said in an earlier poem, loosely a recantation. Palinodes, plural of palinode. Palinodial, of or pertaining to a palinode or retraction. Palinotic, of or relating to a palinode. Palinides, plural of palinody. Palinatus, the author of a palinode. Palinodists, plural of palinatus. Palinody, obsolete form of palinode. Palinological, misspelling of palinological. Palinopia, alternative form of palinopsia. Palinopsia, a visual disturbance that causes images to persist to some extent even after their corresponding stimulus has left. Palinquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palinquins, plural of palinquin. Palins, plural of palin. Palinspastic, showing the previous location of geological features, correcting for any intervening crustal movements. Palinspastically, in a palinspastic fashion. Palinta, a barangay of Cabasalan, Zambong de Sibugay, Philippines. Palintosha, the refunding of interest, restitution for usury. Palintrope, a part of the ventral valve of some brachiopods between the beak and the hinge line. Palintropes, plural of palintrope. Palinurid, any lobster-like crustacean in the family Palinuridae. Palinurids, plural of palinurid. Palinuroi, relating to the members of superfamily Palinuroidea. Haliati Siena, a horse race that takes place regularly in the main square of Siena, with horses and riders representing the cantrida of the city. Haloperidone, 9-hydroxyrisperidone, an atypical antipsychotic drug. Halopraxia, a repetitive complex movement, hyperkinesis. Halopraxias, plural of palopraxia. Haloria, a recurring discharge. Polys, plural of poly. Palisade, a town in Mesa County, Colorado, United States. Palisade cell, any of a layer of elongated cells near the surface of leaves that have chloroplasts that absorb a major portion of the light energy used by the leaf. Palisade cells, plural of palisade cell. Palisade mesophyll, synonym of palisade tissue. Palisade mesophylls, plural of palisade mesophyll. Palisade parenchyma, a layer of plant tissue located just beneath the upper epidermis of a leaf. Palisade parenchymas, plural of palisade parenchyma. Palisade parenchymata, plural of palisade parenchyma. Palisade tissue, a layer of closely packed, cylindrical cells located beneath the upper epidermis of a leaf and primarily responsible for photosynthesis. Palisade tissues, plural of palisade tissue. Palisade trench, a defensive structure combining a palisade with a trench, a ditch, often used to fortify an area or boundary. Palisade trenches, plural of palisade trench. Palisade worm, a nematoid worm, Strongylops equinus, which parasitizes the blood vessels of a horse, producing aneurysms, often fatal. Palisade worms, plural of palisade worm. Palisade hedge, a hedge or boundary formed by a row of stakes or posts similar to a palisade. Palisade hedges, plural of palisade hedge. Palisade tree, a tree, typically with a straight, vertical trunk that is used as a fence or enclosure, or as part of a defensive wall, similar to a palisade or stockade. Palisade trees, plural of palisade tree. Palisaded, fortified or surrounded with a palisade. Palisades, a line of steep cliffs along the western bank of the Hudson River in New Jersey. Palisadic, relating to a palisade. All senses. Palisading, present participle and gerund of palisade. Palisadings, plural of palisading. Palisado, obsolete form of palisade. Palisadoderm, a type of outer skin of a fungus where all the ends of the hyphae all reach the same height and form a palisade of long inflated cells. Palisadoderms, plural of palisadoderm. Palisado, simple past and past participle of palisado. Palisados, plural of palisado. Palisadoing, present participle and gerund of palisado. Palisados, plural of palisado. Palisander, rosewood. Palish, somewhat pale. Palishly, in a palish manner. Palisander, obsolete form of palisander rosewood. Palissy ware, ceramics produced in the style of the famous French potter Bernard Palissy c. 1510-1590, characterized by three-dimensional modeled animals, often aquatic creatures such as snakes, fish, lizards, frogs, and snails, arranged on large platters. Palistrophy, chiasmus. Palistrophes, plural of palistrophy. Palistrophic, exhibiting palistrophy. Palitard, used by Twitter users, someone who supports Palestine but is ignorant about the politics. Palata, a small, flat, sweet rice cake eaten in the Philippines. Palatinos, misspelling of Palatinos. Palitza, the epionation. Palivizumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody used in the prevention of respiratory syncytial virus infections. Palix, a surname from French. Palixes, plural of Palix. Paljevic, a surname from Albanian or Serbo-Croatian. Thou, a surname. Nauta, a surname. Thelfen, a municipality of Pirkanmaa, Finland. Palkas, plural of Palka. Palki, archaic form of Palki, an Indian litter, a palanquin. Palki-gari, alternative form of Palki-gari. Palki-garis, plural of Palki-gari. Palki-gari, alternative form of Palki-gari. Palki-garis, plural of Palki-gari. Palki-garis, plural of Palki-gari. Palki-gari, alternative form of Palki-gari. Palkis, plural of Palki. Palpi, synonym of palanquin. Palki-gari, alternative form of Palki-gari. Palki-garis, plural of Palki-gari. Palki-gari, a carriage or cart considered similar looking to a palanquin, particularly historical, those instituted for regular service between major towns in British India in the 1840s. Palki-garis, plural of Palki-gari. Palki-gari, alternative form of Palki-gari. Palkis, plural of Palki. Palfo, a surname. Palco test, a judicial test as to whether a U.S. state is bound by the United States Bill of Rights in relation to a specific right claimed by the plaintiff, hinging on whether the due process clauses of the Fifth and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution override the immunity which ordinarily applies to states. Specifically, the right in question must be of the very essence of a scheme of ordered liberty and deeply rooted in American history and tradition in order to qualify. Palco tests, plural of Palco tests. Palcos, plural of Palco. A surname. Paul inverted, synonym of Paul reversed. Pall Mall, a fashionable street in Westminster leading from Trafalgar Square via the Haymarket to St. James. It is the home of many select gentlemen's clubs. Pall Mall, a 17th century game in which a ball was driven along an alley and through a hoop using a mallet. Pall Malls, plural of Pall Mall. Pall, to come to be annoying, boring, or grating to someone. Pall reverse, an ordinary that looks like an upside-down Y. Pall bear, alternative form of pallbearer. Pall bearers, plural of pallbearer. Pall Mall, alternative form of Pall Mall. Pal, a surname. Palace, obsolete spelling of palace. Palaces, plural of palace. Palladicycle, any of several groups of organometallic heterocycles containing an atom of palladium in the ring. They are used as coupling catalysts. Palladicycles, plural of palladicycle. Palladicyclic, of or pertaining to a palladicycle. Pallidate, any of several oxyanions of palladium or the corresponding salts. Pallidates, plural of palladate. Pallidation, any reaction in which a palladium atom is bound to an organic compound. Pallidations, plural of palladation. Palladia, plural of palladium. Palladian, of or relating to Pallas, an epithet of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and potentially to other female Greek figures such as Pallas, the daughter of Triton and granddaughter of Poseidon. Palladian window, a window consisting of a central light with a semicircular arch over it, carried on an impost consisting of a small entablature, under which, and enclosing two other lights, one on each side, are pilasters. Palladian windows, plural of Palladian window. Palladianism. Palladian architecture. Palladianize, to erect or remodel in the style of the Palladian school of architecture. Palladianize, present participle of Palladianize. Palladianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Palladianize. Palladianizing, simple past and past participle of Palladianize. Palladians, plural of Palladian. Palladic, of or pertaining to palladium. Palladi, any binary compound of palladium and a more electropositive metal. Palladides, plural of palladi. Palladiferous, containing or producing palladium. Palladin, a protein that is a component of actin containing microfilaments that control cell shape. Palladino, a surname from Italian. Palladinos, plural of palladino. Palladium. Palladium. Palladian, alternative form of palladium, ancient cult image. Palladius, of pertaining to or containing palladium, used specifically to designate those compounds in which palladium has a lower valence compared with palladic compounds. Palladism, a type of Satanism, a particular satanic sect or following. Pallades, a type of Satanist. Pallades, plural of Palladus. Palladium, a wooden statue of great antiquity on which the safety of Troy and later Rome was said to depend. Palladium black, a coarse, sponge-like form of elemental palladium that offers a large surface area for hydrogen absorption and can be used as a catalyst for hydrogenation reactions. Palladium hydride, a form of metallic palladium that has absorbed a substantial amount of elemental hydrogen into the interstices of its structure. Palladium nitrate, a nitrate compound of palladium with the chemical formula PdNO. Palladiumize, to coat with palladium. Palladiumized, coated with palladium. Palladiumizes, third person singular simple present indicative of palladiumize. Palladiumizing, present participle and gerund of palladiumize. Palladiums, plural of palladium. Palladius, a male given name from Latin in turn from ancient Greek. Palladius system, a serialization scheme for Chinese. Pallado, palladium. Palladone, containing divalent palladium. Pallid arseni, a monoclinic prismatic steel gray mineral containing arsenic and palladium. Palladobismuth arseni, an opaque metallic silvery white mineral containing palladium, bismuth, and arsenic. Palladobismuth arsenides, plural of palladobismuth arseni. Palladodimite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing arsenic, palladium, and rhodium. Pallades, relating to palladium with an oxidation number of 2. Palladesite, an isometric hexahedral white mineral containing palladium and selenium. Palla, plural of palla. Palla. Pallas, plural of palla. Palanchine, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanchine, plural of palanquin. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Palante, a surname from Italian. Palantes, plural of Palante. Palanta, a district of Verbania, Verbano Cusio Assola province, Piedmont, Italy. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Pallars Jussa, a comarca in the province of Lleida, Catalonia, Spain. Pallars Sobirà, a comarca in the province of Lleida, Catalonia, Spain. Pallas, any of several people in Greek mythology. Pallas cat, alternative form of Pallas cat. Pallas cats, plural of Pallas cat. Pallas cat, the manual. Pallas cats, plural of Pallas cat. Pallas kitten, a young Pallas cat. Pallas kittens, plural of Pallas kitten. Pallas's bunting. Emberiza pallasi, a passerine bird in the bunting family Emberizidae. Pallas's buntings. Plural of Pallas's bunting. Pallas's cat. Alternative form of Pallas cat. Pallas's cats. Plural of Pallas's cat. Pallas's grasshopper warbler. Locustella certhiola, an Old World warbler. Pallas's grasshopper warblers. Plural of Pallas's grasshopper warbler. Pallas's gull. Ichthyotis ichthyotis, a large migratory gull that breeds in colonies in marshes and islands from southern Russia to Mongolia. Pallas's gulls. Plural of Pallas's gull. Pallas's leaf warbler. Philiscopus porgulus, a leaf warbler that breeds in mountain forests from southern Siberia east to northern Mongolia and northeast China. Pallas's leaf warblers. Plural of Pallas's leaf warbler. Pallas's long-tongued bat, a South and Central American nectar-feeding bat of species Glossophaga soricina with a fast metabolism. Pallas's sand grouse. Cyhaps paradoxus, a bird in the sand grouse family. Pallas's sandgrasses. Plural of Pallas's sand grouse. Pallasite, a stonier meteorite embedded with glassy crystals of olivine. Pallasites, plural of pallasite. Pallatic, alternative spelling of pallatic, syncopic form of paralytic very drunk. Pallada, a South Indian dynasty which ruled from 275 c. 897 c. Pallavan, of or relating to the Pallava dynasty. Pallavaram, a residential neighborhood of Chennai, India. Pallavaram, archaic form of Pallavaram. Pallavicini, a surname from Italian. Pallavicinaceous, of or relating to the Pallavicinaceae. Halder, one who carries a corner of the pall over a coffin or casket. Palders, plural of palder. Pallbearing, carrying the casket at a funeral. Pallal, alternative form of paleo. Both, simple past and past participle of Paul. Pauled around, simple past and past participle of pal around. Pauled on, simple past and past participle of Paul on. Pauled up, simple past and past participle of pal up. Halling, a moon of Saturn. Halanian, of or relating to Hallene in Greek mythology. Halangine, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Palanquin, obsolete spelling of palanquin. Palanquins, plural of palanquin. Thous, a surname. Halescence, the quality of being pearlescent. Halescensun, a sesquiterpenoid furin present in the porphyrin dictyodendrilla cavernosa. Halescent, growing or becoming pale. Halesthesia, the sensation of mechanical vibration on or near the body. Pallet, a straw bed. Pallet jack, a manually operated device used to lift and move pallets chiefly within a warehouse, the most basic form of a forklift. Pallet jacks, plural of pallet jack. Pallet pump, synonym of pallet jack. Pallet pumps, plural of pallet pump. Pallet truck, a manually operated device for lifting and moving pallets. Pallet trucks, plural of pallet truck. Palletainer, a container that functions as a pallet. Palletainers, plural of palletainer. Palleted, simple past and past participle of pallet. Palleting, present participle and gerund of pallet. Palletizable, alternative spelling of palletizable. Palletization, alternative form of palletization. Palletizations, plural of palletization. Palletize, to place on a pallet or pallets. Palletize, simple past and past participle of palletize. Palletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of palletize. Palletizing, present participle and gerund of palletize. Palletizable, suitable for palletization. Palletization, the act or process of palletizing. Palletizations, plural of palletization. Palletize, to place on a pallet or pallets. Palletize, simple past and past participle of palletize. Palletizer, a machine that automatically stacks cases of goods onto a pallet. Palletizers, plural of palletizer. Palletizes, third person singular simple present indicative of palletize. Palletizing, present participle and gerund of palletize. Pallet-like, resembling or characteristic of a pallet. Pallets, plural of pallet. Pallet, alternative form of pallet, a rounded armor plate over the armpit. Pallets, plural of palette. Pallholder, synonym of pallbearer. Pallholders, plural of pallholder. Pallet, plural of pallium. Pallial, of, pertaining to, or produced by a mantle, especially the mantle of mollusks. Haloant, a dress a row. Halements, plural of palliament. Hale, a beggar or vagrant, especially a professional one, earlier especially a lecher. Haliardize, fornication, lechery. Haliardize, alternative form of paliardize, lechery. Haliardizing, present participle and gerund of paliardize. Haliards, plural of paliar. Howas, a thin mattress or underbed stuffed with straw. Howasses, plural of palias. Howe, to relieve the symptoms of, to ameliorate. Palliate, simple past and past participle of palliate. Palliate, third person singular simple present indicative of palliate. Palliating, present participle and gerund of palliate. Palliation, the alleviation of a disease's symptoms without a cure. Temporary relief. Palliations, plural of palliation. Palliative, serving to palliate, serving to extenuate or mitigate. Palliative care, a specialized area of health care that focuses on relieving and preventing the suffering of patients. Palliatively, with palliative care. Palliatives, plural of palliative. Palliativist, a physician who specializes in palliative care. Palliativists, plural of palliativist. Palliator, an apologist, one who justifies or excuses atrocities by citing extenuating circumstances or positive aspects. Palliators, plural of palliator. Palliatory, palliative, soothing. Pallid, appearing weak, pale, or wan. Pallid bat, the bat Anthrasus pallidus, ranging from western Canada to central Mexico. Pallid bats, plural of pallid bat. Pallid cuckoo, the cuckoo Cacomandys pallidus, found mainly in Australia. Pallid cuckoos, plural of pallid cuckoo. Pallid fox, synonym of pale fox. Pallid foxes, plural of pallid fox. Pallid harrier, Circus macrourus, a migratory bird of prey of the harrier family. Pallid harriers, plural of pallid harrier. Pallid sturgeon, Scaphorhynchus albus, a fish of the Missouri and lower Mississippi. Pallid, plural of pallidum. Pallidal, of or pertaining to the globus pallidus. Pallidectum is, plural of pallidectomy. Pallidectomy, the electrothermal destruction of the globus pallidus. Palliter, comparative form of pallid, more pallid. Pallidus, superlative form of pallid, most pallid. Pallidinine, a particular steroid glycoside. Pallidides, plural of pallidity. Pallidity, the state of being pallid or pale. Pallidly, in a pallid manner. Pallidness, the characteristic of being pallid. Pallido, relating to the globus pallidus. Pallidocortical, relating to the globus pallidus and the cerebral cortex. Pallidofugal, leading out from the globus pallidus. Pallidol, a resveratrol dimer found in Cissus pallida, etc. Pallidolization, relating to the corpus pallidus and the corpus lysii. Pallidonegral, relating to the globus pallidus and the substantia nigra. Pallidoseptal, pallidal and septal. Pallidus diatal, relating to the globus pallidus and the striatum. Pallidosophthalamic, relating to the globus pallidus and the subthalamus. Pallidogmental, relating to the globus pallidus and the tegmentum. Pallidothalamic, relating to or connecting the globus pallidus and the thalamus. Pallidotomies, plural of pallidotomy. Pallidotomy, a neurosurgical procedure whereby a tiny electrical probe is placed in the globus pallidus and heated in order to destroy a small area of brain cells. Pallidum, the globus pallidus. Pallidums, plural of pallidum. Pallid, alternative form of pally. Howie, comparative form of pally, more pally. Pallies, plural of pally. Palliest, superlative form of pally, most pally. Howlison, a lysin present in trepima pallidum. Halliness, quality of being pally. Pally, present participle and gerund of pall. Palling around, present participle and gerund of pall around. Palling on, present participle and gerund of pall on. Palling up, present participle and gerund of pall up. Pallamly, so as to pall, becoming dull or insipid. Pallavangate, belonging to the former class Palliobranchiata, having the pallium or mantle acting as a gill as in certain brachiopods. Hallen, a suburb in the metropolitan borough of Sunderland. Tyne and Ware, England OS Grid Ref NZ 3757. Palisade, obsolete form of palisade. Palisades, plural of palisade. Palisado, obsolete form of palisade. Palisadode, simple past and past participle of palisado, palisaded. Palisados, plural of palisado. Palisados, plural of palisado. Palisander, a dense, heavy wood similar to teak or mahogany, mostly from species of Dalbergia and Pterocarpus as well as Macarium. Palisanders, plural of palisander. Palizer, a surname. Palizer shot, a type of early cast-iron armor-piercing artillery projectile, with a pointed nose hardened by chilling during the casting process. Palliser, a surname. Pallisers, plural of palliser. Pallister, a surname. Pallister-Mosaic aneuploidy syndrome, synonym of Pallister-Killian syndrome. Pallister-Hall syndrome, a rare genetic disorder that affects the development of many parts of the body. Pallister-Killian syndrome, an extremely rare and severe genetic disorder causing various birth defects. Palno, a large cloak worn by Greek philosophers and teachers. Palelms, plural of pallium. Paula, a surname. Halof press, a core exercise archetypically performed by having a resistance band or cable fastened laterally to a standing person's shoulder height and then pushing the arms forward and back against rotation. Haloff presses, plural of Pavlov press. Halograph, a device for recording vibrations. Halographs, plural of palograph. Haloden, misspelling of phalloidin. Halloum, a surname. Palones, plural of palum. Halophotophone, a device that records sounds on photographic film. Halophotophones, plural of palophotophone. Palopterid, any fly of the family Palopteridae. Palopterids, plural of palopterid. Pallor, unnatural paleness, especially as a sign of sickness or distress. Pallors, plural of pallor. Pallos, plural of pallo. Halata, a surname. Halatas, plural of palata. Palatine, of or pertaining to the Society of the Catholic Apostolate. Palatines, plural of palatine. Pallor, obsolete. Spelling of pallor. Pause, plural of Paul. Pause I, third person singular simple present indicative of Paul. Paul long. Paul's reverse, plural of Paul reverse. Pau, the usually decorated end of a sari that hangs loose when worn. Paulich, a surname. Paluite, a member of the tribe descended from Palu, is son of Reuben. Paluites, plural of Paluite. Palus, plural of Palu. Paulize, in the manner of a Paul. A Palestinian. Paliwami, alternative. Form of palsy-walsy. Hollywood, alleged or real manipulation or distortion of the media by Palestinian sources to promote a pro-Palestinian point of view, Palestinian propaganda. A surname mainly of Scandinavian origin. Palm Bay, a city in Brevard County, Florida, United States. Palm Beach, a tourist area and suburb of Oranjestad, Aruba. Palm Beach County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, West Palm Beach. Palm Beach Gardens, a city in Palm Beach County in Florida, United States. Palm butter. Palm oil. Palm cabbage, the terminal bud of a cabbage palm, used as food. Palm cabbages, plural of palm cabbage. Palm card, a small card listing items to be discussed in a speech or presentation, usually in bullet point form to assist the speaker. Palm cards, plural of palm card. Palm civet, any of various species of civet, principally in the Paradar Sereni subfamily. Palm civets, plural of palm civet. Palm Coast, a city in Flagler County, Florida, United States. Palm cockatoo, Proboscidra aterimus, a large smoky gray or black parrot of the cockatoo family native to New Guinea and far north Queensland, Australia, with a large black beak and prominent red cheek patches. Palm cockatoos, plural of palm cockatoo. Palm court, a large atrium with palm trees, usually in a prestigious hotel where functions such as tea dances can be staged. Palm court orchestra, a small orchestra playing light classical music. Palm court orchestras, plural of palm court orchestra. Palm courts, plural of palm court. Palm Desert, a city in Riverside County, California, United States. Palm dove, synonym of laughing dove. Palm doves, plural of palm dove. Palm fat, a solid form of the vegetable oil obtained from the fruit of oil palms. Palm fats, plural of palm fat. Palm grass, the plant Curculigo capitulata. Palm Island, an island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Palm kernel, the kernel of a palm. Palm kernel oil, an edible plant oil derived from the kernel of the oil palm tree Aelis guineensis. Palm kernel oils, plural of palm kernel oil. Palm kernels, plural of palm kernel. Palm king, the Asian saturnine butterfly Amathuia family Nymphalidae. Palm kings, plural of palm king. Palm mute, to soften the sound of the strings of a guitar or other stringed instrument by placing the palm of the strumming or picking hand lightly across the strings near the bridge while playing. Palm muted, simple past and past participle of palm mute. Palm mutes, third person singular simple present indicative of palm mute. Palm muting, present participle and gerund of palm mute. Palm, the edible seed of Aelis guineensis. The oil palm. Palm nuts, plural of palm nut. Palm off, to sell or dispose of something with the intent to deceive, to attempt to pass off a counterfeit or inferior product as genuine. Palm oil, an edible plant oil derived from the mesocarp reddish pulp of the fruit of the oil palm Aelis guineensis. Palm oils, plural of palm oil. Palm out, to fall with the palms out to break the fall. Palm print, an extension of the fingerprint system which records and matches images of the entire palm. Palm prints, plural of palm print. Palm reader, a palmist, someone who does palm reading. Palm readers, plural of palm reader. Palm reading, palmistry. Palm readings, plural of palm reading. Palm Springs, a city in Riverside County, California, United States. Palm squirrel, any of various squirrels of the genus Funambulus. Palm squirrels, plural of palm squirrel. Palm stearin, the solid fraction of palm oil. Palm sterins, plural of palm stearin. Palm stone, synonym of worry stone. Palm sugar, sugar made from the sap of various species of palm tree, family Ericaceae. Palm sugars, plural of palm sugar. Palm Sunday, the sixth Sunday in Lent, the Sunday before Easter. Palm Sundays, plural of palm Sunday. Palm syrup, syrup made from the sap of a palm tree. Palm syrups, plural of palm syrup. Palm thief, a coconut crab. Palm thieves, plural of palm thief. Palm tree, a tree of the family Ericaceae, usually characterized by having a single stem or trunk directly from which sprouts several leaves or fronds giving a shape like an outstretched hand. Palm tree justice. A pragmatic approach to justice that is entirely discretionary and transcends legal rights or precedent, enabling the court to make such order as it thinks fair and just in the circumstances of the case. Palm tree kale. Synonym of Cavolo Nero. Palm trees. Plural of palm tree. Palm vinegar. Vinegar made from the sap of a palm tree. Palm weevil. Any of the beetles of the genus Rhynchophorus, major pests on palm trees. Palm weevils. Plural of palm weevil. Palm wine. Any alcoholic drink produced from the sap of palm trees, toddy. Palm wines. Plural of palm wine. Palm butter. Alternative form of palm butter. Palm dart. Any of various Asperiid butterflies of the genus Zephyrins. Palm darts. Plural of palm dart. Palm kernel. Alternative form of palm kernel. Palm kernel oil. Alternative form of palm kernel oil. Palm kernel oils. Plural of palm kernel oil. Palm kernels. Plural of palm kernel. Palm leaf. The leaf of the palm, used attributively in various terms. See derived terms below. Palm leaf manuscript. A medium of writing made of dried palm leaves, traditionally used in the Indian subcontinent and in Southeast Asia. Palm leaf snail. Any of the minute snails of the family Asiminidae. Palm oil. Uncommon spelling of palm oil. Palm oils. Plural of palm oil. Palm tree. Alternative spelling of palm tree. Palm trees. Plural of palm tree. Palm wine. Alternative spelling of palm wine. Haba. A city and port, the capital of the Balearic Islands, Spain, on the island of Mallorca, in full Palma de Mallorca. Palma Christi. The castor oil plant, Ricinus communis. Palma de Mallorca. Alternative form of Palma, a city and port, the capital of the Balearic Islands, Spain, on the island of Mallorca, in full Palma de Mallorca. Palma Perez. A barangay of Mlang, Cotabato, Philippines. Palma Urbano. A barangay of Baguio, Banked, Philippines. Palma. Able to be manipulated with, or concealed in, a person's palm. Palmaceous. Of or pertaining to palms, of the nature of, or resembling, palms. Babach. The elite fighting force of the Haggett during the period of the British Mandate for Palestine. Pomachek. A member of the Pomach. Pomachniks. Plural of Pomachnik. Potamide. The amide of palmic acid. Pabar. Of or pertaining to the palm of the hand or comparable appendage. Palmar fibromatosis. Dupuytren's contracture. Palmaris. The record of someone's sporting achievements. Palmaria. Plural of palmarium. Palmarian. Palmari. Superior. Palmaris longus. Ellipsis of palmaris longus muscle. A muscle in the mammalian forearm which inserts into the palmar aponeurosis. In humans it is vestigial, and is absent in some people in one or both arms. Palmarium. One of the bifurcations of the brachial plates of a crinoid. Palmoe. In a palmar direction. Palmarodistal. Distal to the palm. Palmarola. an island of the Pontine Islands, Tyrrhenian Sea of Italy. Palmera littoral, relating to the side of the palm. Palmero medial, palmer and medial. Palmarosa, a plant related to lemongrass but with a rose fragrance of species Cymbopogon martini. Palmaromycin, any of a group of fungal metabolites that are derivatives of 1,8-dihydroxynaphthalene. Palmaromycins, plural of palmaromycin. Palmary, worthy of the palm, preeminent, superior. Palmas, a municipality, the state capital of Tocantins, Brazil. Palmate, having 3 or more lobes or veins arising from a common point. Palmate compound, alternative spelling of palmately compound. Palmate newt, Lysitriton helveticus, a newt found in Western Europe. Palmate newts, plural of palmate newt. Palmated, having digits connected by a thin membrane, webbed. Palmated newt, alternative form of palmate newt. Palmated newts, plural of palmated newt. Palmatier, a surname. Palmatiers, plural of palmatier. Palmately, in a palmate fashion. Palmately compound, having more than 3 leaflets attached directly to the petiole. Palmates, plural of palmate. Palmatier, a surname. Palmatiers, plural of palmatier. Palmativit, having lobes with incisions that extend less than halfway toward the petiole. Palmatifidly, in a palmatifid manner. Palmatiform, of a palmate arrangement. Palmatilobate, having palmate lobes. Palmatilobe, palmate with the divisions separated less than halfway to the common center. Palmatine, a protoberberine alkaloid found in several plants, used in the treatment of jaundice, dysentery, hypertension, inflammation, and liver-related diseases. Palmation, the quality of being palmate. Palmations, plural of palmation. Palmatiparte, having lobes with incisions that extend over halfway toward the petiole. Palmatisect, having lobes with incisions that extend almost up, but not quite to the petiole. Palmatisected, palmatisect. Palmatisecally, in a palmatisect manner. Palmatopid, any canodont of the family Palmatopidae. Palmball, a change-up pitch in which the baseball is held tightly in the palm or between the thumb and ring finger, then thrown like a fastball. Palmballs, plural of palmball. Palmberries, plural of palmberry. Palmberry, alternative spelling of palmberry. Palmchat. Dulis dominicus, a small, long-tailed species of bird native to Hispaniola. Palmchats, plural of palmchat. Palmporter, a small camcorder. Palmquarters, plural of palmporter. Palm creeper, the oven bird Burlepskia raiqui. Palm creepers, plural of palm creeper. Palmgrist, synonym of Palma Christi ricinus communis, the castor oil plant. Palmgrists, plural of palmgrist. Palmdale, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Palmdolphin, an isoform of a paralemon. Pomdolfins, plural of pomdolfin. Abbe, a surname from Swedish. Pomd, simple past and past participle of pom. Pomd off, simple past and past participle of pom off. Pomd out, simple past and past participle of pom out. Pomela, a soap tree yucca alata of the arid southwestern and south-central U.S. and northern Mexico. Pomelaceous, belonging to the family Pomelaceae of green algae. Pomeler, relating to a Pomela algae colony. Pomelas, plural of Pomela. Pomelum, a pigment found in the alga Porphyridium purpureum, formerly Pomela crunta. Pomeloid, relating to or resembling a pomela of algae. Pover, an English surname transferred from the nickname. Palmer Lake, a town and lake in El Paso County, Colorado, United States, named after William Jackson Palmer. Palmer Peninsula, former name of Antarctic Peninsula. Palmer worm, alternative form of palmer worm. Palmer worms. Plural of palmer worm. Palmer's Green, a hamlet in Brenchley and Matfield Parish, Tunbridge Wells Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6841. Palmer's live forever. Dudleya palmeri, a species of Californian plant. Palmer's live forevers, plural of Palmer's live forever. Palmer worm, alternative form of palmer worm. Palmer worms, plural of palmer worm. Palmery, a surname. Pomerian, of or pertaining to Daniel David Palmer 1845-1913, the founder of chiropractic. Pomeries, plural of Palmery. Pomeran, a surname. Pomerans, plural of Pomeran. Pomeris, plural of Pomery. Pomero, a surname. Pomeros, plural of Pomero. Pomers, plural of Palmer. Palmer's Green, a suburban area in the borough of Enfield, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3193. Palmerston, a surname. Palmerston North, a city in Manawatu District, Manawatu Wanganui, New Zealand. Palmerstonian, of or pertaining to Henry John Temple, 3rd Viscount Palmerston 1784 1865, British Prime Minister. Palmersville, a suburb of the metropolitan borough of North Tyneside, Tyne and Wear, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 2970. Palmerton, a surname. Palmertons, plural of Palmerton. Palmerworm, any small terrestrial invertebrate, usually an agricultural pest and having many legs and a hairy body. Palmerworms, plural of palmerworm. Palmery, a palm tree plantation. Palmatoic, synonym of palmatolic. Aubat, a motif in decorative art resembling the fan-shaped leaves of a palm tree. Palmettes, plural of palmat. Palmetto, any of various fan palms of the family Ericaceae, especially South palmetto or the saw palmetto, Serenoa repens. Palmetto Bay, an incorporated village in Miami-Dade, Florida. Palmetto bug, the American cockroach Periplaneta americana. Palmetto bugs, plural of palmetto bug. Palmetto skipper. Euphys arpa, a species of skipper butterfly. Palmetto skippers, plural of palmetto skipper. Palmetto State. Official nickname for South Carolina, a state of the United States. Palmettos, plural of palmetto. Palmettos, plural of palmetto. Palmflies, plural of palmfly. Palmfly, any of various nymphalid butterflies of the genus Elimias. Pommel, enough to fill the palm of one's hand. Pommels, plural of palmful. Palmgren, a surname from Swedish. Palmgrens, plural of palmgren. Palm art, heart of palm. Palm hearts, plural of palm heart. Palm house, a glasshouse for growing palms and other tropical plants. Palm houses, plural of palm house. Palmic acid, ricinoleic acid. Palmaculus, living or growing on palm trees. Podent, a palm or a cycad or tree fern with a palm-like appearance. Pomidral, an analgesic drug. Pomads, plural of pomade. Hummus, a type of puff pastry biscuit made in the shape of a palm leaf and rolled in sugar. Ponuri, a surname from Italian. Pomerus, plural of pomeri. Ponerite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing lead, oxygen, potassium, sodium, and sulfur. Ponders, plural of pomir. Pomies, superlative form of pommy, most pommy. Pomet, a South African flowering plant, Prionium serratum. Pomets, plural of pomiant. Palmiferous, bearing palm trees. Palmification, the fertilization of date palm trees by suspending male clusters from wild dates over the females. Palmigre, putting the whole foot on the ground when walking, like some mammals do. Palmigrati, palmigrade locomotion. Palmella, acid and chili. Palmellas, plural of palmilla. Pot, the triglyceride of palmitic acid. Palmi, archaic form of pomin. Pominerd, having the venation arranged like the fingers of an open hand, palmately nerved. Pomines. Quality of being pami. Pabe, present participle and gerund of palm. Palming off, the act of misrepresenting a counterfeit product as the genuine article. Palming out, present participle and gerund of palm out. Palmet, a web-footed bird. Palmabid, alternative form of palmite. Palmabids, plural of palmapede. Palmites, web-footed. Palmites, plural of palmite. Palmyra, archaic form of Palmyra. Palmyras, plural of Palmyra. Palmyre, alternative form of pomiran. Pomians, plural of pomian. Pomazano, a surname from Italian. Pomazanos, plural of Pomazano. Pomes, a fortune teller who uses palmistry. Palmister, one who practices palmistry. Palmisters, plural of palmister. Palmiste, relating to palmistry. Palmistries, plural of palmistry. Palmistry, telling fortunes from the lines on the palms of the hand. Palmists, plural of palmists. Palmida, the European fan palm, a dwarf palm in the genus Chamaerops. Palmitamide, the amide of palmitic acid. Palmidas, plural of palmida. Palmitate, any salt or ester of palmitic acid. Palmitates, plural of palmitate. Palmite, ellipsis of Palmite rush Prionium serratum, a robust evergreen semi-aquatic flowering plant of southern Africa. Palmite lactic acid, the trans isomer of palmitoleic acid. Palmiter, a surname. Palmiters, plural of palmiter. Palmites, plural of palmite. Palmitic, of, pertaining to, or derived from palmitic acid. Palmitic acid, one of the most common saturated fatty acids. It is found in all animal and most vegetable oils and fats. It is used in the manufacture of soap, etc. Palmitin, a glyceride of palmitic acid. Palmitine, alternative form of palmitin. Palmitins, plural of palmitin. Palmito, synonym of heart of palm. Palmitos, plural of palmito. Palmitolamide, the amide of palmitolic acid. Palmitolate, any salt or ester of palmitolic acid. Palmitolated, modified by reaction with palmitolic acid. Palmitolates, plural of palmitolate. Palmitolate, of or pertaining to palmitolic acid or its derivatives. Palmitolic acid, an unsaturated fatty acid having 16 carbon atoms and 1 double bond, found in the adipose tissue of all animals. Palmitoline, the palmitolic acid. Palmitolate having 16 carbon atoms and 1 double bond, found in the adipose tissue of all animals. Palmitoline, the triglyceride of palmitolic acid. Palmitolyl, the univalent radical derived from palmitolic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Palmitome, the collection of palmitoylated proteins of an organism. Palmitomes, plural of palmitome. Palmitone, the ketone of palmitic acid. Palmitos, plural of palmito. Palmitosterate, any salt or ester of palmitosteric acid. Palmitotransferase, palmitoyltransferase. Palmitotransferases, plural of palmitotransferase. Palmitoyl, the univalent radical derived from palmitic acid by loss of the hydroxy group. Palmitoylatable, that can be palmitoylated. Palmitoylate, to cause to undergo palmitoylation. Palmitoylated, simple past and past participle of palmitoylate. Palmitoylates, third person singular simple present indicative of palmitoylate. Palmitoylating, present participle and gerund of pomatoilate. Pomatoilation. Modification by reaction with a pomatoyl group. Pomatoylations. Plural of pomatoylation. Pomatoyl carnitine, an ester derivative of carnitine involved in the metabolism of fatty acids. Pomatoylethanolamide, an endogenous fatty acid amide belonging to the class of nuclear factor agonists with anti-inflammatory, antinociceptive, neuroprotective, and anticonvulsant properties. Pomatoylum, all the protein pomatoylations of an organism. Pomatoylums, plural of pomatoylum. Pomatoyls, plural of pomatoyl. Pomatoyltransferase, any transferase involved in pomatoylation. Pomatoyltransferases, plural of pomatoyltransferase. Pomatyl, cetyl. Pomatylation, modification by reaction with a pomatyl group. Pomatyls, plural of pomatyl. Pomnivorous, that consumes palm trees. Pomgranule, alternative form of palm kernel. Palm kernel oil, alternative form of palm kernel oil. Palm kernel oils, plural of palm kernel oil. Pomgranules, plural of palm kernel. Palmless, without palm trees. Palmi, resembling or characteristic of a palm tree. Palmload, a handful. Palmloods, plural of palmload. Pomo, a traditional Spanish unit of length equivalent to about 20.8 cm. Palmoline, the olefaction of palm oil. Palmolines, plural of palmoline. Palmomancy, divination of involuntary movements of the body such as tics. Palmomental, relating to the palm of the hand and the chin. Palmoplantar, of pertaining to or affecting the palms of the hand and the soles of the foot. Palmapustular, relating to the pustules on the palm of the hand. Palmar, a surname. Palmars, plural of palmar. Palmos, plural of palmo. Palmostatin, any of a group of inhibitors of acyl protein thioesterase and thus of depomatoylation. Palmostatins, plural of palmostatin. Palmprint, the integumentary pattern of the palm of the hand, sometimes also including that of the fingers. It may be used for identification purposes. Palmprints, plural of palmprint. Palmquist, a surname from Swedish. Palmquists, plural of palmquists. Palm reading, alternative spelling of palm reading. Palmrests, any surface designed to support the palm of the hand. Palmrests, plural of palmrests. Palmas, a surname from Dutch. Palms off, third person singular simple present indicative of palm off. Palms out, third person singular simple present indicative of palm out. Palmses, plural of palms. Palmsful, plural of palmful. Palmspan, a measure of length equivalent to the breadth of the palm of an average human hand. Palmspans. Plural of palmspan. Palmster, palmes. Palmsters. Plural of palmster. Pada, a personal digital assistant. Palmtavis, plural of palmta. Palm tree, alternative form of palm tree. Palm trees, plural of palm tree. Palmas, a rhythmic tick or throb, such as a convulsion or the heartbeat. Palmward, toward the palm of the hand. Palmwards, towards the palm of the hand. Palmois, with the palm of the hand foremost. Palmwood, the wood of the coconut palm. Palmworm, the larva of a palm weevil. Palmworms, plural of palmworm. Hobby, of, related to, or abounding in palm trees. Palmyra, an ancient city, an oasis in the Syrian desert in present-day central Syria, recorded historically from around 2000 BCE, subsequently subject to various empires and destroyed in 273 CE and again in 1400 when it was reduced to a village. Palmyra Atoll, an island of the United States, among the islands of Polynesia in the Pacific Ocean. Palmyra palm, any of the genus Boracious of fan palms. Palmyra palms, plural of Palmyra palm. Palmyran, synonym of Palmyran. Palmyrans, plural of Palmyran. Palmyras, plums, plural of Palmyra palm. Palmyran, synonym of Palmyran. Palmyrans, plural of Palmyran. Palmyras, plural of Palmyra. Palmyrana, a historical region and country of the Syrian steppe, of which Palmyra was the capital. Palmyran, of, from or relating to ancient Palmyra or Palmyrana. Pomeranian, alternative form of Pomeranian. Pomeranians, plural of Pomeranian. Pomerans, plural of Pomeran. Pomeranian, synonym of Pomeran. Pomeranians, plural of Pomeranian. Houndier, a hamlet in Kirkcudbrightshire, Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NX 4563. Hala, a surname. Palo Alto, a city in Santa Clara County, California, United States. Palo Alto County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Emmitsburg. Palo Blanco, a Western American hackberry Celtis reticulata with light-colored bark. Palo Blancos, plural of Palo Blanco. Palo Cedro, a census-designated place in Shasta County, California, United States. Palo Pinto, an unincorporated community in Benton County, Missouri, United States. Palo Pinto County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Palo Pinto. Palo Santo, a medium-sized deciduous tree indigenous to the tropical dry forests of Central and South America, Bursera graveolens or Gonopterodendron sarmientoi, known for its sweet scent. Palo Santos, plural of Palo Santo. Palo Verde, a census-designated place in Imperial County, California, United States. Palo Verde, any of a variety of trees in the genus Parkinsonia with characteristic green bark found in desert areas of North America. Palo Verdes, plural of Palo Verde. Halochka, a Cyrillic letter used in writing several Caucasian languages. Halochkas, plural of palochka words, plural of palo word. Halochka, a Cyrillic letter used in writing several Caucasian languages. Halochkas, plural of palochka. How sauce, a variation of béarnaise sauce with mint instead of tarragon. Halala, alternative spelling of palula. Halala, halala worm. Halala worm. Palula viridis, a polychaete from the waters of the Pacific Islands around Samoa. Halala worms, plural of palula worm. Halalos, plural of palulo. Alomo, a female given name. Halamur, a surname. Halamers, plural of palamur. Palomas, plural of paloma. Halamba, a surname from Italian. Halambas, plural of palamba. Palambino, a variety of marble. Palambo, a surname. Palambos, plural of palambo. Palom, a surname from Spanish. Palomx, plural of palom. Paloma, a surname from Spanish. Palomros, plural of palomua. Palomta, any of numerous types of fish. See Wikipedia for a list. Palomtes, plural of palomta. Palomela, a Cuban dish of round steak marinated in garlic and lime juice and then pan-fried. Palomino, a surname from Spanish. Palominol, a particular marine diterpenoid related to dalabeling. Palominos, a surname from Spanish. Palominoses, plural of palominos. Palomo, a surname. Palomos, plural of palomo. Halabfan, a municipality of late Philippines. Halon, a young woman, a girl. Halonomi, homosexual woman. Halonomies, plural of palonomi. Palons, plural of palon. Pilar, a barangay of Lubmanan, Camarines, Sir, Philippines. Palanidipine, a calcium channel blocker. Halonostrong, a drug used in the prevention and treatment of chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting. Thalca, a stupid, oafish, or clumsy person. Palotes, plural of Palca. Palcaville, an imaginary town, the natural home of the mediocre and incompetent. Palousa, an exaggerated event. Palouzes, plural of Palousa. Halopterypereti, a hormone replacement therapy used to treat hypoparathyroidism. Palopo, a city in South Sulawesi, Indonesia. Palorchested, any marsupial in the family Palorchestidae. Palorchestids, plural of Palorchestid. Palos Santos, plural of Palos Santo. Palos Verdes Estates, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Palosapias, the flowering plant Shorea palosapias, endemic to the Philippines. Palaspos, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Halarin, a urotensin receptor antagonist 1,2,4-benzyl 4-hydroxypiperidine 1-ethyl 3,2-methylquinoline 4-ilurea. How? A surname. Halaus, a major agricultural region of the northwestern United States, encompassing parts of southeastern Washington, north-central Idaho, and, by some definitions, northeast Oregon. Halauser, a primitive lantern consisting of a candle placed in a tin can or similar container. Halausers, plural of Halauser. Halov, pilaf in Uzbek cuisine. Palavarotene, a highly selective retinoic acid receptor gamma-RAR gamma agonist used to treat heterotopic ossification and fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva. Palver, alternative spelling of paloverd. Paloverds, plural of palaver. Palp, synonym of pedipalp. Palpability, plural of palpability. Palpability, the quality of being palpable. Palpable, capable of being touched, felt, or handled, touchable, tangible. Palpableness, the quality of being palpable. Palpably, in a palpable manner, tangibly. Palpico, the tentacle of a dactylozoid. Palpicles, plural of palpicle. Palpal, relating to a palpus. Palpalan, a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Palpatable, able to be palpated. Palpate, to examine or otherwise explore through touch, particularly medicine in reference to an area or organ of the human body. Palpate, simple past and past participle of palpate. Palpates, third person singular simple present indicative of palpate. Palpating, present participle and gerund of palpate. Palpation, the act of feeling or pushing on various parts of a patient's body to determine medical conditions such as the normality of organs or the presence or absence of tumors, swelling, muscle tension, etc. Palpational, relating to palpation. Palpations, plural of palpation. Palpative, relating to palpation, palpating, palpational. Palpator, someone who palpates. Palpators, plural of palpator. Palpatory, relating to palpation. Palpebra, an eyelid. Palpebri, plural of palpebra. Palpebral, of pertaining to or located on or near the eyelids. Palpebral fissure, the separation between the upper and lower eyelids. Palpebral fissures, plural of palpebral fissure. Palpebrals, plural of palpebral. Palpebrate, pertaining to the eyelids. Palpebration, winking of the eye. Palpebritis. Synonym of blepharitis. Palpebrofrontal, palpebral and frontal. Palpebronasal, relating to the nose and the eyelids. Palpebri, plural of palpebra. Pals, simple past and past participle of pal. Palvi, plural of palpus. Palpicore, one of the Palpicornia, an obsolete group of aquatic beetles with short club-shaped antennae and long maxillary palpi. Palpicorns, plural of palpicorn. Palpifer, alternative form of palpiger. Palpiferous, synonym of palpigerous. Palpivers, plural of palpifer. Palpiform, having the form of a palpus. Palpiger, the portion of the labium that bears the palpi in insects. Palpigerous, bearing a palpus. Palpigers, plural of palpiger. Palpigrade, a small invertebrate arachnid of the taxonomic order Palpigradi. Palpigrades, plural of palpigrade. Palpimad, any spider in the family Palpimanidae. Palpimads, plural of palpimanid. Palpimanoi, any spider of the superfamily Palpimanoidea. Palpimanoids, plural of palpimanoi. Palping, present participle and gerund of palp. Palpitans, alternative form of palpitancy. Palpitancy, the quality of being palpitant. Palpitant, palpitating, throbbing. Palpitate, to beat strongly or rapidly, said especially of the heart. Palpitate, simple past and past participle of palpitate. Palpitates, third person singular simple present indicative of palpitate. Palpitating, very exciting. Palpitatingly. In a palpitating manner. Palpitation, an abnormal beating of the heart that may be perceived by the patient, a result of excitement, exertion, or illness. Palpitations, plural of palpitation. Palpulus, without a palp. Palplus, an enhanced version of the PAL TV system capable of transmitting pictures in the 16:9 widescreen format. Palpacell, a minute soft filamentary process springing from the surface of certain hydroids and sponges. Palpacelles, plural of palpacell. Palpography, a graphical form of palpation using ultrasound. Palpebra, any segment of the maxillary palpus of some insect. Palpobers, plural of palpomer. Palpometer, an instrument that uses ultrasound and computer technology to automate the physician's technique of palpation to determine sensitivity of some part of the patient's body. Palpometers, plural of palpometer. Palpon, a dactylozoid. Palpons, plural of palpon. Palpophore, the basal part of the jointed palp of an invertebrate. Palpophores, plural of palpophore. Palpostyle, the distal part of the jointed palp of an invertebrate. Palpostyles, plural of palpostyle. Palps, plural of palp. Palpus, synonym of pedipalp invertebrate appendage. The Emperor Palpatine, a fictional antagonist in Star Wars. Palp, initialism of pouch attachment ladder system. Palp, plural of PAL. Palp, plural of PAL. Pals around, third person singular simple present. indicative of pal around. Pal's battalion, a group of men who were friends before being enlisted, all of whom were placed into a single battalion in order to incentivize enlistment in the British Army during World War I. Pal's battalions, plural of Pal's battalion. Pal's odd, third person singular simple present indicative of pal up. Palsa, a hummock rising out of a bog with a core of ice, similar in appearance to a pingo but due to different structure palsas cannot grow as big as pingos. Palsas, plural of palsa. Palsy, obsolete spelling of palsy. Palsies, plural of palsy. Palsgrave, a Count Palatinate of the Holy Roman Empire, possessing near royal powers within his county. Palsgraves, plural of Palsgrave. Palsgravine, the consort or widow of a Palsgrave. Palsgravines, plural of Palsgravine. Palsip, friendship. Palsips, plural of Palship. Palsical, affected with palsy, palsied, paralytic. Palsy, obsolete spelling of palsy. Palsy, afflicted with palsy. Palsies, plural of palsy. Palsification, the development of palsy. Palstaff, an old Celtic and Scandinavian weapon consisting of a wedge of stone or metal fixed by a tongue in a staff. Palstaffs, plural of palstaff. Palstave, a prehistoric bronze axe of the Middle Bronze Age with a thin haft for a forked handle and a thick blade. Palstaves, plural of palstave. Palsy, complete or partial muscle paralysis of a body part, often accompanied by a loss of feeling and uncontrolled body movements, such as shaking. Palsy, very friendly, especially in an excessive or artificial way. Palsy, present participle and gerund of palsy. Palsy-like, resembling or characteristic of a palsy, especially shaking motions. Palsuort, the cowslip primulaveris. Palsuorts, plural of palsuort. Pata, an extinct language of the Ecuadorian Amazon. Paltamo, a municipality of Kainuu, Finland. Paltansamisen, misspelling of Platonsamisen. Palter, to talk insincerely, to prevaricate or equivocate in speech or action. Palter, simple past and past participle of palter. Palterer, one who palters. Palterers. Plural of palterer. Paltery, obsolete form of paltry. Paltering, present participle and gerund of palter. Palterings, plural of paltering. Paltering. Mean, paltry. Palthers, third person singular. Simple present indicative of palter. Palterton, a small village in Scarslough parish. Mean, paltry. Palthers, third person singular simple present indicative of palter. Palterton, a small village in Scarslough parish, Bolsover district, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 4768. Palton, a crude homemade firearm, often made using scrap metal. Paltiks, plural of Paltic. Paltines, a village in Asau, Bacău County, Romania. Paltes, a barangay of Badoc, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Paltai, a type of short doublet or tunic with sleeves, sometimes worn beneath armor. Paltais, plural of Paltai. Paltai, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Paltry, comparative form of paltry, more paltry. Palthiest, superlative form of paltry, most paltry. Paltrily, in a paltry manner. Paltriness, the characteristic of being paltry. Paltriness is plural of paltriness. Palstra, a kind of post-mill found in Germany and the Netherlands. Paltrax, plural of paltra. Paltra. A surname. Paltros, plural of paltra. Paltry, trashy, trivial, of little value.
Invincible.
Palu, the capital and largest city of Central Sulawesi, Indonesia. Palulaladu, a ball-shaped sweet made from arrowroot flour and sugar, well known in Badrak. Palash, a surname. Paludal, pertaining to marshes, marshy, palustral, especially designating a plant's habitat. Paludal fever. Malaria. Paludal fevers, plural of paludal fever. Paludals, plural of paludal. Paludament, synonym of paludamentum. Paludamentum, plural of paludamentum. Paludaments, plural of paludament. Paludamentum, a military cloak worn by a general and his principal officers, fastened at one shoulder. Paludaria, plural of paludarium. Paludarium, a tank or vivarium containing both aquatic and terrestrial elements. Paludarium, plural of paludarium. Palud, a marsh or swamp. Paluds, plural of palace. Paludi, pertaining to marshes and swamps. Paludial, alternative form of paludal. Paludian, a member of any of various schools in Slough, Berkshire, England. Paludians, plural of paludian. Paludic, alternative form of paludal. Paludico, paludicolus, inhabiting marshes. Paludicoline, paludicolus. Paludicolus, that lives in swamps or marshes. Paludicultural, of or pertaining to paludiculture. Paludiculture, the productive use of wet peatland. Paludification, the formation or expansion of swamp or bog. Paludifications, plural of paludification. Phi, simple past and past participle of paludify. Paludifies, third person singular simple present indicative of paludify. Paludify, to come into existence or expand. Paludifying, present participle and gerund of paludify. Paludina, any of numerous species of freshwater pectinibranchi mollusks belonging to viviparous sin. Paludina, Melantho, and allied genera in family Viviparidae with operculated shells, usually green, often with brown bands. Paludini, plural of paludina. Paludino, inhabiting or relating to swamps or marshy ponds. Paludines, plural of paludin. Paludin, of or relating to a marsh. Paludinous, paludinal, characteristic of or relating to marsh, swamp, or fen. Paludious, paludinous. Paludism, malaria. Paludisms, plural of paludism.
Invincible.
Paludhomet, any gastropod in the family Paludomidae. Paludomets, plural of paludomet. Paludos, growing or living in marshy places. Marshy. Paludex, synonym of paludal marshy. Paladrin, the antimalarial drug, praguinol hydrochloride. Palula, a Dardic-Shina language spoken in Chitral, Pakistan. Palur, a palace or palulus. Palus, plural of palu. Paluli, plural of palulus. Palulus, alternative form of palace. Palumata, an extinct, unattested language spoken on Buru Island, Indonesia. Palumbo, a surname from Italian. Palumboism, abdominal distension in bodybuilders resulting from the abuse of human growth hormone or insulin. Palus, a vertical pillar along the inner septal margin of a coral. Paluzami, a Polynesian dish consisting of coconut pudding wrapped in leaves. Paluzamis, plural of palusami. Palustral, pertaining to or located in marshes. Marsh. Palustrian, palustrine, palustral. Palustric, relating to palustric acid or its derivative. Palustrine, synonym of palustral. Palustrous, synonym of palustral. Paluxy man, a hypothesized and subsequently discredited early human who was contemporaneous with dinosaurs, based on fossil footprints found in the same limestone bed for both a species of dinosaur and for a human subsequently shown to be a tridactyle. Howler, alternative form of pulwar type of boat. Howlars, plural of palwar. Holly, palewise, vertically striped. Palagorskite, synonym of a tapelgate. Palagorskites, plural of palagorskite. Palagorskitic, of or relating to palagorskite. Palamentolated, that has been reacted with palmitic acid. Pollinivore, any organism that feeds on pollen, a pollinivore. Pollinivores, plural of pollinivore. Pollino, pollen. Pollinossemblage, an assemblage of spores and pollen, etc. Pollinosemblages, plural of Pollinosemblage. Pollinodeburs, debris in sediment composed of fossil pollen and other pollinamores. Pollinophyses, plural of pollinophysi. Pollinophysi, a group of pollinamores in a local portion of a sediment. Pollinoflora, the pollen and spores of a region or site considered as a whole. Pollinofloral, relating to pollinoflora. Palinophlorus, plural of Palinophlora. Palinofossil, a fossil spore or pollen grain. Palinofossils, plural of Palinofossil. Palynological, synonym of palynological. Palynological, of or pertaining to palynology. Palynologically, in a palynological manner. Palynologist, one who studies palynology, pollen, spores, and other particulate organic matter. Palynologists. Plural of palynologists. Palynology, the scientific study of spores, pollen, and particulate organic matter in various matrices, including the air pollen counts, crime scenes, and sedimentary rocks. Palenomorph, an organic microfossil, a particle of 500 micrometers in diameter, found in sedimentary deposits and composed of organic material. Palenomorpha, relating to palenomorphs. Palenomorphs, plural of palenomorph. Palinophagus, that feeds on pollen. Palinophagy, the condition of being palinophagous. Palinostratigraphic, relating to palinostratigraphy. Palinostratigraphical, alternative form of palinostratigraphic. Palinostratigraphy, the application of palynology to stratigraphy. Palinotaxa, plural of palinotaxon. Palinotaxon, any taxon identified by means of spores. Pollen, etc. Pallidine, the amino acid 2,3-amino-5-hydroxy, 5-hydroxymethyl-2-methoxycyclohex, 2N1-ilidine aminoacetic acid. Palithanol, the amino acid 2,5-hydroxy, 5-hydroxymethyl-3,1-hydroxyprop and 2-amino-2-methoxycyclohex, 2N1-ilidine aminoacetic acid. Halitoxin, a marine toxin that can cause ciguatera. Halitoxins, plural of halitoxin. Hali, archaic form of paleo. Paleanthropologist, obsolete spelling of paleanthropologist. Paleanthropologist toxin. Hali, archaic form of paleo. Paleanthropologist, obsolete spelling of paleanthropologist. Paleanthropologists, plural of paleanthropologists. Paleanthropology, obsolete typography of paleanthropology. Paleoeskimo, alternative form of Paleo-Eskimo. Paleo, archaic spelling of paleo. Paleontologists, non-standard spelling of paleanthropologist. Paleontologists, plural of paleontologists. Paleontropology, alternative spelling of paleanthropology. Paleobiology, archaic spelling of paleobiology. Paleobotany, obsolete spelling of paleobotany. Paleocene, archaic spelling of Paleocene. Paleoclimatology, alternative spelling of Paleoclimatology. Paleoethnobotany, alternative form of Paleoethnobotany. Paleogeography, obsolete spelling of paleogeography. Paleographer, obsolete spelling of paleographer. Paleographers, plural of paleographer. Paleographic, archaic form of paleographic. Paleographical, obsolete spelling of paleographical. Paleographies, plural of paleography. Paleographic, obsolete form of paleographist. Paleographists, plural of paleographists. Paleography. Alternative form of paleography, study of ancient forms of writing. Paleolithic. Alternative spelling of Paleolithic. Paleologist. One that researches and studies prehistoric antiquities. Paleologists. Plural of paleologists. Paleology. Obsolete form of paleology. Paleontology. Archaic spelling of paleontologic. Paleontological. Obsolete form of paleontological. Paleontologist. Alternative spelling of paleontologist. Paleontologists. Plural of paleontologists. Paleontology. Obsolete typography of paleontology. Paleopodology. Obsolete spelling of paleopodology. Paleophytic. Alternative spelling of paleophytic. Paleoscience. Obsolete spelling of paleoscience. Paleosciences. Plural of paleoscience. Paleozoic. Archaic spelling of Paleozoic. Palestine. Archaic spelling of Palestine. Palestinian. Archaic spelling of Palestinian. Palestinians. Plural of Palestinian. Palestra. Archaic spelling of Palestra. Palestry. Plural of Palestra. The initialism of policy analysis market. The a diminutive of the female given name Pamela. Pama. Pronunciation spelling of Pama. Pama. Synonym. Of Pami's a language of Vanuatu. Pamameric, of or relating to a group of Pama-Nyungan Australian Aboriginal languages and slang or dialects spoken over much of Queensland, including Coop Thyora, Wik-Mumkin, and Gubi-Yimitar. Pama-Nyungan, a proposed language family encompassing most Australian Aboriginal languages, including Pitjantjatjara and Warlpiri, but excluding those spoken in the Northwest. Pama-Nyunganese, a linguist who specializes in studying Pama-Nyungan languages. Pama-Nyunganists, plural of Pama-Nyunganists. Panabram, a diuretic product whose active ingredient is 8-bromothiophylline. Pamakani, the flowering plant Tetramelopian capillary. Pamambangan, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Of or relating to the Pama-Nyungan Australian Aboriginal languages spoken in the Cape York region of northern Queensland. Pamaquine, a drug used for the treatment of malaria, closely related to primaquine. It was the first synthetic anti-malarial. Pamatala, a particular beta-adrenergic receptor antagonist. Pambazilea, king of all. Pambazo, a Mexican snack made from white bread dipped in a red guajillo pepper sauce, filled with potatoes and chorizo, and fried. Pambazos, plural of Pambazo. Thember, a civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean Borough, Hampshire, England. Pambasin Malaki, a barangay of Penimalayan, Oriental Philippines. Pambasin Munti, a barangay of Himalayan, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Pambujan, a municipality of Northern Samar, Philippines. Bemol, as a coinage. Hamala hat, a straw hat or bonnet popular from the 1790s to the 1870s. Hamala hats, plural of Hamala hat. Hamoy, a female given name. Hamarin, alternative form of Pamarin. Hamarins, plural of Pamarin. Hampeda, made a male given name. Hamacagro, a particular antiplatelet drug. Hamadronate, the conjugate base or any salt or ester of hamadronic acid used as a medication to inhibit bone loss and disorders of bone metabolism. Hamadronates, plural of hamadronate. Hamadronic acid, 3-amino-1-hydroxy-1-bisphonophosphonic acid, a bisphosphonate drug to inhibit bone loss. Hamalahan, a barangay of Patogo, Quezon, Philippines. Hamantuan, a surname from Kapampangan. Hamantuans, plural of Hamantuan. Heber, a mountain range in Central Asia. Pamir Mountains, a mountain range in Central Asia at the junction of the Himalayas with the Tanshan, Karakoram, Kunlun, and Hindu Kush ranges. Pamiri, of or relating to Pamir. Pamirian, synonym of Pamiri relating to Pamir. Pamirians, plural of Pamirian. Pamarid, of or from Pamir. Pamirs, plural of Pamir. Pamlico, a group of American Indians of North Carolina. Pamlico County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Bayboro. Simple past and past participle of Pam. Hand off. Simple past and past participle of Pam off. Pamela, a female given name originating as a coinage, a rare non-standard spelling of Pamela. A diminutive of the female given name Pamela. Present participle. And gerund of Pam. Hemming off. Present participle and gerund of Pam off. A diminutive of the female given name Pamela. Pamut, any salt or ester of pamoic acid. Pamuts, plural of pamut. Pamoic.
Invincible.
Of or relating to pamaquine. Pamoic acid, a derivative of naphthoic acid, whose salt form can be used in pharmacology to increase the solubility of a drug in water. Palmana, ethnic group of Indonesia. Pelmania, a traditional Brazilian food, a dumpling made from sweet corn and milk boiled wrapped in a husk, sometimes with a sweet or savory filling, associated with Festa Junina winter celebrations. Pelmanas, plural of Pelmana. Initialism of pathogen-associated molecular pattern. To pepper. Peva, a city, the county seat of Gray County, Texas, United States. Pentana, a province of central Luzon, Luzon, Philippines. Capital, San Fernando. Largest city, Angeles City. Pampangan, of or relating to the province of Pampanga in the Philippines. Pampangans, plural of Pampangan. Pampango, a native or inhabitant of Pampanga. Pampangos, plural of Pampango. Pampano, alternative form of Pampano. Pampanos, plural of Pampano. Pampas, alternative form of Pampas. Pampas cat, a small South American wild cat of the species Lepidus colacola. Pampas cats, plural of Pampas cat. Pampas deer, a small South American deer Ozodoceros. Bizordicus. Pampas fox, a tan-colored South American canid of species Lycolopex gymnocercus. Pampas foxes, plural of Pampas fox. Pampas grass, any of several tall-growing species of grass. Pampas grasses, plural of Pampas grass. Pampasic, relating to or characteristic of the Pampas. Pampfeather, any extinct armadillo of the family Pamphotheriidae. Panfeathers, plural of Pampfeather. Pamphotheriid, any member of the Pamphotheriidae. A family of large extinct armadillo-like plantigrade armored xenarthrans. Pamphotheriids, plural of Pamphotheriid. Pampathy. A surname. Hampin, relating to the Pampas. Pampeans, plural of Pampean. Pampelmos, synonym of pomelo, as both a large fruit of Southeast Asia and as a catch-all term for other related fruits such as the grapefruit. Pampelmosias, plural of Pampelmos. Pampelmos, alternative form of Pampelmos grapefruit. Pampelmouses, plural of Pampelmous. Pampelmouse, alternative form of Pampelmos grapefruit. Pampelmouses, plural of Pampelmouse. Pamper, to treat with excessive care, attention, or indulgence. Pamperpack, to soil a diaper. Pamperpacked, simple past and past participle of pamperpack. Pamperpacker, one who soils a diaper. Pamperpackers, plural of pamperpacker. Pamperpacking, the act of soiling a diaper. Pamperpacks, third person singular simple present indicative of pamperpack. Pamperpacker, alternative form of pamperpacker. Pamperpacking, alternative form of pamperpacking. Pamperdy, a form of eggy bread or French toast, the egg mixture being poured into the bread during cooking. Pampered, treated with excessive attention and care. Spoiled or overindulged. Pamperedly, in a pampered manner. Pamperedness, the fact or quality of being pampered. Pamperer, agent noun of pamper, one who pampers. Pamperers, plural of pamperer. Pamperus, second person singular simple present indicative of pamper. Pamperer, third person singular simple present indicative of pamper. Pampering, the act by which somebody is pampered. Pamperingly, so as to pamper with indulgent attentions. Pamperings, plural of pampering. Pamperize, to pamper. Pamperize, Simple past and past participle of pamperize. Pampero, someone inhabiting the pampas of South America. Pamperos, plural of pampero. Pampers, a disposable diaper brand by Procter & Gamble P&G. Pampagus, omnivorous, eating all kinds of things. Pampile, a surname from French. Pampile, plural of pampile. Pamphlet, alternative, form of pamphlet. Pamphlets, plural of pamphlet. Pamphlet, and in the family Pamphili of Sophles. Pamphlets, plural of pamphlet. Pamphlet, a small, brief printed work consisting either of a folded sheet of paper or several sheets bound together into a booklet with only a paper cover, formerly containing literary compositions, newsletters, and newspapers, but now chiefly informational matter. Pamphletary, relating to pamphlets. Pamphleted, simple past and past participle of pamphlet. Pamphleteer, a writer, publisher, or distributor of pamphlets, a second-rate journalist. Pamphleteer, simple past and past participle of pamphleteer. Pamphleteering, the printing and distribution of pamphlets, especially as propaganda. Pamphleteers, plural of pamphleteer. Pamphleter, synonym of pamphleteer. Pamphleters, plural of pamphleter. Pamphletal, enough to fill a pamphlet. Pamphletfuls, plural of pamphletful. Pamphletic, resembling or characteristic of a pamphlet. Pamphiletical, alternative form of pamphletic. Pamphleting, that writes or produces pamphlets. Pamphletings, plural of pamphleting. Pamphletise, to publish and distribute pamphlets as a form of propaganda. Pamphletise, simple past and past participle of pamphletise. Pamphletises, third person singular simple present of pamphletise. Pamphletizing, present participle and gerund of pamphletise. Pamphletry, pamphlets generally. Pamphlets, plural of pamphlet. Pamphletful, plural of pamphlet. Pamphletic, simple past and past participle of pamphlet. Pamphleting, present participle and gerund of pamphlet. Pamphlet-wise, in the form of a pamphlet. Pamphylia, a historical region in the south coast of Asia Minor, between Lycia and Cilicia. Pamphylian, of war relating to Pamphylia, on the southern coast of Anatolia. Pamphylians, plural of Pamphylian. Pamphysical, relating to nature, regarded as embracing all things. Pamphy, a diaper. A diapi. Pambes, plural of Pampi. Pampelhosa, a parish in Mialhata municipality, Aveiro district, Portugal. Pabiniform, in the form of tendrils. Papisard, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4948. Pamplegia, alternative form of Pamplegia. Pamplin, a surname. Pamplins, plural of Pamplin. Pamplona, a city in Navarre, northern Spain, famous for the running of the bulls. Pampliman, from or relating to the city of Pamplona, Navarre, Spain. Pamplonans, plural of Pamplonan. Pamputi, alternative form of Pamputi. Pamputis, plural of Pamputi. Pepfuti, a traditional shoe, formerly made and worn on the Aran Islands of County Galway, Ireland, consisting of a single piece of untanned hide folded around the foot and stitched with twine or a leather strap. Pamputis, plural of pamputi. Pebber, an ornament composed of vine leaves and bunches of grapes used for decorating spiral columns. Pampers, plural of pamper. Pamperdactyle, exhibiting pamperdactyly. Pamperdactylus, having forward-facing toes. Pamperdactyly, the condition of having all four toes pointing forward, characteristic of swifts. Plural of pam. Pelvis, clipping of pampers a diaper. Panpsychism, alternative spelling of panpsychism. Panpsychisms, plural of panpsychism. Panpsychist, alternative form of panpsychist. Panpsychist, plural of panpsychist. Vampishka, a small savory or sweet yeast-raised bun or donut typical for Ukrainian cuisine. Pampishkas, plural of pampishka. Pampishki, plural of pampishka. Pampishak, alternative form of pampishka. Pamry, alternative form of pamry. Pamries, plural of pamry. Pamrevlumab, a recombinant monoclonal antibody used in the treatment of some cancers. Pamry, a kind of loose shawl or mantle. Pamris, plural of pamry. Plural of PAM. Thus, plural of PAM. PAM's off. Third person singular simple present indicative of PAM off. Palad pod. Synonym of Varama. Fanungi, a member of a certain recognized indigenous tribe of Virginia.
Invincible.
Pamunkies, plural of Pamunki. Hamatan, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Hada, a right-wing Russian political movement. Hadat, plural of Pamiat. Ha, abbreviation of Proto-Austronesian. Ha, Greek god of nature, often visualized as half goat and half man playing pipes. His Roman counterpart is Faunus. Panem smile, a smile that involves only the mouth and not the entire face. Panem smiles, plural of pan. Smile. Pan and scan, formatted to fit within proportions of a 1.33:1 or 1.78:1 aspect ratio television screen, with sides of the original widescreen image especially 2.35:1 aspect ratio cropped off. Pan and scans, plural of pan and scan. Pan bagnat, a sandwich originating in southern France composed of niçoise salad in a circular bun. Pan bagnats, plural of pan bagnat. Pan bread, a type of bread baked in a loaf pan or tin, common in British and Scottish cuisine. Pan breads, plural of pan bread. Pancake, alternative form of pancake. Pancakes, plural of pan cake. Pan drop, a mint imperial. Pan drops, plural of pan drop. Pan dulce, a Mexican sweet bread or pastry. Pan fish, alternative form of panfish. Pan flute, panpipes, a musical instrument played by mouth comprising tunes arranged in order of length. Pan flutes, plural of pan flute. Panformer, power roll forming equipment that produces a metal panel from a flat sheet. Panformers, plural of pan-former. Pan-fry, simple past and past participle of pan-fry. Pan-fries, third person singular simple present indicative of pan-fry. Pan-fry, alternative form of pan-fry. Pan-frying, present participle and gerund of pan fry. Pan haggerty, a casserole dish of northern England. Containing meat, vegetables, and sometimes cheese. Panman, a person employed to empty the contents of the outside toilet, i.e. human excrement, at suburban houses and similar, rendered obsolete by the introduction of plumbed, i.e. piped sewerage systems. Panman, plural of pan-man. Pan out, to separate and recover valuable minerals by swirling dirt or crushed rock in a pan of water, in the manner of a traditional prospector seeking gold. Panpipe, alternative form of panpipe. Panpipes, alternative form of panpipes. Pan pizza, a pizza that was baked in pizza pan. Pan pizzas, plural of pan pizza. Panpa, a control in audio mixing that determines how much of each source signal is sent to the left and right speakers. Pan pots, plural of pan pot. Pan tau peach, synonym of flat peach. Pan tau peaches, plural of pan tau peach. Pantheism, alternative form of pantheism. Pantheisms, plural of pantheism. Pantheist, alternative form of pantheist. Pantheists, plural of pantheist. Panpipes, alternative form of panpipes. Pan-Abrahamic, pertaining to all Abrahamic religions. Pan-African, of or relating to Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism, a socio-political movement seeking to unify native Africans and those of African heritage into a global community. Pan-Africanist, a supporter of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanists, plural of Pan-Africanists. Pan-Africans, plural of Pan-African. Panalteism, a political movement aiming to unite the various Altai peoples into a modern political state. Panaltaists, an advocate of Panaltaism. Panaltaists, plural of Panaltaists. Pan, abbreviation of Pan-American. Pan Am Smile, alternative form of Pan Am Smile. Pan-Am Smiles, plural of Pan-Am Smile. Pan-American, covering or representing all of the Americas, both North America and South America, particularly with respect to events involving representatives of most or all countries in the Americas. Pan-Americanism, belief in the benefit of Pan-American organization. Pan-Amerindianism, synonym of Pan-Indianism. Pan-and-Scan, alternative spelling of Pan and Scan. Pan-Anglican, belonging to or representing the whole Church of England. Pan-aortitis, alternative form of Pan-aortitis. Pan-Arabism, alternative form of Pan-Arabism. Pan-Armenian, relating to, covering, or serving most or all Armenians. Pan-Asian, covering or representing all of Asia, particularly with respect to events involving representatives of most or all Asian countries. Pan-Asianism, an ideology aimed at creating a political and economic unity among Asian peoples. Pan-assay interference compound, any compound that produces a false positive in many biochemical assays. Pan-assay interference compounds, plural of Pan-assay interference compound. Panathenate, alternative form of panathenate. Pan-broil, to cook over direct heat in an ungreased skillet. Pan-broiling, present participle and gerund of pan-broil. Pan-broils, third person singular simple present indicative of pan-broil. Pansia, alternative form of bankiao. Pan-cowed,
Invincible.
covering all strains of the COVID-19 virus. Pancurious, alternative form of pancurious. Pandeism, alternative spelling of pandeism. Pandeism, alternative spelling of pandeism. Pandeus, alternative spelling of pandeist. Pandeus, alternative spelling of pandeist. Pandeists, plural of pandeist. Pandeists, plural of pandeists. Pandisability, relating to all forms of human disability. Panentheism, alternative spelling of panentheism. Panentheism, alternative spelling of panentheism. Panentheist, alternative form of panentheist. Panentheists, plural of panentheist. Pan-European, alternative form of pan-European. Pan-fry, simple past and past participle of pan-fry. Pan-fries, third person singular simple present indicative of pan-fry. Pan-fry, to fry in a pan with minimal oil. Pan-frying, present participle and gerund of pan-fry. Pangender, alternative form of pangender. Pangendered, alternative form of pangendered. Pangenome, alternative form of pangenome. Pan-German, of or relating to Pan-Germanism. Pan-Germanism, a movement striving to create a political union of all Germans. Pan-Hispanism, the belief in unification of Hispanic peoples and countries. Pan-hypogammaglobulinemia, alternative form of pan-hypogammaglobulinemia. Pan-hypogammaglobulinemias, plural of pan-hypogammaglobulinemia. Panhypogammaglobulinemia. Alternative form of panhypogammaglobulinemia. Pan-Indian, relating to, covering or serving most or all of India. Pan-Indianism, a movement promoting unity among different American Indian groups in the Americas regardless of tribal or local affiliations. Pan-Indianess, a proponent of Pan-Indianism. Pan-Indianess, plural of Pan-Indianess. Pan-Islam, a pan-Islamic union comprising all Islamic groups in the world. Pan-Islamic, pertaining to all Islamic groups in the world. Pan-Islamist, a supporter of Pan-Islam. Pan-Islamists, plural of Pan-Islamists. Pan-loaf, a loaf of bread baked in a tin or pan. Pan-lo-fi. Posh, pretentious or stuck up. Pan-lows, plural of pan-loaf. Pan-Muslimism, an ideology that promotes unity and solidarity between Muslims of multiple sects and denominations. Pan-nationalism, nationalism that transcends traditional historical national identities or boundaries such as borders in order to create a single, unified identity. Pan-Palestinian, covering or representing Palestinians in the West Bank, Gaza, and the diaspora. Pan-Pam, a radio call indicating a minor emergency requiring some assistance or priority in handling, but not endangering the safety of the vessel or those aboard. Panpipes, alternative spelling of panpipes. Pan-Polish, encompassing, involving, or participated in by the entire Polish nation. Pan-Presbyterian, belonging to or representative of those who hold Presbyterian views in all parts of the world. Pan-Romance, encompassing every Romance language. Pan-Scandinavian, found throughout or relating to the whole of Scandinavia. Pan-Scandinavianism, a movement aimed at uniting the Scandinavian peoples into a single country. Scandinavian nationalism. Pan-Serb, pertaining to the unity of Serbs across the Balkan Peninsula, especially adhering to cultural or political projects to further such unity. Pan-Serbianism, Pan-Serbism. Pan-Serbism, the doctrine that Serb people across the Balkan Peninsula should be culturally or politically united. Pansexual, alternative form of pansexual. Pansexuals, plural of pansexual. Pantheon, of or pertaining to Pantheism. Hajjism, an ideology that promotes unity and solidarity between the various Shia madhabs. Pan-Slav, a supporter of Pan-Slavism. Pan-Slavic, alternative form of Pan-Slavic. Pan-Slavism, a movement aimed at uniting all the Slavic peoples. Pan-Slavist, alternative form of Pan-Slavist. Pan-Slavists, plural of Pan-Slavist. Pan-Slavs, plural of Pan-Slav. Pan-Socialists, encompassing all socialist tendencies. Pan-Somalism, the belief in unification of Somali people. Pan-Stars, acronym of Panoramic Survey Telescope and Rapid Response System, an automatic telescope to discover and characterize Earth-approaching objects that might pose a danger. Hansoni, of or pertaining to Hansonism. Hansonism, an ideology that promotes unity and solidarity between the various Sunni madhabs. Pantheism, alternative spelling of pantheism. Pantheism, alternative spelling of pantheism. Pantheisms, plural of pantheism. Pantheist, alternative spelling of pantheist. Pantheist, alternative spelling of pantheist. Pantheists, plural of pantheist, alternative spelling of pantheist. Pantheists, plural of pantheist, alternative spelling of pantheists. Pan-Turkism, a political movement aiming to unite the various Turkic peoples into a modern political state. Pan-Turkis, an advocate of Pan-Turkism. Pan-Turkists, plural of Pan-Turkis. Pan-vitalism, alternative spelling of Pan-vitalism. Pan-yard, alternative form of Pan-yard, pannier, bag or basket. Pan-yards, plural of Pan-yard. Panzoism, alternative form of Panzoism. Panzoism, alternative form of Panzoism. Abbreviation of Panama. Hada, a city, Illinois. Hadabes, Heverhederai. Hanabinistat, misspelling of Hanabinistat. Hamaka, a census-designated place in Lincoln County, Nevada, United States. Hanakia, alternative form of panacea. Hanakias, plural of panacea. Panacea, the goddess/personification of healing, remedies, cures, and panaceas, medicines, salves, ointments, and other curatives. She is a daughter of Asclepius and Epion. Panacea, plural of panacea. Panation, having the properties of a panacea, solving everything. Panaceas, plural of panacea. Panaceas, one who seeks or offers a panacea. Panaceas, plural of panaceas. Panacetylated, acetylated at all sites of a molecule. Panacea, plural of panacea. Panache, an ornamental plume on a helmet. Panache, having a panache ornamental plume. Panachery, panache, flamboyant style. Panachas, plural of panache. Panasai, a commune of Suceava County, Romania. Panasanar, affecting all the Essene. Panaculty, alternative form of Pan-Haggerty. Panakia, obsolete spelling of panacea. Panakia, plural of panakia. Panada, a dish made by boiling bread in water and combining the pulp with milk, stock, butter, or sometimes egg yolks. Panadas, plural of panada. Panna, alternative form of panada paste made with bread. Paneds, plural of pane. Panadeplan, an anxiolytic drug. Panado, alternative form of panada paste made with bread. Hadol, paracetamol, acetamide. Phenophen, Penados, plural of penato. Penny, alternative form of Penang Thai curry. Penesthesia, alternative form of panesthesia. Penesthetism, the theory that all matter is conscious. Penedius, a male given name of historical usage, notably born by Penedius, an ancient Greek Stoic philosopher of the Hellenistic period. Pan-Africanism, alternative form of Pan-Africanism. Panagao, alternative form of Panakam. Panagbanga, a month-long annual festival in Baguio held every February. Panagya, alternative form of Panagia. Panagias, plural of Panagia. Panagyasa, a barangay of Aurora, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Panagia, synonym of Mary, Mother of Jesus, particularly in Greek contexts. Panegyrian, plural of Panegyrian. Panegyrian, a paten on which the loaf is placed, used in the elevation of the Panagia. Panagias, plural of Panagia. Panagiotes, a transliteration of the Greek male given name Pi Alpha Nu Alpha Gamma Iota Omega Tau Eta Sigma Panagiotes. Panagopoulos, a surname from Greek. Panagopoulos, plural of Panagopoulos. Panagralimin, any nematode of the order Panagralimida. Panagralimins, plural of Panagralimin. Panadin, an island of Pandeglang, Banten, Indonesia. Panache, the state capital of Goa, India. Pamaka, alternative form of Panakam. Hedagao, an Indian drink made with jaggery and ginger. Panakheda, a solemn liturgical service for the repose of the departed in Eastern Christendom. Panallergen, any of a class of ubiquitous allergenic substances. Panallergenic, relating to all or most allergens. Panallergens, plural of panallergen. Panam, alternative form of Phanam obsolete currency of India. Panam Nengthu, ancient Media protector god of crops paddy from hailstorm and thunder. He has the igniter of the first fire. Panama, a country in Central America. Official name, Republic of Panama. Panama Canal, a major man-made canal in Panama that connects the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Panama Canal Zone, a United States concession within Panama stretching along the course of the Panama Canal but excluding the seaport cities Panama City and Colon under the 18 November 1903 lease treaty until the return of state control on 30 September 1979. Former postal code, CZ. Panama City, the capital city of Panama. Panama City Beach, a city on the Florida Panhandle Sea coast, located seaward from Panama City. Panama disease, a disease of the roots of banana plants, caused by the fungal pathogen Fusarium oxysporum. Panama hat, a type of brimmed hat braided in Peru and Ecuador with the leaves of Carludavica palmata. Panama hat palm, a palm-like plant of species Carludavica palmata. native to Central and South America, and used for its fibers. Panama hat palms. Plural of Panama hat palm. Panama hats. Plural of Panama hat.
Invincible.
Panama Papers, a trove of leaked documents that were published in 2016. Panama Red, a type of marijuana originally from Panama. Panama Sole, a kind of sole used for military boots, having angled lugs to push away soft mud and provide a better grip. Panama Soles, plural of Panama Sole. Panama Weave, basket weave. Panama Weaves, plural of Panama Weave. Panamanian, dated form of Panamanian. Panamans, plural of Panamanian. Panamanian. Panamanian, a person from Panama or of Panamanian descent. Panamanian white-faced capuchin, Cebus imitator, a medium-sized New World monkey that is native to the forests of Central America. Panamanian white-faced capuchins, plural of Panamanian white-faced capuchin. Panamanianness, quality of being Panamanian. Panamanians, plural of Panamanian. Panamans, plural of Panama. Panamas, plural of Panama. Panamax, of a freight ship conforming to the regulations concerning maximum permitted beam, length, and draft, allowing it to transit the locks on the Panama Canal. Panamino, a surname from Spanish. Panaminos, plural of Panamino. Pan-American, of or pertaining to the Americas in their entirety. Panensign, an antipsychotic drug. Panaminoglykoside, pertaining to all aminoglycosides, especially in relation to bacterial antibiotic resistance. Panama, the Numic language Uto-Aztecan spoken by the Timbisha people around Death Valley, California, related to Shoshone and Comanche. Hamoran, a barangay of Lac, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Panoms, plural of Panom. Para, a barangay of San Agustin, Isabela, Philippines. Pananan, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Angiography of an entire organ, typically the brain. Pan-Anglican, alternative form of Pan-Anglican. Pan-Tigan, above or over a duct. Panaon, a municipality of Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Panaeortitis, the inflammation of all layers of the aorta. Panarian, a barangay of Bacacay, Albay, Philippines. Panarchic, pertaining or related to panarchy. Panarchies, plural of panarchy. Panarchism, advocacy of panicky. Panarchy, dynamic symmetry across multiple scales. Panarte, throughout the ectic. Panaries, plural of panary. Panarisha, plural of panaridium. Panaridium, the purulent inflammation of a digit. Panero, a surname from Italian. Paneros, plural of panero. Panotoritis, inflammation involving all the layers of an artery. Panarthritic, having or relating to panarthritis. Panarthritide, plural of panarthritis. Panarthritis, arthritis. In all of the joints. Panarthropod, any of many animals of the clade Panarthropoda. Panarthropods, plural of panarthropod. Plenary, a pantry or storehouse for bread. Panas, a surname. Panesses, plural of Panas. Panasian, misspelling of Pan-Asian. Panasonic, a multinational electronics corporation in Japan. Panasquare, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, magnesium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Panatag Shoal, Scarborough Shoal. Panatau, a village and commune of Buzău County, Romania. Panatla, a long thin cigar. Panatlas, plural of panatla. Panatella, alternative form of panatla type of cigar. Panatellas, plural of panatella. Pantheism, the assertion that no god or gods exist and that then nothing can be correctly termed holy or be considered sacred.
Here we go.
Panathenaea, a festival formerly held annually in Athens to honor the city's patron goddess Athena, involving animal sacrifices, a grand procession, and every fourth year athletic and musical contests. Panathenaean, of or relating to the Panathenaea. Panatheme, alternative form of Panathenae. Panathenae, of or relating to the Panathenaea. Panatrophic, relating to panatrophy. Atrophy, atrophy of all parts of a structure or the body, general atrophy. Panautonomic, involving the whole autonomic nervous system. Panax, any plant of the genus Panax. Panaxadial, the steroid derivative 4,4,8,10,14-pentamethhyl-17,2,6,6-trimethyloxin, 2L2,3,5,6,7,9,11,12,13,15,16,17 dodecahydro 1H-cyclopentane-phenanthrin-3,12-diol. Panaxadial, a triterpene sapogenin related to damaran found in ginseng. Panaxos, plural of Panax. Panaxomal, relating to most or all axonemes. Panaxoside, synonym of ginsenoside. Panaxosides, plural of panaxoside. Panaxidal, an acetonegalifatic trialtheridanins tens heptatic 1N416 real president in Sang. Panay, an island of the Philippines located in the Visayas. Paniatapulo syndrome, an idiopathic childhood-related seizure disorder. Panatay, a barangay of Bagan, Agusan del Sur, Philippines. Pandaballonian, relating to Pandabellonism. Pandabellonianism, synonym of Pandabellonism. Pandabellonism, the idea that all cultures and religions of the Middle East and civilization in general are directly derived from Babylonian mythology. Panbacterial, relating to all or most types of bacteria. Pandinostat, misspelling of panabinostat. Pangeographer, one who studies pangeography. Peniogiographers, plural of peniographer. Peniographe, relating to or employing peniography. Peniographical, relating to or employing peniography. Peniography, a cartographic extension to biogeography. Pandiatism, synonym of hylozoism. Pandiatisms, plural of pandiatism. Hambroil, to broil in a pan. Hambroil, simple past and past participle of panbroil. Panbroiling, present participle and gerund of panbroil. Hambroils, third person singular simple present indicative of panbroil. Panbronchiolitis, a severe form of bronchiolitis with inflammation in all layers of the respiratory bronchioles. Panbrai, a locality in Angus, Scotland. Pancake, a surname. Pancake bond, a type of chemical bond most prominently observed in polycyclic hydrocarbons, in which the nuclear distance between molecular constituents reaches or exceeds a bond length of approximately 305 pm. Pancake bonds, plural of pancake bond. Pancake Day, Shrove Tuesday, when pancakes are traditionally made. In some traditions, the day for pancake races for charity. Pancake engine, a compact internal combustion engine consisting of stacked cylindrical sections. Pancake engines, plural of pancake engine. Pancake ice, a form of ice that forms on water covered to some degree in slush. Pancake landing, an emergency landing in which an aircraft drops flat from a low altitude with no wheels deployed. Pancake landings, plural of pancake landing. Pancake lens, a type of flat lens design. Pancake lenses, plural of pancake lens. Pancake number, in pancake sorting, the minimum number of flips required for a given number of pancakes. Pancake numbers, plural of pancake number. Pancake slug, the slug Vernicella sloniae. Pancake slugs, plural of pancake slug. Pancake sorting, the mathematical problem of sorting a disordered stack of pancakes in order of size when a spatula can be inserted at any point in the stack and used to flip all pancakes above it. Pancake syrup, syrup flavored with artificial maple flavoring. Pancake syrups, plural of pancake syrup. Pancake theorem, the two-dimensional counterpart of the ham sandwich theorem. Pancake tortoise, a flat-shelled species of tortoise, taxonomic name Malacotrisus tourneri. Pancake tortoises, plural of pancake tortoise. Day, Shrove Tuesday. Pancake turner, a spatula, fish slice, kitchen turner, cooking turner. Pancake turners, plural of pancake turner. Pancake maker, one who makes pancakes, thin fried batter cakes. Pancake makers, plural of pancake maker. Pancake, simple past and past participle of pancake. Pancake-like, resembling or characteristic of a pancake. Pancakes, plural of pancake. Pancake, resembling or characteristic of a pancake. Pancaking, present participle and gerund of pancake. Fat packy, alternative form of pancakey. Pancada, an Austronesian language of Buton Island, off the southeast coast of Sulawesi in Indonesia. Cancer, relating to all cancers or all types of cancer. Pancreatitis, that affects all or most regions of the heart. Pancarditis, inflammation of all 3 layers of the heart. Thamutart, a royal charter confirming to a subject all his possessions. Pancards, plural of pancart. Pancasila, the official philosophical foundation of the Indonesian state, comprising 5 principles: belief in the divinity of God, just and civilized humanity, the unity of Indonesia, democracy guided by the inner wisdom and the unanimity arising out of deliberations amongst representatives, and social justice for all of the people of Indonesia. Panca space, involving or relating to all or most caste bases. Pansy flower. Pancellular, affecting or relating to all cells. Pancentromeric, sensitive to both centromer positive antigenic and centromer negative clastogenic events. Pansreticular, relating to all parts of the cerebellum. Pansus, plural of pans. Pancession, the economic recession caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Pantasti, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Pancetta, a cured belly or pork, bacon. Panzettas, plural of pancetta. Punch, alternative form of punch. Pankia, alternative form of Panchaya. Panchayat district, one of the 8 districts in the Rangpur division of Bangladesh. Panchayat, an island said to be the home of a utopian multi-ethnic society. Panchakarma, a multi-stage process involving emesis and enemas for purifying the body according to Ayurveda. Panchakarmas, plural of Panchakarma. Petch, a kingdom in northwestern part of ancient India during the Mahajanapadas era. Panchaloha, any of the traditional 5-metal alloys of sacred significance used for making Hindu temple idols. Panchalohas, plural of Panchaloha. Panchals, plural of Panchal. Panchami, the 5th day Tithai of the lunar fortnight Paksha in the Hindu calendar. Hutchin, misspelling of Panchan. Panchanga, alternative form of Panchangam. Panchangam, a Hindu calendar and almanac. Panchangams, plural of Panchangam. Panchangas, plural of Panchanga. Pancharath, 5-faceted in relation to architecture of Hindu temple dome. Panchar, a surname from French. Panchatantra, a canonical collection of Sanskrit as well as Pali Buddhist animal fables in verse and prose. Penchaks, any of various tropical fish in the Cyprinodontid families of Platylidae and Nothabranchidae which were formerly classified in the genus Panchax. Panchaxes, plural of Panchax. Panchayat, a village council or a local government. Panchayat town, synonym of Nagar Panchayat. Panchayat towns, plural of Panchayat town. Panchayat, alternative form of panchayat. Panchayats, plural of panchayat. Panchayats, plural of panchayat. Panchen Lama, the second highest ranking Lama of the Gelug sect of Tibetan Buddhism, after the Dalai Lama. Panchen Lama, plural of Panchen Lama. Panchen, a shallow dish used to stand milk while the cream separates, or in which to bake bread. Pensions, plural of pension. Panchas, plural of pench. Penya, alternative form of bank. Yeah. Penchiyua, alternative form of Panjihua. Penchimalco, a town in San Salvador Department, El Salvador. Pension, alternative form of pension. Pensions, plural of pension. Hutchin, alternative form of pension. Hutchins, plural of pension. Panhire, upskirt, panty shot. Penchnama, a record of witness testimony usually prepared by the police during the investigation of a crime or after a death. Penchnamas, plural of penchnama. Pankristan, an explanation that is used in so many different cases that it becomes almost meaningless. Pankristans, plural of pankristan. Sensitive to all visible colors. Panchromatically, sensitively at all wavelengths or to all colors. Panchromatism, quality of being panchromatic. Panchromatization, the process of panchromatizing. Panchromatize, to cover with a panchromatic coating. Panchromatize. Simple past and past participle of panchromatize. Panchromatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of panchromatize. Panchromatizing. Present participle and gerund of panchromatize. Panchromium. An early proposed name for the element vanadium. Pembronic. Not restricted to a specific point in time. Petchwai, a Bengalese forward passenger boat. Penchways, plural of penchway. Pansies, plural of pansy. Handset, Filipino noodles. Pancit Canton, a Filipino dish of stir-fried egg noodles with meat, vegetables, soy sauce, and other seasonings. Pancit Mami. Mami, a traditional Filipino noodle soup made with egg noodles and usually including a variety of ingredients such as chicken, pork, or beef, along with vegetables like cabbage, carrots, and green onions. Pansiteria, a restaurant that serves pancit noodles. Pansiterias, plural of pansiteria. Pethu, a town in Vrancia County, Romania. Pansa, a surname. Pansax, plural of Pansia. Panglastite, any of a class of sprengel explosives similar to oxaliquids, consisting of a mixture of liquid dinitrogen tetroxide serving as oxidizer with a suitable fuel. Panclastites, plural of panklastite. Pantghost, a surname. Pancghost tumor, a tumor of the pulmonary apex. Pancoast tumors, plural of Pancoast tumor. Pancognitivism, the view that thought is present everywhere at a fundamental level. Pancolitis, a very severe form of ulcerative colitis that spreads throughout the large intestine from cecum to rectum. Pancolonic, a war affecting the entire colon. Pancolonoscopies, plural of pancolonoscopy. Pancolonoscopy, colonoscopy of the entire colon. Pancontinental, across all continents. Pancorneal, across the cornea. Pancoronavirus, relating to all coronaviruses. Pancosmic, throughout the cosmos. Pancosmism, the belief that nothing exists except the physical and temporal universe. Pancosmis, a believer in Pancosmism. Pancosmis, plural of Pancosmis. Pancosphere, a spheroid of pancreatic stem cells. Pancospheres, plural of pancosphere. Degraph, Social Security, especially as paid to the unemployed, the dole. Pancras, one of two Christian saints, Pancras of Taormina and Pancras of Rome. Pancration, athletic pertaining to athletes. Pangratias, a contestant in the pancratium. Pancratiastic, of or pertaining to the pancratium. Pancratiasts, plural of pancratiasts. Pancreatic, having all or many degrees of power, having a great range of power. Set of an eyepiece made adjustable so as to give a varying magnifying power. Pancratical, of or relating to the pancratium, athletic. Pancratus, an athlete or gymnast in the pancration. In ancient Greece. Pancratistatin, the compound 1R2 is 3s, 4s, 4AR11BR12347 pentahydroxy 2344A5 11-bhexahydro 1H13 dioxylo45J phenanthridine 61. Pancreatests, plural of pancreatus. Pancratium, synonym of pancration. Pancratiums, plural of pancratium. Pancreatectomy, misspelling of pancreatectomy. Pancreaduodenectomies, plural of pancreaduodenectomy. Pancreaduodenectomy, synonym of pancreaduodenectomy. Pancreas, a gland near the stomach which secretes a fluid into the duodenum to assist with food digestion. Pancreas, any of several digestive enzymes found in the pancreas. Pancreases, plural of pancreas. Pancreastatin, an oligopeptide present in the porcine pancreas that regulates pancreatic secretion. Pancreate, alternative form of pancreato before a vowel. Pancreata, plural of pancreas. Pancreatalgia, pain around the pancreas. Pancreatectomy, misspelling of pancreatectomy. Pancreatectomies, plural of pancreatectomy. Pancreatectomized.
Here we go.
Alternative form of pancreatectomized. Pancreatectomize, the perform a pancreatectomy. Pancreatectomize, simple past and past participle of pancreatectomize. Pancreatectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pancreatectomize. Pancreatectomizing. Present participle and gerund of pancreatectomize. Pancreatectomy. The procedure to remove part or all of the pancreas. Pancreatic. Belonging or relating to the pancreas. Pancreatic arteries. Plural of pancreatic artery. Pancreatic artery. A portion of the splenic artery consisting of several smaller vessels and branches. Pancreatic by. Synonym of pancreatic diverticulum. Pancreatic buds. Plural of pancreatic bud. Pancreatic cancer. A malignant neoplasm of the pancreas. Pancreatic cancers. Plural of pancreatic cancer. Pancreatic diverticula. Plural of pancreatic. Diverticulum. Pancreatic diverticulum. One of two outgrowths of the duodenum during the formation of the embryo. Pancreatic duct. The duct joining the pancreas to the common bile duct to supply pancreatic juice provided from the exocrine pancreas, which aids in digestion. Pancreatic ducts. Plural of pancreatic duct. Pancreatic fistula. An abnormal cross-connection between the pancreas and other internal organs due to leakage of material from damaged pancreatic ducts. Pancreatic fistulas. Plural of pancreatic fistula. Pancreatic insufficiencies. Plural of pancreatic insufficiency. Pancreatic insufficiency. The inability to properly digest food due to a lack of specialized enzymes produced by the pancreas. Pancreatic juice. A liquid secreted by the pancreas containing a variety of enzymes. Pancreatic juices. Plural of pancreatic juice. Pancreatic lipase. Any of a family of common lipolytic enzymes that hydrolyze chemical bonds between esters and triglycerides. Pancreatic lipases. Plural of pancreatic lipase. Pancreatic match. The separation between the main body of the pancreas and the Ancini process. Pancreatic matches. Plural of pancreatic match. Pancreatic plexus. A portion of the celiac plexus made of ganglia. Pancreatic plexuses. Plural of pancreatic plexus. Pancreatic polypeptide. A polypeptide hormone made by specialized cells within the islets of Langerhans. Pancreatic polypeptides. Plural of pancreatic polypeptide. Pancreatic pseudocysts. A collection of fluid rich in digestive enzymes, tissue, and blood usually located in the lesser sac. Pancreatic pseudocysts. Plural of pancreatic pseudocysts. Pancreatic vein. Any of a group of small vessels that drain from the pancreas to the splenic vein. Pancreatic veins. Plural of pancreatic vein. Pancreatically. By means of the pancreas. Pancreatico. Synonym of pancreata. Pancreatic biliary. Relating to the pancreas and bile duct. Pancreatic duodenectomy. The spelling of pancreatic duodenectomy. Pancreatic duodenal. Relating to or connecting the pancreas and duodenum. Pancreatic duodenectomies. Plural of pancreatic duodenectomy. Pancreatic duodenectomy. The surgical procedure for the removal of part of the pancreas, part of the stomach, and the duodenum. Pancreatic enteric, pancreatic and enteric, pancreatic gastric, pancreatic and gastric, pancreatic gastrostomies, plural of pancreatic gastrostomy. Pancreatic gastrostomy, the formation of a connection between the pancreas and the stomach. Pancreaticography, synonym of pancreatography. Pancreaticohepatic, relating to the pancreas and the liver. Pancreaticogenal, relating to the pancreas and the jejunum. Pancreaticogynostomies, plural of pancreaticogynostomy. Pancreaticogynostomy, a side-to-side anastomosis of the pancreatic duct and the jejunum used to treat chronic pancreatitis. Pancreatic oral, pancreatic and plural. Pancreaticosplenectomies, plural of pancreaticosplenectomy. Pancreaticosplenectomy, removal of the pancreas and the spleen. Pancreaticosplenic, relating to the pancreas and spleen. Pancreatin, a mixture of several digestive enzymes produced by the exocrine cells of the pancreas, composed of amylase, lipase, and protease. Pancreatins, plural of pancreatin. Pancreatitic, relating to pancreatitis. Pancreatides, plural of pancreatitis. Pancreatitis, inflammation of the pancreas. Pancreatitis, plural of pancreatitis. Pancreato, pancreas. Pancreatability. Misspelling of pancreatability. Pancreatability, relating to the pancreas and to the bile ducts or gallbladder. Pancreatic cholangitis, pancreatic cholangitis. Pancreated duodenal, relating to the pancreas and duodenum. Pancreatiduodenectomies, plural of pancreatiduodenectomy. Pancreatiduodenectomy, the surgical procedure for the removal of part of the pancreas and part of the stomach, including the duodenum. Pancreatonteric, relating to the pancreas and intestine. Pancreatigastrostomies, plural of pancreatigastrostomy. Pancreatigastrostomy, anastomosis of a pancreatic fistula to the stomach. Pancreatogenesis, the development of the pancreas. Pancreatogenic, that is caused by a pancreatic function or condition. Pancreatogram, an image produced by pancreatography. Pancreatograms, plural of pancreatogram. Pancreatogram. Graphic, relating to pancreatography. Pancreatographies, plural of pancreatography. Pancreatography, radiography of the pancreas, often with the aim of visualizing the pancreatic ducts. Pancreatogynostomies, plural of pancreatogynostomy. Pancreatogynostomy, a side-to-side anastomosis of the pancreatic duct and jejunum used to treat chronic pancreatitis. Pancreatolaeasis, presence of calculi in the pancreas. Pancreatologist, a clinician whose specialty is pancreatology. Pancreatologists, plural of pancreatologists. Pancreatology, the scientific study of the pancreas. Pancreatomoly, the presence of an abnormally large pancreas. Pancreatomies, plural of pancreatomy. Pancreatomy. Alternative form of pancreatotomy. Pancreatopathy is plural of pancreatopathy. Pancreatopathy. A disease of the pancreas. Pancreatoscopies, plural of pancreatoscopy. Pancreatoscopy. Endoscopy of the pancreatic duct. Pancreatosphere. A spherical organoid composed of pancreatic stem cells. Pancreatospheres. Plural of pancreatosphere. Pancreatosplenectomies. Plural of pancreatosplenectomy. Pancreatosplenectomy. Removal of the pancreas and spleen, typically when cancerous. Pancreatotomies. Plural of pancreatotomy. Pancreatotomy. Surgical incision into the pancreas. Pancreectomies. Plural of pancreectomy. Pancreectomy. Alternative. Spelling of pancreatectomy. Pancrelipase, a mixture of porcine-derived pancreatic amylase, pancreatic lipase, and chymotrypsin used in the treatment of some digestive disorders. Pancrelipases, plural of pancrelipase. Pangazamine, pulsistocinin. Pancreasamines, plural of pancreasamine. Pancrustation, any animal of the clade Pancrustacea. Pancrustations, plural of pancrustation. Pancryptodorin, synonym of cryptodorin. Pancryptodorins. Plural of pancryptodorin. Pancultural, across all cultures. Fanculture, microbiological cultures of blood, urine, sputum, and stool in search of an offending pathogen. Fanculture, simple past and past participle of panculture. Fancultures, plural of panculture. Fanculturing, present participle and gerund of panculture. Pancreas, exhibiting a state of uncertainty about one's pansexual or panromantic status. Pancuronium, a synthetic steroid which is used as a neuromuscular blocking agent. Pansy, obsolete form of pansy. Pancyclic, containing cyclists of every possible length from 3 to the order of the graph. Pancyclicity, the condition of being pancyclic. Pancyprian, inclusive of all cyprians. Pancytocratin, a mixture of monoclonal antibodies that reacts with all cytocratins. Pancytocratins, plural of pancytocratin. Pancytopenia, a reduction in the numbers of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets in the blood. Pancytopenias, plural of pancytopenia. Pancytopenic, relating to pancytopenia. Pancytoplasmic, relating to all the cytoplasmic components of a cell. Pancytosis, the state of having increased concentrations of all 3 cell lines in the blood, i.e. concurrent polycythemia, leukocytosis, and thrombocytosis. Penta, a rare black and white mammal, Ailuropoda melanoleuca, in the Ursidae family. Pandamant, Velvet ant utility SBP. Panda ants, plural of panda ant. Panda bear, a giant panda. Panda bears, plural of panda bear. Panda car, a police car, specifically historical, one with a broad white stripe painted around its middle on a darker colored or, originally, black background. Panda cars, plural of panda car. Panda crossing, a type of signal-controlled pedestrian crossing used in the United Kingdom from 1962 to 1967. Panda crossings, plural of panda crossing. Panda diplomacy, China's use of giant pandas as diplomatic gifts to other countries. Panda dolphin, Commerson's dolphins Cephalorhynchus commersonii. Panda dolphins, plural of panda dolphin. Panda eyes, effect dark rings around the eyes caused by the over-application or smearing of eye makeup. Panda hugger, a Western political activist or official who supports communist Chinese policies. Panda huggers, plural of panda hugger. Pandacan, a district of Manila, Metro Manila, Philippines. Pandacacri, a barangay of Mexico, Pampanga, Philippines. Alien, something wrought with great care. Pandemonism, alternative spelling of pandeminism. Pandemonium, alternative spelling of pandemonium. Panda, a municipality of Maguindanao del Sur, Philippines. Pandaea, one of the Chairites worshipped in Athens. Pandakaki, a barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. Handle, a large temporary structure erected during various Hindu and Buddhist religious festivals. Pandaled, any shrimp in the family Pandalidae. Pandaleds, plural of pandalid. Pandalite, resembling or characteristic of a panda. Pendal, alternative form of pandal. Pendals, plural of pandal. Handles, plural of pandal. Pandemic, misspelling of pandemic. Pandemonium, cure caused by or involving pandas. Pandan, a barangay of Alaminos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Pandanaceous, of or relating to the plant family Pantanaceae. Pandanellium, belonging to the plant order Pandanales. Pandani, Rhytia pandanifolia, an ericaceous flowering plant. Pandanis, plural of Pandani. Pandanan, a barangay of Don Salvador Benedicto, Negros Occidental, Philippines. Pandans, plural of pandan. Pandanus, any of various palm-like plants in the genus Pandanus. Pandanus language, an elaborate avoidance language among several of the peoples of the eastern New Guinea highlands, used when collecting pandanus nuts. Pandanus languages, plural of pandanus language. Pandanus palm, screw palm. Pandanus palms, plural of pandanus palm. Pandanusas, plural of pandanus. Pandar, a person who furthers the illicit love affairs of others, a pimp or procurer, especially when male. Pandarau, a shavist mendicant. Pandarams, plural of pandaram. Pandarani, former name of Koyalindi. Pandar, simple past and past participle of pandar. Pandering, present participle and gerund of pandar. Pandarism, archaic form of pandarism. Pandarisms. Plural of pandarism. Pandarize, to pander. Pandarize, simple past and past participle of pandarize. Pandarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pandarize. Pandarizing, present participle and gerund of pandarize. Pandarus, obsolete form of pandarus. Pandars, plural of pandar. Pandarum, alternative form of pandaram. Pandarums. Plural of pandarum. Pandarus, an archer on the side of Troy in the Trojan War who precipitated the war by breaking a truce. PANDAS, acronym of Pediatric Autoimmune Neuropsychiatric Disorders Associated with Streptococcal Infections, a neuropsychiatric disorder occurring in children. PANDAS, plural of panda. Pandasona, a persona that is a panda. Pandasonas, plural of pandasona. Pendation, a yielding or warping. Pendal, alternative form of pandal. Pendals, plural of pandal. Pandava, a son of Pan used to refer to one of the 5 heroes of the Mahabharata. Pandavas, a mytho-historical group of archetypes of perfection, the 5 acknowledged sons of Pandu, according to the Indian epic Mahabharata. Pandan, a barangay of Tadian, Mountain Province, Philippines. Pan, a surname. Pandian, pertaining to the god Pan or his pipes. Pandian harmonica, a harmonica resembling panpipes. Pandian pipes, panthipes. Pandabono, a type of cheese bread made with flour of both corn and cassava yuca, popular in the Colombian department of Val del Cauca. Pandac, usually in the plural form Pandex, a compendium or digest of writings on Roman law divided in 50 books, compiled in the 6th century CE by order of the Eastern Roman Emperor Justinian IC 482-565. Pandic des, pertaining to the Pandex compiled under the Roman Emperor Justinian I. Pandicus, plural of Pandictus. Pandex, plural of Pandac. Pandeglang, a regency of Banten, Indonesia. Pandad, any hygrozoan in the family Pandidae. Pandads. Plural of Panday. Pandero, a type of handheld frame drum with a round wooden frame and 6 pairs of metal discs fit along the sides, and an animal skin or nylon head, similar to a tambourine but with head tension that can be tuned in crisper, drier, and less sustained jingles, used in a number of Brazilian music forms. Panderos, plural of pandero. Pandism, alternative spelling of pandeism. Pandisms, plural of pandeism. Pandes, of or relating to pandeism. Pandaistic, of or relating to pandeism. Pandaistical, of or relating to pandeism. Pandeistically, in a pandeistic manner. Pandaists, plural of pandeis. Pandicho, one who is foolishly reckless around COVID-19. Pandijos, plural of pandijo. Pandeles, alternative form of panteles. Pendamane, a high-quality white bread baked from the finest sifted flour, suitable for the lord of the manor. Pandemia, a pandemic. Pandemio, of a disease, epidemic over a wide geographical area and affecting a large proportion of the population, also of or pertaining to a disease of this nature. Pandemian, synonym of pandemic relating to Aphrodite, pandemos. Pandemias, plural of pandemia. Pandemic, of Aphrodite, pandemos, the earthly aspect of the Greek goddess of beauty and love Aphrodite and her Roman counterpart Venus, as contrasted with the heavenly aspect known as Aphrodite Urania, earthly, physical, sensual. Pandemic babies, plural of pandemic baby. Pandemic baby, a person born during the COVID-19 pandemic 2020-2023. Pandemical. Pandemic. Pandemically, in a pandemic manner. Pandemicity, the condition of being pandemic. Pandemicky, of, relating to, or affected by a pandemic. Pandemics, plural of pandemic. Pandemic, a pandemic, especially the COVID-19 pandemic. Pandemonium, plural of pandemonium. Pandemoniac, relating to, resembling, or characteristic of a pandemonium. Pandemoniacal, relating to, resembling, or characteristic of a pandemonium. Pandemoniacs, plural of pandemoniac. Pandemonian, relating to, resembling, or characteristic of a pandemonium. Pandemonians, plural of pandemonium. Pandemonic, relating to, resembling, or characteristic of a pandemonium. Pandemonious, relating to, resembling, or characteristic of a pandemonium. Pandemonism, belief that every object, animate or inanimate, idea abstract or concrete, and action is inhabited by its own independent supernatural spirit. Worship of such spirits. Pandemonistic, of or relating to pandemonism. Pandemonium, a loud, wild, tumultuous protest, disorder, or chaotic situation, usually of a crowd, often violent. Pandemonium architecture, a conception of visual object recognition in the brain as a hierarchical system of detection and association by a metaphorical set of demons sending signals to each other. Pandemonium architectures, plural of pandemonium architecture. Pandemonium effect, a problem that leads to inaccurate results from high-resolution gamma-ray detectors in cases of beta decay when the decay product has a large Q value because the decay product has too many possible energy excitation levels with too much variation in the amount of energy emitted by different levels. Pandemoniums, plural of pandemonium. Pandenominational, concerning many religious denominations. Pandar, a person who furthers the illicit love affairs of others, a pimp or procurer. Panderage, the act of pandering. Pandered, simple past and past participle of pander. Panderer, one who panders. Panderers, plural of panderer. Panderess, a female pander. Panderesses, plural of panderess. Panderit, any of several prehistoric fish of the family Panderetidae. Panderichthys, plural of Panderichthys. Pandering, present participle and gerund of pander. Panderingly, in a pandering manner, patronizingly. Panderings, plural of pandering. Panderism, pimping, proxenetism. Panderisms, plural of panderism. Pandoid, pandily having the quality of a pander. Pandoma, alternative form of Bandurma, Turkish city. Pandermite, prize seat. Panderous, resembling or relating to a pander, illicit debauching. Panders, plural of pander. Pandership, the work of a pander, pimping. Pandersome, characterized or marked by pandering. Pans, plural of pan. Panizel, a kind of bread roll, popular in the Philippines. Pandazels, plural of pandazel. Panda, a transliteration of the Hindi surname Panay P. A. Macron and letter 1E0DEY. Panda, a surname. Pandis, plural of Pandi. Pend, a municipality of Bulacan, Philippines. Penda, a goddess of the full moon. Pandiagonal, of the magic square, having the additional property that the broken diagonals, i.e. the diagonals that wrap round at the edges of the square, also add up to the magic constant. Pandiagonal magic square, a magic square with the additional property that the broken diagonals also summate to the magic constant. Pandiagonal magic squares, plural of pandiagonal magic square. Pandialptal, across all dialects. Pandirane, form freely from all degrees of a diatonic scale without regard for their diatonic function. Sometimes to the extent of no single pitch being felt as a tonic. Pandianicism, pandiatonic composition. Pandiculate, to fully stretch the torso and upper limbs, typically accompanied by yawning. Pandiculated, simple past and past participle of pandiculate. Pandiculates, third person singular simple present indicative of pandiculate. Pandiculating, present participle and gerund of pandiculate. Pandiculation, a stretching and stiffening of the trunk and extremities as when fatigued and drowsy or on waking, often accompanied by yawning. Pandiculations, plural of pandiculation. Simple past and past participle of pandy. Pandies, plural of pandy. Pandigital, containing at least one of every digit in a specified base. Pandimensional, of or pertaining to all dimensions of reality. Pandimensionality, the quality of being pandimensional. Pandimensionally, in a pandimensional manner, across all dimensions. Pandion, the name of two kings of Athens, Pandion I and Pandion Roman II. Pandion, Enios Bienfeli Penudi. Pandanids, plural of Pandianid. Pandit, a surname. Pandida, alternative form of pandit. Pandidas, plural of pandita. Pandits, plural of pandit. Pengimo, alternative spelling of panengimo.
Here we go.
Pendo, a surname. Pandolfi, a surname. Pandolfis, plural of Pandolfi. Pandor, alternative form of pander. Pandors, plural of Pandora. Pandora, the first woman on earth who had been given a box by the gods and instructed not to open it, but who disobeyed the instructions out of curiosity, releasing all manner of evils into the world. Pandora's box, a box given to Pandora by Zeus, whose instructions stated that it must not be opened and were then ignored, leading to disastrous consequences. Pandora's boxes, plural of Pandora's box. Pandora's jar, synonym of Pandora's box. Pandora's jars, plural of Pandora's jar. Pandoran, of or pertaining to Pandora in Greek mythology. Pandoras, plural of Pandora. Pandoravirus, any of the genus Pandoravirus of very large viruses that infect amoebas. Pandoraviruses, plural of Pandoravirus. Pandor, alternative spelling of Bandor. Pandors, plural of Pandor. Pandori, plural of Pandoro. Pandorid, NEPF, the family Pandoria clans. Pandorids, plural of
Invincible.
Pandorid. Pandoro, a sweetbread loaf of Veronese origin in the shape of a star, traditionally eaten at Christmas. Pandoros, plural of Pandora. Pandos, plural of Pando. Pandar, one of a class of Croatian skirmishers serving in the Austrian army. Pandora, alternative form of Pandura. Pandoras, plural of Pandora. Panders, plural of Pander. Pandodes, plural of Pandodi. Pandode, a pudding of spiced, sliced apples or other fruit, sugar and butter, baked with a crumble topping in a deep dish. Pandress, a female pander, a procuress. Pandresses, plural of Pandress. Pandora, alternative form of Pandrop. Pandrops, plural of Pandra. Pandu, a mytho-historical figure from India, best known as the father of another group of figures, the Pandavas in Mahabharata. Pandu, a town in Hooghly district, West Bengal, India. Panduma Senior, a barangay of Tukiran. Zambunga del Sur, Philippines. Panjura, an ancient Greek stringed instrument, a kind of lute with 3 strings that were stopped with a fingerboard to alter the tone, and with either a mandolin or banjo-like shape. Panjuras, plural of Panjura. Panjure, having a shape reminiscent of a fiddle, obovate with a pair of sinuous indentations near the base. Panjurately, in a panjurate manner. Fenjuri, a Georgian stringed instrument. Panduriform, Pandure. Pandurena, synonym of manned or early form of lute. Panduranus, plural of Pandurena. Panjuro, a surname. Panjuros, plural of Panjuro. Pend, alternative form of pandy. Pandibat, originally a stout leather strap reinforced internally with whalebone or even lead, and used at Jesuit schools to inflict corporal punishment on pupils by striking the palm. Latterly, sometimes more loosely applied to any punishment. Bat. Pandibat, alternative form of pandibat. Pandyru Season, a hamlet north of Van Bryn Powys, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 9004. Panda, a surname. Pandias, plural of Pandia. Pandabat, alternative form of Pandibat. Pandabats, plural of Pandabat. Pedi, present participle and gerund of pandy. Pandysautonomia, diffuse affecting several domains of the autonomic nervous system. Pandysautonomias, plural of pandysautonomia. Pandysautonomic, of or relating to pandysautonomia. Pandemonism, alternative spelling of pandemonism. Pandemonium, the high capital of hell in John Milton's Paradise Lost. Pem, an individual sheet of glass in a window, door, etc. Pamet, to bread, to coat in breadcrumb. Or breading. Penibienco, a surname from Italian. Penibiencos, plural of penibienco. Pen, having pains. Panen, breaded, coated in breadcrumb. Or breading. Padir, a soft, non-matured Indian cheese. Panniers, plural of pannier. Panagoism, solipsism. Pangoist, a solip. Pangoists, plural of pangoists. Pangyres, plural of pangyris. Panegyric, a formal speech publicly praising someone or something. Panegyrical, lavish with praise, admiring, approving, complimentary. Panegyrically, in a very eloquent and eulogistic manner, with lavish praise in a very complimentary way. Panegyricize, to deliver a panegyric upon, to praise publicly. Panegyricize, simple past and past participle of panegyricize. Panegyricizes, third person singular simple present indicative of panegyricize. Panegyricizing, present participle and gerund of panegyricize. Panegyric, obsolete form of panegyric. Panegyrics, plural of panegyric. Panegyrican, in the Greek Orthodox Church, a collection of sermons for festivals. Panegyricans, plural of panegyrican. Panegyrics, plural of panegyric. Panegyries, plural of panegyry. Panegyrus, religious festival on a fixed day in honor of a god, often including prayers, games, and panegyrics. Panegyrize, alternative spelling of panegyrize. Panegyrized, simple past and past participle of painterize. Painterizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of painterize. Painterizing. Present participle and gerund of painterize. Panegyrist. A eulogist, one who delivers a panegyric or eulogy. Panegyrists, plural of panegyrists. Panegyrization. Praise, exaltation. Panegyrize, to praise, especially in an eloquent speech or in writing. Panegyrize. Simple past and past participle of panegyrize. Painterizer, one who painterizes. Painterizers, plural of painterizer. Painterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of painterize. Painterizing, present participle and gerund of painterize. Painjury, obsolete spelling of panegyric. Panang, present participle and gerund of panang. Panedi, the quality or state of being bred. Hynek, a surname. Hynex,
Invincible.
plural of painek. Well, a usually rectangular section of a surface, or of a covering, or of a wall, fence, etc. Panel beater, one who repairs vehicle bodywork, an auto body mechanic US. Panel beaters, plural of panel beater. Panel discussion, a conversation about a specific topic conducted by a group of experts, usually either in the presence of an audience or in a broadcast or both. Panel discussions, plural of panel discussion. Panel game, a game show featuring a panel of celebrities. Panel games, plural of panel game. Panel house, a brothel whose rooms have secret entrances to facilitate theft by accomplices of the inmates. Panel houses, plural of panel house. Panel pen, a very thin and short nail used in furniture. Panel pens, plural of panel pin. Panel planer, a machine for dressing panels and feathering their edges to fit them to the grooves in the styles. Panel planers, plural of panel planer. Panel saw, any various types of light saws used to cut large sheets of material, such as plywood. Panel saws, plural of panel saw. Panel show, synonym of panel game show featuring a panel of celebrities. Panel shows, plural of panel show. Panel strip, a narrow piece of wood or metal for covering a joint between two panels. Panel strips, plural of panel strip. Panel thief, a thief who operates in a panel house. Panel thieves, plural of panel thief. Panel truck, a small delivery truck with a fully enclosed body. Panel trucks, plural of panel truck. Panel van, a large van without side windows or rear seats with a chassis too big for a car. Compare car body van. Panel van, plural of panel van. Panella, an unrefined sugar product typical of Latin America, which is basically a solid piece of sucrose and fructose obtained from the boiling and evaporation of sugarcane. Panelak, a Czech perfect. Panelak, alternative form of panelak. Panelax, plural of panelak. Panelax, plural of panelak. Panelbeater, alternative form of panel beater. Panelbeaters, plural of panel beater. Panel board, a distribution board. Panel boards, plural of panel board. Panel, having panels. Paneler, alternative form of paneler. Panelers, plural of paneler. Painless, without a pain. Paneling, alternative spelling of paneling. Panelings, plural of paneling. Panelist, a person who is a member of a panel. Panelists, plural of panelists. Panelize, to divide into panels. Panelize, split into a group of panels for convenient assembly. Panelizes, third-person singular simple present indicative of panelize. Panelizing, present participle and gerund of panelize. Panella, a surname. Panella, plural of panella. Panellation, division of a feature into separate panels. Panel, having panels. Paneler, one who appears on a panel, a panelist. Panelers, plural of paneler. Panellus, without a panel. Paneling, the panels with which a surface, especially an indoor wall, is covered, considered collectively. Paneling, plural of paneling. Panelize, alternative. Spelling of panelize. Panelist, a person who appears on a panel either as a member of a committee or jury or as part of a panel game. Panelists, plural of panelists. Panelize, alternative form of panelized. Panels, plural of panel. Panelvan, alternative spelling of panelvan. Panelvans, plural of panelvan. Panelwise, in the manner of a panel. Panelwork, what? Painscoting. Painencephalitic, of or relating to painencephalitis. Painencephalidides, plural of painencephalitis. Painencephalitis, any disease characterized by widespread encephalitis. Painendism, alternative letter case form of painendism. Painendes, a person who believes in painendism. Painendaste, of or relating to painendism. Painendes, plural of painendaste. Painendoscope, an endoscope used in painendoscopy. Painendoscopes, plural of painendoscope. Painendoscopic, relating to painendoscopy. Painendoscopies. Plural of painendoscopy. Painendoscopy, endoscopy of the pharynx, larynx, upper trachea, and esophagus. Penendothelial, relating to all types of endothelial cell. Penenka, a softly struck chipped penalty kick into the middle of the goal. Penenkas, plural of penenko. Penenteroverall. Relating to all enteroviruses. Penenterovirus, relating to all species of enterovirus. Penentheism, alternative spelling of panentheism. Panentheist, alternative spelling of panentheist. Panentheist, a person who believes in panentheism. Panentheistic, or relating to panentheism. Panentheistical, or relating to panentheism. Panentheistically, in a panentheistic manner. Panentheists, plural of panentheist, alternative spelling of panentheists. Panentheists, plural of panentheist. Panestates, a long bone condition in large dogs, manifesting with sudden, otherwise unexplained pain and lameness, sometimes shifting from leg to leg. Painpidemic, a pandemic. Painpidemics, plural of painpidemic. Painpinto, a surname from Italian. Pintos, plural of painpinto. Painepithelial, relating to all or most types of epithelial cells or tissue. Pans, a surname. Panesthesia, everything that is felt by a person at one time, totality of sensation. Parat, a village and commune of Mureș County, Romania. Panatella, alternative form of panatella type of cigar. Panatellas, plural of panatella. Pana, a surname. Paneth cell, a type of epithelial cell found in the small intestine. Paneth cells, plural of paneth cell. Panethite, a monoclinic prismatic brownish yellow mineral containing calcium, iron, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, and sodium. Panethnicity, the grouping together and collective labeling of various separate ethnicities. Panis, plural of pana. Panetta, a surname from Italian. Panettas, plural of panetta. A soft Italian sourdough brioche from Milan with candied fruit, usually prepared for Christmas as a dessert. Panitens, plural of panitan. Panini, plural of panitan. Panologism, eulogy of everything, indiscriminate praise. Panologisms, plural of panologism. Pandesis, alternative form of Panvizes. Pandeis, a city in Lithuania. Painsperiential, such that all matter is capable of experience. Painsperientialism, the doctrine related to panpsychism, that all matter is capable of experience. Painsperientialist, one who believes the doctrine of painsperientialism. Painsperientialists, plural of painsperientialist. Panphyas, a Chinese person. Panfaces, plural of panface. Panfacial, affecting or relating to the entire face. Pamphlandum, occurring throughout or encompassing all of fandom. Panthal, a surname from Polish. Panthals, plural of panthal. Panfish, any fish that is suitable for cooking in a frying pan by virtue of its size and taste. Panfiches, plural of panfish. Panfishing, the process of fishing for panfish. Pamphlovirus, relating to all or most flaviviruses. Pamphloid, alternative spelling of pan flute. Panflutes, plural of panflute, alternative spelling of pan flutes. Panforte, a dense flat cake, a speciality of Siena, made with honey, hazelnuts, almonds, candied fruit, cocoa, and spices. Panfortes, plural of panforte. Panforti, plural of panforte. Panfrey, alternative spelling of panfry. Panfries, third person singular simple present indicative of panfrey. Pemfrey, alternative form of panfry. Peve, present participle and gerund of panfrey. Pamphel, as much as a pan will hold. Panthol, plural of panful. Pamphondol, relating to or effective against most forms of fungus. Pamphonus, alternative form of panfungal. A surname from Chinese. Hang symbol, a type of symbol that is suspended. Hang symbols, plural of hang symbol. Hang dui. No. To urinate, to pee. Hang kama, synonym of sweet fermented rice, a traditional dessert of Thailand. Pang of conscience, a feeling of shame, guilt, or embarrassment resulting from behavior which one regrets. Pang sai, to defecate, to shit. Fantasy, to deliberately miss an agreed appointment, especially at the last minute. Penpu, synonym of bangbu. Adva, a large broad-bladed knife. Pangda panga, a tree of the African species Milletia stumini art. Swe. Hanya Bugan, a barangay of Butuan, Agis del Norte, Philippines. Pangaea, a former supercontinent that included all the landmasses of the Earth before the Triassic period, and that broke up into Laurasia and Gondwana. Pangaea Roman II, synonym of Pangaea Ultima. Pangaea Proxima, synonym of Pangaea Ultima. Pangaea Ultima, a hypothetical future supercontinent. Pandin, of or relating to Pangaea. Panda, a kind of boat used on the east coast of Africa. Pangaeus, plural of Pangaea. Pangeo, alternative form of Pangaea. Pangaeos, plural of Pangeo. Pangalactic, throughout all galaxies. Pangalalan, a barangay of Sinangan, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Pangalangan, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Pangallo, a surname from Italian. Pangallos, plural of Pangallo. Panamban, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Panatic, of or pertaining to pangamic acid or its derivatives. Pangamic acid, any of several related derivatives of gluconic acid that puree. Panatic, of or pertaining to pangamic acid or its derivatives. Pangamic acid, any of several related derivatives of gluconic acid that have some characteristics of a vitamin. Hanamihan, a barangay of Toledo, Cebu, Philippines. Hanami, mating in an indiscriminate or random manner. Handan, a surname from Kapampangan. Hanganan, a barangay of Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. Hangaman, a barangay of Umingin, Pangasinan, Philippines. Hanganiban, a surname from Tagalog. Hanganibans, plural of Panganiban. Hangdans, plural of Pangan. Hangantukan, a municipality of Buchanan, Philippines. Hangdao, a barangay of Lipa, Batangas. Hangapisan, a barangay of Alaminos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Hangirati, a commune of Nemt County, Romania. Hangers, a surname. Hangdes, plural of Panga. Pangasia, plural of Pangasius. Panasi, any catfish in the family Pangasiidae. Pangasides, plural of Pangasiae. Pangasinan, a province of the Ilocos region, Luzon, Philippines. Capital, Lingayen. Largest city, San Carlos. Pangasinans, plural of Pangasinan. Pangasinans, of or pertaining to Pangasinan. Pangasinenses, plural of Pangasinan. Pangaseas, any of various edible freshwater fish of the genus Pangaseas native to Southeast Asia, especially the iridescent shark Pangaseas hypothalamus. Pangastritis, inflammation of the entire stomach lining. Pangatlan, a barangay of Mexico, Pampanga, Philippines. Highborn, a surname. Highborns, plural of Pangborn. Highborn, a village and civil parish in West Berkshire District, Berkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 6376. Hangburn, a surname. Hangburns, plural of Pangburn. Hadan, a barangay of Buron, Leyte, Philippines. Pangaea, alternative spelling of Pangaea, geology, a former supercontinent that included all the landmasses of the Earth before the Triassic period and that broke up into Laurasia and Gondwana. Pangaea Roman II, alternative form of Pangaea Roman II. Pangaea Proxima, alternative form of Pangaea Proxima. Pangaea Ultima, alternative form of Pangaea Ultima. Pangean, alternative form of Pangean. Pant, simple past and past participle of Pang. Pangilinan, a surname from Chamorro. Pangilinans, plural of Pangilinan. Panjin, alternative form of Pangean, supposed particle of heritable character. Pangender, encompassing or including all genders. Pangender, having or pertaining to mixed or fluid gender identity that encompasses aspects of all genders. Pangean, a supposed particle with which heritable character was transmitted during cell division. Pangean, plural of pangene. Pangenesis, a mechanism for heredity proposed by Charles Darwin by which the cells of the body shed gemmules which collect in the reproductive organs prior to fertilization. Pangenetic, of or pertaining to pangenesis. Pangeny, alternative spelling of penguin. Pangenome, the genome of all the strains of a particular clade, most commonly of bacteria and archaea. Pangenomes, plural of pangenome. Pangenomic, relating to a pangenome or to pangenomics. Pangenomically, in a pangenomic manner. Pangenomics, the study of pangenomes. Pangenotype, relating to many genotypes. Pangenotypic, relating to all genotypes of an organism, as for example with pangenotypic treatment plans, pangenotypic drug efficacy, pangenotypic risk, and so on. Pangenotypical, alternative form of pangenotypic. Pangens, plural of pangen. Pangeometric, relating to pangeometry. Pangeometrical, relating to pangeometry. Pangeometry, a generalized geometry in any number of dimensions, the study of hypergeometries. Pangermism, the theory that all diseases are caused by germs. Pangermist, a proponent of the theory of pangermism. Pangermists, plural of pangermists. Padhol, full of pangs, sorrowful, anguishing. Pangulaean, a barangay of Penimalayan, Oriental Mindoro. Philippines. Henyayan, a barangay of Ibon, Batangas, Philippines. Panyola, a barangay of Malabon, Metro Manila, Philippines. Tengdi, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Pangil, a municipality of Laguna, Philippines. Pangilinan, a surname from Kapampangan. Pangalinans, plural of Pangilinan. Present participle and gerund of Pang. Pangil Pinang, a city, the provincial capital of the Bangka Belitung Islands, Indonesia. Pemikala, invincible, alternative form of Barnbarla. Pangam, a town in Shan State, Myanmar, de facto capital of Wa State. Panglao, an island of central Visayas, Philippines, off the southwest of Bohol Island near Tagbilaran. Pangdal, a surname. Pangdals, plural of Pangal. Painless, without a pang, painless. Painlessly, without a pang, painlessly. Pangwell, relating to all glial cells. Panglobular, that occurs in all parts of the world. Panglomerular, relating to or affecting all the glomeruli of the kidneys. Pangloss, a naively or unreasonably optimistic person. Panglosses, plural of pangloss. Panglossin, naively or unreasonably optimistic. Panglossinism, naive or unreasonable optimism. Panglosic, synonym of Panglosian. Pangnatar, an Inuit hamlet on Baffin Island, Nunavut, Canada. Panosis, the capacity to know everything, omniscience. Panaste, someone who has total knowledge. Panostics, plural of panostic. Pango Pango, alternative form of Pago Pago. Pangola grass, a plant Digitaria eriantha. Pangolin, the scaly anteater, any of several long-tailed, scale-covered mammals of the family Manatee within the order Phalidota of tropical Africa and Asia. Pangolins, plural of pangolin. Pangolom, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Pangong Tso, an endorheic lake on the border between Leh District, Ladakh, India, and Rohtang County, Tibet Autonomous Region, China, with a portion in the disputed Aksai Chin. Pangapup, a young pangolin, is scaly anteater pup. Pangapups, plural of pangapup. Penta, a barangay of Kalubian, late Philippines. Pangan, a sentence that contains every letter of the alphabet. Pangrammatic, having the form of a pangram. Pangrammatus, one who composes pangrams. Pangrammatists, plural of pangrammatists. Pangrams, plural of pangram. That is, plural of pang. Pangs of conscience, plural of pang of conscience. Pagshataban, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Pangu, the first living being and creator of all in Chinese mythology. Pangubatan, a barangay of Samol, Davao. Del Norte, Philippines. Pangquang, a 19th century gambling card game resembling rummy, probably of Philippine origin, and usually played with 8 decks of cards. Panguipuli, a commune and city in Chile. Panguich, a city, the county seat of Garfield County, Utah, United States. Pangulu, alternative form of Pangulu. Pangilus, plural of Pangulu. Padua, a Bantu language of Tanzania. Pawi, synonym of Fang, a Central African language. Pangaea, archaic spelling of Pangea. Pup, abbreviation of polycyclic aromatic nitrogen heterocycle. Panhandle, a city, the county seat of Carson County, Texas, United States. Panhandle State. West Virginia. Panhandle Track, a running track built with a 220-yard straightway. Panhandle Tracks, plural of panhandle track. Panhandle, simple past and past participle of panhandle. Panhandler, one who panhandles, an urban beggar who typically stands on a street with an outstretched container in hand, begging for loose change or money. Panhandlers, plural of panhandler. Panhandles, plural of panhandle. Panhandling, the act or habit of begging for money. Panhandlings, plural of panhandling. Panhard, a surname from French. Panharmonicon, a mechanical musical instrument that could imitate various instruments and generate sound effects. Panharmonicons, plural of panharmonicon. Panas, alternative form of panhard. Panad, a fan of the American Christian rock band Skillet. Panads, plural of panhead. Panhellenia. Plural of Panhellenium. Panhellenic, of or relating to all Greece or all the Greeks. Panhellenian, alternative form of Panhellenium. Panhellenism, the union of the Greeks into a single political body. Panhellenes, an advocate of Panhellenism. Panhellenes, plural. Of Panhellenes. Panhellenium, an assembly or association of Greeks from all the states of ancient Greece. Hematopoietic, relating to all or most hematopoietic precursors. Panhedrosis, alternative form of panhedrosis. Panhispanism, alternative form of panhispanism. Panhole, a shallow depression or pothole that collects rainwater or snow melt. Panholes, a locality in Perth and Kinross, Scotland. Panamlo, Hama, Honduras, and Light. Liberia, used as flags of convenience in shipping. Panamlitco, Panama, Honduras, Liberia, and Costa Rica, used as flags of convenience in shipping. Panhouse, a building in which sea water is evaporated to make salt. Panhouses, plural of panhouse. Plural of pan. Human, applying to all human beings. Hyperpituitarism, an increase in the secretion of all or most of the pituitary hormones. Panhypoglyceminemia, alternative form of panhypoglyceminemia. Panhypoglyceminemia, a reduction in the circulating levels of all the major classes of immunoglobulin. Panhypoglyceminemia, plural of panhypoglyceminemia. Panhypoglyceminemia, having or relating to panhypoglyceminemia. Panhypopituitarism, a form of hypopituitarism affecting most of the pituitary hormones. Panhypoproteinemia, the deficiency of all or many proteins in the blood. Panhypoproteinemic, relating to panhypoproteinemia. Panhysterectomy, plural of panhysterectomy. Panhysterectomy, an operation in which the entire uterus is removed, including the cervix. Abbreviation of Pelianaline. Thanya, a beautiful maiden in Maori mythology and symbol of the New Zealand city of Napier. Paniagra, a surname from Spanish. Paniaguas, plural of Paniagua. Panabasan, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Hanak, pertaining to or resulting from overwhelming fear or fright.
Here we go.
Right. Panic attack, a sudden period of intense anxiety, mounting physiological arousal, fear, stomach problems, and discomfort that are associated with a variety of somatic and cognitive symptoms. Panic attacks, plural of panic attack. Panic bar, synonym of crash bar, bar allowing egress through a door. Panic bars, plural of panic bar. Panic button, an emergency button which, when pressed, alerts authorities of danger or triggers an alarm system. Panic buttons, plural of panic button. Panic buyer, one who engages in panic buying. Panic buyers, plural of panic buyer. Panic buying, the buying of commodities or other assets earlier than normal or in quantities greater than normal because of rumors of coming shortages or price rises. Panic buyings, plural of panic buying. Panic disorder, an anxiety disorder involving severe recurring panic attacks. Panic disorders, plural of panic disorder. Panic door, a door fitted with a panic bar. Panic doors, plural of panic door. Panic grass, alternative form of panic grass. Panic grasses, plural of panic grass. Panic parties. Plural of panic party. Panic party, a group of sailors given the task of pretending to abandon ship so as to encourage a submarine to
Invincible.
approach so that it can be attacked. Panic rev. In motocross, the revving of the airborne engine if the front wheel of the bike is too low after executing a jump. The purpose is to accelerate the rotation of the rear tire by raising the front end of the bike. Panic revs, plural of panic rev. Panic room, a safe room. Panic rooms, plural of panic room. Panic sell, to sell an investment out of fear or anxiety with little regard to the price. Panic seller, a person who sells an investment out of emotion and fear rather than evaluating the fundamentals, which causes a sharp decline in prices. Panic sellers, plural of panic seller. Panic selling, wide-scale selling of an investment such as a company's stock out of emotion and fear, rather than evaluating the fundamentals, which causes a sharp decline in prices. Panic sellings, plural of panic selling. Panic sells, third person singular simple present indicative of panic sell. Panic snap, a device that allows a rope or cable to be released quickly and easily, such as one made for horses with a ring that instantly releases anything attached to the snap. Panic snaps, plural of panic snap. Panic sold, simple past and past participle of panic sell. Panic stations, a period of panic. Panic bought, simple past and past participle of panic buy. Panic buy, to buy items in unwarrantedly large quantities in a panic response to coming shortages or price rises. Panic buy, a person who panic buys. Panic buyers, plural of panic buyer. Panic buying, present participle and gerund of panic buy. Panic buys, third person singular simple present indicative of panic buy. Panic monger, alternative form of panic monger. Panic mongers, plural of panic-monger. Panic-stricken, very frightened, and unable to react sensibly because of panic. Panic strike, to elicit feelings of panic in someone or something. Panic strikes, third person singular simple present indicative of panic strike. Panic striking, present participle and gerund of panic strike. Panic struck, synonym of panic stricken. Panikal, obsolete form of panic. Paniklik, in a panicky manner. Panikin, alternative letter K. Case form of panikin. Panikins, plural of panikin. Panikar, alternative form of panikar. Panikars, plural of panikar. Anexia, a surname from Italian. Anexias, plural of panixia. Panicful, full of panic, fearful. Panic grass, any of several of the species of grass in the genus Panicum. Panic grasses, plural of panic grass. Hanasigen, a barangay of Yuzen, Masbate, Philippines. Panic, obsolete form of panic. Panicked, simple past and past participle of panic. Panicidly, in a panicked manner. Panicker, a surname from Malayalam. Panigers, plural of panicker. Panidi, comparative form of panicky, more panicky. Panegyist, superlative form of panicky, most panicky. Panicoing, in a panicky manner. Panickiness, the state or condition of being panicky. Panicking, present participle and gerund of panic. Panickingly, with panic. Panickings, plural of panicking. Panic, plural of panic. Panicky, in a state of panic. Panicol, a compound raceme. Panicles, furnished with or arranged in panicles, paniculate. Panicles, plural of panicle. Panicless, free from panic. Panic-like, resembling or characteristic of panic. Panic-mire, a person who spreads panic among others. A fearmonger, a scaremonger. Panic. Panic-like, resembling or characteristic of panic. Panic-mire, a person who spreads panic among others. A fearmonger, a scaremonger. Panic-mongering, synonym of scaremongering. Panic-moners, plural of panic-moner. Panico, a surname. Panicogenesis, the generation of a false sense of panic in an otherwise healthy person. Panicogenic, engendering a state of panic. Panicoid, any grass of the subfamily Paniquidae. Panicoids, plural of panicoid. Panicolytic, that reduces the flight reflex in animals when faced with danger. Panicolytics, plural of panicolytic. Panicos, plural of panico. Panics, plural of panic. Panic-stricken, alternative form of panic-stricken. Panicsville, a state of panic. Paniculate, having a branched cluster of flowers. Paniculated, paniculate. Paniculately, in a paniculate manner. Paniculatin, an organic compound found in Chisachetin paniculatus. Paniculatimaside, a particular steroid glycoside. Paniculiform, having the form of a panicle. Paniculanin, a particular steroid glycoside. Panicum, any of the genus Panicum of tropical grasses. Panicums, plural of panicum. Panidazole, an antiprotozoal drug. Panidium marfate, having a completely idiomorphic structure. Panhidrosis, sweating occurring over the entire body. Pine, obsolete form of pannier. Panniers, plural of pannier. Panification, bread. Making. Panifications, plural of panification. Panagayan, a barangay of Isabela, Basilan, Philippines. Panigrahana, a Hindu wedding ritual in presence of fire. Panikar, a hired servant. Panikars, plural of panikar. Panikar. A surname. Panela, synonym of quarterin, a Spanish quarter pound. Panelas, plural of panilla. Panam, alternative spelling of panem. Panams, plural of panem. Pananin, arrivi in the pancreatic and allele meal. Padan, a hominid of the genus Pan. Pananam, a barangay of Bacara, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Hi, a mammal of the genus Pan. Panines, plural of panine. Paninflammatory, characterized by widespread or fulminant inflammation. Paining, present participle and gerund of pain. Panangan, a barangay of Kilasi, Antique, Philippines. Paintings. Plural of painting. Panini, an ancient Indian grammarian known for codifying what came to be known as the Sanskrit language in his work The Letter 1E63, Letter 1E6D, A Macron D, HY, A Macron Y, A Macron. PA Macron, Letter 1E47, INI. IAS transliteration of Panini. Panini's law, one of the basic principles describing the position of words and phrases in a sentence, stating that a shorter phrase will precede a longer phrase where possible. Hananian, of or relating to P.A. Macron, letter 1E47 INI, an ancient Sanskrit grammarian. Paninens, plural of panini. Paninao, a type of grilled sandwich made of a small loaf of bread, cut horizontally, filled with meat such as salami or ham, cheese, or other food. Panins, plural of panin. Panintestinal, relating to or affecting all the intestines. Hakelo, a Hawaiian cowboy. Patiolos, plural of paniolo. An onion, of or relating to the Pan-Ianian. Hanene, relating to all of the Ianian peoples. Hanan. Alternative form of Pan-Ianian. Hananyam. Aeonian sanctuary dedicated to Poseidon and Heliconius and the meeting place of the Aeonian League. Handavat, a city and district of Haryana, India, where 3 important battles were fought. Hanadnam, a Carbidnam Antebiad. Hanafel, water culture. Hanafels. Plural of Panafel. Hanabuan, a barangay of Mexico. Pampanga, Philippines. Panipiri, a form of fried puff pastry balls filled with a watery mixture of tamarind, chili, chopped masala, potato, onion, and chickpeas from India and Pakistan. Panapiris, plural of Panipuri. Panipuri, a municipality of Tarlac, Philippines. Hanequin, a barangay of Najan, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Hanakida, a dialect of the Pees language. Haner, alternative form of Panir. Hanast, alternative form of Panest. Hanasks, plural of Panest. Hanacidine, any of 3 isomeric metharc derivatives of aniline. Panacidines, plural of panacidine. Panast, alternative form of panest. Panasks, plural of panest. Panaslamic. Alternative form of Pan-Islamic. Pan-Islamism, a political movement advocating the unity of Muslims under one Islamic state or organization. Hanas, one of a portion of chickpea fries chips, made from a kind of chickpea polenta chilled, cut into slices, dredged in flour.
Here we go!
And fried. Panasas, plural of Panas. Panathan, a municipality of Capiz, Philippines. Panaitumima, a human monoclonal antibody used in the treatment of some cancers. Panivorous, eating bread. Panixla Huaca, a town in Oaxaca, Mexico. Punjab, alternative spelling of Punjab. Punjabi, archaic form of Punjabi. Punjabi is plural of Punjabi. Punjabi, alternative form of Punjabi. Pandabiness, alternative form of Punjabiness. Pandabes, plural of Punjabi. Punjab, alternative form of Punjab. Panjams, plural of Panjam. Panjandaram, alternative spelling of Panjandram. Panjandarams, plural of Panjandaram. Panjandra, plural of Panjandram. Panjandram, an important, powerful, or influential person, Mukamak. Pandandrams, plural of Panjandram. Panjarapal, alternative form of Pinjarapal. Panjarapals, plural of Panjarapal. Punjabi, archaic form of Punjabi. Punjabi is plural of Panjabi. Punji, alternative form of Punji. Panges, plural
Invincible.
of Panji. Panty, Panji, prince and main character. In the Panji Tales. Panjikids, a transliteration of the Georgian surname Panjikids, P-A-N letter 1-E-F-I letter 1-E-3-3-I and E. Fenchim, alternative form of Panaji. Hanchi, a prefecture-level city of Liaoning, China. Panjis, plural of Panji. Panjna, a river at the extreme end of Bahawalpur district in Punjab, Pakistan. Pentropole, alternative form of Pindrapole. Pentropoles, plural of Pandropole. Penshur, a place in Afghanistan. Panjshir Valley, a valley in Panjshir province, Afghanistan. Pandom, alternative form of Punjab. Panjams, plural of Panjam. Panjwani, a surname from Hindi. Panjwanis, plural of Panjwani. That, an irritating or stupid person. Pankaj, a male given name from Sanskrit common in India. Pecker, alternative form of Panker. Pankeratin, synonym of Pansitokertin. Pankeratins, plural of Pankeratin. Pankers, plural of Panker. Becky, a surname. Peggy's,
Here we go.
plural of Panky. Pankhurst, a surname. Pankhurstian, relating to Emmeline Pankhurst 1858-1928, leader of the British suffragette movement. Pankhursts, plural of Pankhursts. Fanko, a surname. Fankos, plural of Panko. Pankow, the most populous borough of Berlin in the east of the city. Pankows, plural of Pankow. Vankowski, a surname. Name from Polish. Pankowskis, plural of Pankowski. Emkration, an ancient Greek martial art combining aspects of boxing and wrestling, introduced in the Greek Olympic Games in 648 BC. Pancratus, a competitor in pancration. Pancratus, plural of Pancratus. Pankrats, a surname. Pankratses, plural of Pankrats. Vex, a surname. Hamlatin, a barangay of Sigwager, Philippines. Hinlayan, a barangay of Calbayog, Samar, Philippines. Panlacto, concerning all variants of a language. Panleucopenia, alternative form of panleukopenia. Panleukopenia, alternative form of panleukopenia. Panleukocyte, relating to all the leukocytes of an organism.
Invincible.
Panleukopenia, alternative spelling of panleukopenia. Panleukopenia, a distemper of cats caused by a strain of parvovirus. Panleukopenias, plural of panleukopenia. Panleukopenia, having or relating to panleukopenia. Hamleben, alternative form of Panhamleb. Hamleponko, alternative form of Panhanlibgo. Pamine, resembling or characteristic of a pan. Panlingual, involving or encompassing all languages. Panlinguistic, occurring in all languages. Panlobular, that affects the entire lobule of a racemus gland. Panlobulary, in a panlobular manner. Hamlogical, relating to panlogism. Hamlogism, the Hegelian doctrine that the universe is the act or realization of logos and therefore logic and ontology are the same study. Panlogist, one who accepts the doctrine of panlogism. Panlogistic, of or relating to panlogism. Panlogistical, alternative form of panlogistic. Panlogistically, in a panlogistic manner. Panlogists, plural of panlogists. Panmacular, throughout the entire macula. Panmagic, being a pentagonal magic square. Hammond, a man who plays steel pan. Panmelodian, a 19th century keyboard instrument whose tone is produced by wheels rubbing on metal bars. Hemin, plural of panman. Panmesodermal, throughout the mesoderm. Panmesodermal, in a panmesodermal manner. Panmectic, or pertaining to panmixia. Panmixia, a situation in which an individual is just as likely to mate with a randomly chosen individual as any other in the population. Panmexus, panmixia, panmexus, panmixia, panmexi, alternative form of panmixia. Pamal, synonym of panzanella. Pemar, an earthenware crock used to hold milk or butter, etc. Pamargs, plural of Pamar. Panmunjom, a tiny uninhabited hamlet in Korea in the center of the demilitarized zone where the North and South Korean governments meet. Hunyur, a suburb of Auckland, New Zealand. Panmyeloid, relating to all myeloid tissue. Panmyelopathies, plural of panmyelopathy. Panmyelopathy, a condition of bone marrow in which all blood-forming elements are affected. Panmyelophysis, a disease caused by panmyelopathy. Panmyelosis, a form of myeloid metaplasia with pancytopenia. Panna cotta, a northern Italian dessert consisting of flavored double cream set with gelatine, often served with fruit sauce or caramel syrup. Panna cottas, plural of panna cotta. Hemel, capable of being pan-moved as if across a panorama. Hemacata, alternative spelling of panna cotta. Pannacotas, plural of panna cotta. Panad, the curvet of a horse. Panads, plural of panade. Panad, acorns and beech mast used as forage for pigs. Panages, plural of panad. Pannel, a village in Pannel and Burnbridge Parish, Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3051. Pannel and Burnbridge, a civil parish in Harrogate District, North Yorkshire, England, which includes the named places and was created in 2016. Panna, alternative form of Panum. Panariaceous, of or relating to the Panariaceae. Panarin, an organic compound found in some lichens. Panaroi, relating to lichenized fungi of the genus Panaria. Panary, alternative form of Panary. Ha, a lustrous finish applied to velvet and satin. Panacrosis, widespread necrosis, especially of neurons. Han, simple past and past participle of pan. Pan and scan.
Here we go.
Simple past and past participle of pan and scan. Pan out. Simple past and past participle of pan out. Panico, a surname from Dutch. Panicoken, plural of panicoke. Panicokes, plural of panicoke. Panel, obsolete form of panel. How, simple past and past participle of panel. Paneling, present participle and gerund of panel. Panelings, plural of paneling. Panel, a surname. Panel, simple past and past participle of panel. Paneling, present participle and gerund of panel. Panelings, plural of paneling. Panels, plural of panel. Panels, plural of panel. Panacoke, alternative form of panicoke. Panacoken, plural of panencoke. Para, one who pans. Panner disease, osteochondrosis of the capitulum of the elbow causing pain and stiffness. Panners, plural of panner. Pans, plural of pan. Paneral, relating to all nerves. Panoronal, relating to all neuron. Panoronally, in a panoronal manner. Panaxen, any member of a family of transmembrane proteins found in vertebrates, homologous to the invertebrate in nexons. Panaxens, plural of panaxen. Panaxen, a group of panaxens that form a channel through the membrane of a cell. Panaxens, plural of panaxen. Panas, alternative form of panhas. Panas, scrapple meat dish. Plural of panas. Panakin, alternative form of panakin. Panakins, plural of panakin. Panic, obsolete form of panic. Panax, plural of panic. Panicle, a membrane of tissue in the body of a human or animal. Panicles, plural of panicle. Panicular, membranes. Paniculectomies, plural of paniculectomy. Paniculectomy, the surgical removal of paniculus or fatty tissue. Paniculi, plural of paniculus. Paniculides, plural of paniculitis. Paniculitis, inflammation of the panniculus adiposid. Or subcutaneous adipose tissue. Paniculosis, a non-inflammatory condition characterized by broad, flat thickening of the subcutaneous tissue. Panniculus, a dense layer of fatty tissue growth consisting of subcutaneous fat in the lower abdominal area. Panniculus adiposus, the fatty layer of the subcutaneous tissues superficial to a deeper vestigial layer of muscle, the panniculus carnosus. Have a decorative basket for the display of flowers or fruits. Pannier tank, a type of tank fitted to both sides of the boiler of a tank locomotive. Pannier tanks, plural of pannier tank. Pannier, equipped with panniers. Panniers, without panniers. Pannieri, resembling or characteristic of a pannier. Pannerman, a man employed to transport provisions in a pannier. Pannermen, plural. Of pannerman. Panniers, plural of pannier. Pannieri, a stone-paved path along which goods were transported in panniers. Panniers, plural of pannieri. Panniers, in the manner of panniers fastened on either side at the back of a bicycle or pack animal or carried over both shoulders. Pannis, plural of panni. Paniform, having the appearance or texture of felt or woolen cloth. Panicle, the brain pan or skull, hence the crest. Panicle, alternative form of panicle. Panicles, plural of panicle. Panicles, plural of panicle. Pannikin, a durable cup or other vessel used for drinking made of metal and coated in enamel. Pannikin boss, a petty or minor boss and under supervisor. Pannikin bosses, plural of pannikin boss. Pannikinful, the quantity a pannikin will hold. Pannikinfuls, plural of pannikinful. Pannikins, plural of pannikin. Pannikins full, plural of pannikinful. Panning, a surname from German. Panning and scanning, present participle and gerund of pan and scan. Panning out, present participle and pannings, plural of panning. Panas, someone who plays a steel pan. Pamas, plural of panas. Hanafex, a Hungarian fur made from lambskin. Anona, a former ancient town in ancient Greece. Hanon, a surname. Hanons, plural of Panon. Pannonia, a geographic region and former province of the Roman Empire in Central Eastern Europe, existing as a single province from c. 9 AD to 107 AD and as multiple related provinces until 433 AD, located in modern Western Hungary, Western Slovakia, Eastern Austria, Northern Croatia, Northwestern Serbia, Northern Slovenia, and Northern Bosnia and Herzegovina. Pannonian, of or pertaining to Pannonia. Pannonian Russian, a West Slavic language derived from Old Slovak and spoken in Serbia and in Croatia. Pannonian Sea, a shallow ancient sea in the location of the modern-day Pannonian Basin in Central Europe. Pannonianism, a Pannonian idiom or turn of phrase. Pannonianisms, plural of Pannonianism. Pannonians, plural of Pannonian. Pannoniasaur, any Tethosaurian mosasauroid of the genus Pannoniasaurus. Pannoniasaurs, plural of Pannoniasaur. Pannonic, of or relating to Pannonia. Pandas, similar in texture or appearance to felt or woolen cloth. Panosly, in a Panos manner. Pandosia, a supercontinent which formed on Earth approximately 600 million years ago. Hanno, a surname. Panalo, a surname from Italian. Panno, bread food. Panas, plural of panno. Panascorium, a soft leather cloth used for boots, etc. Panasis, plural of panas. House. Paniches, one of the Chairites worshipped in Athens. Pano, a surname. Pano, alternative form of Pan. Panon, of or relating to a language family including languages spoken in Peru, Western Brazil, and Bolivia. Panadacumab, a monoclonal antibody designed as an antibacterial against Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Panabinostat, a hydroxanic acid drug and acts as a non-selective histone deacetylase inhibitor. Panoceanic, relating to all oceans. Panacha, coarse Mexican brown sugar. Panachas, plural of panacha. Panache, alternative form of Panacha. Panache Hills, a mountain range in Fresno County, California, United States, known for both being a natural area preserved by the Bureau of Land Management and for the fossils from the Mesozoic found within it. Panachas, plural of Panach. Panai, alternative form of Bannock. Panacalco, Swarcia pedicogo, a tree of the bean family, growing in Guyana, South America, and having hard, durable wood. Hanocracy, who they are. Panoski, a surname. Panoistic, producing ova only, said of the ovaries of certain insects which do not produce vitelliginous cells. Panoja, alternative form of Panacha. Panola, an unincorporated community in Crenshaw County, Alabama, United States. Panola County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seats, Batesville and Sardis. Panolupsi, possession by Pan. Panonic, relating to panomics. Panomics, all the biology studies such as genomics, proteomics, etc. considered as a whole. Panamyphene, an antiestrogen drug. Hanamphian. Alternative spelling of Panamphian. Hamplian. Uttering ominous or prophetic voices, divining. Hanamphian. Alternative spelling of Panamphian. Pananongan. A barangay of Calbayog, Samar, Philippines. Hanapya. Two of the narrates. Hanap is also the name of one of the daughters of Thespius and Megamed and mother of Heracles' son, Threpsippus. Hanopid. Any crab in the family Panopidae. Panopids. Plural of panopid. Panophobia. A condition of groundless fears. Panophthalmitis, the inflammation of all coats of the eye including intraocular structures. Panoply, dressed in panoply. Panoples, plural of panoply. Panoplis, one who wears a complete set of armor. Panoplis, plural of panoplis. Panoplet, a splendid display of something. Panopsen, an opsin that is expressed in the brain and testes. Panopsens, plural of panopsen. Panopte, all-seeing, comprehensive, inclusive. Panoptica, plural of panopticon. Panoptically, in a panoptic manner. Panopticism, the state or quality of being panoptic, all-seeingness. Panopticon, a kind of projector in the 18th and 19th centuries. Panopticons, plural of panopticon. Panorama, a panoramic view. Panorama, an unbroken view of an entire surrounding area. Panorama City, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Panorama Heights, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Panoramagram, a device used to view a stereoscopic image from a pair of photographs. Panoramograms, plural of panoramagram. Panoramas, plural of panorama. Panoramata, plural of panorama. Panoramic, of or pertaining to a panorama with a wide view. Panoramical, archaic form of panoramic. Panoramically, in a panoramic way. Panoramics, plural of panoramic. Panoramas, a person who creates panoramas. Panoramas, plural of panoramas. Panorams, plural of Oram. Panorama, a barangay of Mako, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Panorganizational, that involves or extends across the entire organization.
Here we go.
Panorganitropic, having an affinity for all bodily organs. Anormia, an early proposed name for the element technetium. Panorpid, any in the family Panopidid scorpionflies. Panorpids, plural of panorpid. Pamorpodid, any scorpionfly in the family Panorpodidae. Pamorpodids, plural of panorpod. Panorpoi, any winged insect of the orders Mechaptera, Trichoptera, Lepidoptera, Siphonaptera, or Diptera. Panorpoids, plural of panorpoid. Panortholog, an ortholog that is conserved throughout a genome. Panorthologs, plural of panortholog. Panos, plural of pano. Conserved throughout a genome. Panorthologs, plural of panortholog. Panos, plural of pano. Panos, a trisaccharide consisting of 3 glucose residues. Panoses, plural of panos. Panoxaolane, a particular resorcinolic lipid. Panacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Panastates, a bone disease in doves characterized by acetylenius and an increase in activity of osteoblasts and fibroblasts in the pediastinum, endosteum, and bone marrow resulting in fibrosis. Panatitis, inflammation of the middle ear and inner ear. Panotype, a picture made by the collodion process. Panotypes, plural of panotype. Panouchi, alternative form of panacha. Palavoi, a barangay of Calbayog, Samar, Philippines. Panazo, a surname from Italian. Penazos, plural of penazzo. Pentaphy, alternative spelling of pampathy. Pampestivirus, relating to all pestiviruses. Pampharmacin, a medicine for all diseases, a panacea, a cure-all. Pampharmacins, plural of panpharmacin. Panthelia, a state of loving or accepting all things. Panphiliac, one who engages in panphilia. Panphiliacs, plural of panphiliac. A person who experiences or exhibits panphobia. Panthobes, plural of panphobe. Panphobia, the fear of everything. Panphobia, relating to characteristic of or exhibiting panphobia. Panphotometric, adjusting position to absorb diffuse light, either avoiding direct sunlight or also absorbing it. Pamphototic, affecting huge numbers of plants or of a certain type of plant. Pantha, a set of panpipes. Panpipper, someone who plays pan. Pipes. Panpipers, plural of panpipper. Panpipes, an instrument consisting of a series of 10 or more tubes of different lengths, typically closed at the bottom and open at the top, and is played by blowing across the open end at the top. Panpiping, the playing of panpipes, the music produced by panpipes. Pamplacodal, relating to all placodes. Hemiplegia, paralysis of all 4 extremities. Hempha, alternative form of panpot. Hempots, plural of panpot. Panpresbyterian, alternative form of panpresbyterian. Panproctoccolectomies, plural of panproctoccolectomy. Panproctoccolectomy, surgical removal of the entire colon, rectum, and anal canal. Panproteinase, relating to all proteinases. Panprotopsychism, the belief that higher-order phenomenal properties such as qualia are logically entailed by protophenomenal properties. Panprotopsychis, a proponent of panprotopsychism. Panprotopsychis, plural of panprotopsychis. Panpsychic, of or relating to panpsychism. Panpsychism, alternative form of panpsychism. Panpsychism, the doctrine that all matter has a mental aspect. Panpsychisms, plural of panpsychism. Panpsychis, pertaining to or in accordance with the doctrine of panpsychism. Panpsychistic, relating to panpsychism. Panpsychis, plural of panpsychis. Panpulmonic, any slug or snail of the order Panpulmonata.
Invincible.
Panpulmonics, plural of panpulmonic. Panregional, across all regions. Panregionally, across all regions. Panregulin, relating to all regulins of an organism. Panresistance, resistance to all forms of antibiotic. Panresistant, resistant to all forms of antibiotic. Panretinal, affecting or relating to the entire retina. Panretinally, affecting or relating to the entire retina. Panretina photocoagulation. Panretinal photocoagulation. Panrhythmic, involving all kinds of rhythm. Panromantic, romantically attracted to people regardless of sex or gender identity. Panromanticism, the state of being panromantic, i.e. romantically attracted to people regardless of genders. Panromantics, plural of panromantic. Plural of pan. Huns, plural of pan. Hands and scans, third person singular simple present indicative of pan and scan. Hands out, third person singular simple present indicative of pan out. Pansary, alternative form of pansari. Pansary is plural of pansary. Pansari, a pharmacist, a druggist. Pansaris, plural of pansari.
Here we go.
Panscan, whole body CT-based imaging, usually used to evaluate injuries in polytrauma patients. Panscans, plural of panscan. Panslavic, dated form of Panslavic. Panslavism, Panslavism. Pansklavis, dated form of Panslavist. Pansklavists, plural of Pansklavists. Pansklavonian. Panslavic. Pansclerosis, complete thickening and hardening of the interstitial tissue of a part. Pansclerotic, manifested by sclerosis of the dermis, panniculus, fascia, muscle, and at times, the bone, all causing disabling limitation of motion of joints. Pansegrau, a surname. Panselectionism, the theory that natural selection acting on genetic variation is virtually the only acceptable mechanism of evolutionary change. Panselectionist, a proponent of panselectionism. Panselectionists, plural of panselectionists. Pansensicism, the closely allied forms of panpsychism espoused by the Italian Renaissance philosophers Bernardino Telesio 1509-1588 and Tommaso Campanella 1568-1639, in which all things are capable of perception or sensation. Pansensitive, responsive to treatment with any of a number of classes of drug. Pansensitivity, the quality of being pansensitive. Pansentience, the concept of all things having sentience. Panzer, a piece of armor for the abdomen. Pansericitis, inflammation of many serous membranes throughout the body as a component of a systemic disease process, such as Kawasaki disease, MIS-C, or MIS, a multisystem inflammatory syndrome in adults. Thus, vasculitides, polyarthritis, and pericarditis are involved. Pansers, plural of panser. Pansexual, sexually attracted to people regardless of gender. Pansexualism, pansexuality. Pansexualists, pertaining to or promoting the psychological theory of pansexualism. Pansexualists, plural of pansexualists. Pansexualities, plural of pansexuality. Pansexuality, a sexual orientation characterized by the potential for aesthetic attraction, romantic love, and or sexual desire for people regardless of their gender or sex. Pansexualization, process of making pansexual. Pansexualize, to make pansexual. Pansexualize, simple past and past participle of pansexualize. Pansexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pansexualize. Pansexualizing, present participle and gerund of pansexualize. Pansexually, in a pansexual manner. Pansexuals, plural of pansexual. Pansexy, both pansexual and sexy. Pansel, plural of panful. Pansharpen, sharpened by means of pansharpening. Pansharpening, the process of merging panchromatic and multispectral images to increase color resolution. Thethi, a count-level city of Jilin, China. Pension, alternative form of pansion, an earthenware dish for milk. Pins, plural of pansion. Petshon, an earthen vessel, wider at the top than at the bottom, used for holding milk, etc. Panton, plural of panchon. Fetchway, alternative form of panchway. Panchways, plural of panchway. Panny, covered or adorned with pansies. Pannies, plural of pan, form of panchway. Panchways, plural of panchway. Panny, covered or adorned with pansies. Pannies, plural of pansy. Pansification, the process of becoming weak, timid, or effeminate. Pansify, overly adorned, affected. Pansinusitis, sinusitis that affects all of the paranasal sinuses. Pansinusopathy, any disease that affects all of the paranasal sinuses. Pan-Slavic, of or relating to all Slavic peoples. Panslavism, alternative form of Panslavism. Panslavis, relating to or supporting Panslavism. Panslavists, plural of Panslavist. Panslavonian, Panslavic, Panslavonic,
Invincible.
Slavic, Pansmyany, the ship of characters Pansy, Parkinson, and and Hermione Granger from Harry Potter. Handsmith, a person who makes and repairs metal pans. Pansmiths, plural of pansmith. Pansocialists, rare spelling of pansocialist. Pansol, a barangay of Calamba, Laguna, Philippines. Pansolar, relating to or spanning the entire solar system. Pansophic, of or relating to Pansophy, all-knowing or comprehending all knowledge. Pansophical, all-wise, claiming universal knowledge. Pansophically, in terms of Pansophy. Pansophism. Pansophy, Pansophist, a proponent of a 17th century movement around Pansophy, or the systematic organization of all human knowledge. Pansophists, plural of Pansophists. Pansophy, complete and universal knowledge, or a system of such universal knowledge. Pansori, a traditional Korean style of narrative song in which a single performer is accompanied by a drummer. Pansaurus, plural of pansori. Panspecific, relating to all or a large group of species. Panspermatic, relating to the theory of panspermatism. Panspermatism, the obsolete theory that germs are omnipresent. Panspermatist, alternative form of panspermist.
Here we go.
Panspermatist, plural of panspermatist. Panspermia, the hypothesis that microorganisms may transmit life from outer space to habitable bodies, or the process of such transmission. Panspermial, of or pertaining to panspermia. Panspermic, relating to panspermy or to panspermia. Panspermically, in a panspermic manner or fashion. Panspermism, synonym of panspermatism. Panspermist, an advocate of panspermism. One who believes that life on Earth originated in outer space. Panspermists, plural of panspermists. Panspermy, the doctrine of the widespread distribution of germs from which under favorable circumstances bacteria may develop. Pansphygmograph, a device for recording cardiac, pulse, and chest movements at the same time. Pansphygmographs, plural of pansphygmograph. Panspiritual, relating to or encompassing all kinds of spirituality. Panspirituality, the quality or state of finding the spiritual manifest throughout the physical universe. Pansporoblast, a reproductive structure found. Panspirituality, the quality or state of finding the spiritual manifest throughout the physical universe. Pansporoblast, a reproductive structure found in certain parasitic protozoa. Pansporoblastic, of or relating to pansporoblasts. Pansporosis, an assemblage of several sporocysts. Pansporosis, plural of pansporosis. Hamspot, an area where hard clay or similar material lies close to the surface in a shallow depression, limiting the ability of the ground to absorb water. Panspots, plural of panspot. Pansteatitis, a physiological condition in animals characterized by inflammation of the body fat. Panstellar, across the stars, throughout all star systems. Panstereorama, a model of a town or country in relief, executed in wood, cork, pasteboard, or similar. Panstereoramas, plural of panstereorama. Panstick, a form of pancake makeup supplied in a tube like lipstick. Pansticks, plural of panstick. Panstromal, relating to all of a stroma. Panstracide, a particular steroid glycoside. Panstracin, a particular steroid glycoside. Pansusceptibility, the quality of being pansusceptible. Pansusceptible, susceptible to many different infections. Pen, a female given name. Pansy orchid, any orchid of the genus Miltoniopsis. Pansy orchids, plural of pansy orchid. Pansy shell, a sand dollar. Pansy shells, plural of pansy shell. Pendy, present participle. And gerund of pansy. Pansich, of a man, effeminate. Weak, wussy. Pansalike, resembling or characteristic of a pansy. Pansinostosis, plural of pans.
Here we go.
Synostosis. Pansynostosis, a form of craniosynostosis in which 3 or more cranial sutures are closed. Pansynostotic, relating to pansynostosis. Pansystemic, relating to all related systems. Pansystolic, occurring throughout systole, as for example a pansystolic murmur. But, a surname. Pant a leg, one leg of a pair of pants. Pant legs, plural of pant leg. Pantsuit, a pantsuit. Pantsuits, plural of pantsuit. A alternative form of panto. Panthoot, to utter a complex vocalization that starts off quietly and builds up to a succession of hoots and screams. Panthooted, simple past and past participle of panthoot. Panthooting, present participle and gerund of panthoot. Panthoots, third person singular simple present indicative of panthoot. Pantwetting, soiling of the pants underwear with urine. Pantwettingly, so as to cause great fear or hilarity. Alternative form of panto. Pantabangan, a municipality of Nueva Ecija, Philippines. Pantuple, alternative form of pantuffle. Pantuples.
Invincible.
Plural of pantuple. Pentacle, alternative spelling of pentacle, used by a weight and probably also some other members of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and then by Aleister Crowley. Pentacles, plural of pentacle. Pentagamous, of or relating to pentagamy. Pentagamy, a system of communistic marriage once practiced in a Oneida community. Pantagod, a medicine once believed capable of purging away all morbid humors. Pantagogs, plural of pantagog. Pantograph, alternative form of pantograph. Pantographic, alternative form of pantographic. Pantographical, alternative form of pantographic. Pantographs, plural of pantograph. Pantography, a system of shorthand based on phonetic spellings. Pantagruelian, alternative letter case form of Pantagruelian. Pantagruelianly. In a Pantagruelian way, to a huge or insatiable degree. Pantagruelism, burlesque comedy that has an underlying serious purpose, a form of satire. Pantagruelist, a satirist who employs pantagruelism. Pantagruelists, plural of pantagruelists. Pantalen, a barangay of Nasugbu, Batangas, Philippines. Pantalan Caba, a barangay of President Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Pantaleo, a surname. Pantalan, a surname. Pantalans, plural of Pantalan. Pantaleos, plural of Pantaleo. Pantalas, one of the legs of loose-fitting under trousers formerly worn under the skirt of children and women in the 19th century. They could be worn as two garments or joined as one. Pantalets, alternative form of pantalettes. Pantalet, alternative form of pantalet. Pantaleta, dressed in pantalettes. Pantalettes, a form of long underpants with a frill at the bottom of each leg. Pantalet, an alternative form of pantaloon buffoon. Pantalone, a surname from Italian. Pantalones, plural of pantalone. Pantalons, plural of pantalon. Pantaloon, an aging buffoon. Pantaloon, dressed in pantaloons. Pantaloonnaires, plural of pantaloon. Pantaloonary, the character or performances of a pantaloon, buffoonary. Pantaloons, an article of clothing covering each leg separately, that covers the area from the waist to the ankle. Pantamorphic, taking all forms. Pantanal, a tropical wetlands region of Central South America. Pantanal cat, any of species Leopardus brachytus, sometimes subspecies Leopardus colicola brachytus of cats of tropical South America. Pantanal cats, plural of pantanal cat. Pantanals, plural of pantanal. Penta, taboo, ritual prohibition. Pantangs, plural of pantang. Pantano, a surname. Pantanos. Plural of Pantano. Pantao, a barangay of Libon, Albay, Philippines. Pantao Ragat, a municipality of Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Pantown, a barangay of Marawi, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Pantophobia, alternative form of pantophobia, the fear of everything. Hatar, a barangay of Banisilan, Cotabato, Philippines. Pantaram, alternative form of pantarams, plural of pantaram. Pantarchy, of or relating to pantarchy. Pantarchy, a proposed social order with elements of individualist anarchism and natural chemical hierarchy. Pentascope, a pentascopic camera. Pentascopes, plural of pentascope. Pentascopic, viewing all, taking a view of the whole. Pentain, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Marinduque, Philippines. Pantais, a surname from Greek. Pentcuff, a cuff at the bottom of a pair of pants. Pentcuffs, plural of pantcuff. Paddress, a pair of loose pansash trousers for women, resembling a dress. Pantresses, plural of pantdress. Bentec, a pantechnicon, a large removable van. Pantechnicon, plural of pantechnicon. Pantechnicon, a building or place housing shops or stalls where all sorts of especially exotic manufactured articles are collected for sale. Pantechnicons, plural of pantechnicon. Pantex, plural of pantech. Hatted, simple past and past participle of pant. Phantai, a place in Wales. Pantelegraph, an early kind of fax machine using telegraph lines to transmit small drawings, signatures, etc. Pantelegraphic, relating to the pantelegraph. Pantelegraphs, plural of pantelegraph. Pantelegraphy, the use of the pantelegraph. Pantalaimon, alternative form of Pantaleon the Saint. Pantelephone, an early device for voice transmission in which the contact of variable resistance is formed between a fixed piece of platinum and a small carbon lozenge attached to a plate of cork suspended by two springs on the upper part. Pantelephones, plural of pantelephone. Pantelemon, any of several locations in Romania. Panteles, a male given name from Greek. Patolia, an inhabited volcanic island belonging to the province of Trapani, Sicily, between Italy and Tunisia. Pantellerai, a kind of volcanic rock, a paralkaline rhyolite with more iron and less aluminium than commendite. Pantellerites, plural of pantellerite. Pantelleritic, of or relating to the mineral pantellerite. Petar, a surname from Middle English. Pentutoyo, relating to most, if not all, relevant territories. Panters, plural of panter. Panta, second person singular simple present indicative of pant. Pantastudine, any reptile of the clade Pantastudians, which are more closely related to turtles than any other animals. Pantastudians, plural of Pantastudine. Panta, third person singular simple present indicative of pant. Pantathenes, any pantathene hydrolase. Pantathenases, plural of pantethenics. Pentazine, the cysteamine analog of pantothenic acid, an intermediate in the production of coenzyme A by the body. Pentethenes, plural of pantethene. Pantethanylated, modified by pantethynylation. Pantethynylation, reaction with pantothenic acid. Pantethine, a dimeric form of pantothenic acid. composed of two molecules of pantothenic acid linked by cysteamine bridging groups. Panteutonic, of or relating to all the Teutonic races. But an Indian religious tradition established by a guru. Panalasa, the prehistoric ocean surrounding Pangaea. Panalasa, synonym of Panthalasic. Panthalasan Ocean. Synonym of Panthalassa. Panthalasic, that inhabits most or all of the seas and oceans. Panthalasic Ocean. Synonym of Panthalassa. Panthalasic Planet. Synonym of Ocean World. Panthalasic Planets. Plural of Panthalasic Planet. Pandau, a masonry dam used for storing water. Pandams, plural of Pantam. Panton, a Martian mercenary. Pantons, plural of Panton. Pantai, an ethnic group of Chinese Muslims in Myanmar. Panay, alternative form of Panton. Pande, plural of Pantheon. Panthe, any moth in the family Pantheidae, now considered to be the noctuid subfamily Pantheidae. Panthids, plural of Pantheidae. Pantheism, alternative spelling of pantheism. Pantheisms, plural of pantheism. Pantheist, a person who believes in pantheism. Pantheistic, of or relating to pantheism. Pantheistical, of or relating to pantheism. Pantheistically, in a pantheistic manner. Pantheists, plural of pantheist. Panthenol, the alcohol analog of pantothenic acid, which is quickly oxidized to pantothenate in organisms. Panthenols, plural of panthenol. Pantheologies, plural of pantheology. Pantheologists, one versed in pantheology. Pantheologists, plural of pantheologists. Pantheology, a system of theology embracing all religions, a complete system of theology. Panthe, the circular Roman temple dedicated to all the gods in 27 BC in Rome, rebuilt c. 125 CE and later consecrated as a church. Pantheone, of the nature of a pantheon, having the characteristics of a pantheon. Pantheonize, alternative spelling of pantheonize. Pantheonize, simple past and past participle of pantheonize. Pantheonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pantheonize. Pantheonizing, present participle and gerund of pantheonize. Pantheonization, admission into a pantheon. Specifically, interment in the Pantheon in Paris. Pantheonizations, plural of pantheonization. Pantheonize, to put or inter in a pantheon. Pantheonize, simple past and past participle of pantheonize. Pantheonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pantheonize. Pantheonizing, present participle and gerund of pantheonize. Pantheons, plural of pantheon. Panther, a member of the Black Panther Party, White Panther Party, or Grey Panthers. Panther cap, the highly poisonous Agaric Amanita pantherina. Panther caps, plural of panther cap. Panther chameleon, Furcifer pardalis, a Madagascan chameleon. Panther chameleons, plural of panther chameleon. Panther Creek, a number of streams throughout the United States. Panther lilies, plural of panther lily. Panther lily, synonym of leopard lily Lilium pardalinum. Pantherus, a female panther. Pantheruses, plural of pantherus. Pantherid, any member of family Pantheridae, now subfamily Pantherini of big cats. Pantherids, plural of Pantherid. Pantherin, any big cat of the subfamily Pantherin. Pantherine, like a panther, especially in color, characteristic of a panther. Pantherines, plural of pantherine. Pantherins, plural of pantherin. Pantherish, like a panther, cat-like. Pantherishly, in a pantherish manner. Pantholi, resembling or characteristic of a panther.
Invincible.
Panthers, plural of panther. Panthotic, of nervous impulses radiating to all parts of the body. Pantlobi, the ancient May-Day goddess of civilization, courage, fertility, handicraft, love, victory, warfare, and wisdom, the consort of the god Non-Pakninthu. Hence, plural of Pan. Heticapio, an important ancient Greek colony and port in Torca, Toric Chersonese, founded by Milesians in the late 7th, early 6th century BC on the site of present-day Kerch. Alternative form of panty. Panty girdle. Alternative form of panty girdle. Panty girdles. Plural of panty girdle. Panty, dressed in panties. Pantylus, not wearing panties. Panties, plural of panty. Antifa, antifa. Specifically, the North American movement that arose in the late 2010s. Panthygate, a 2014 controversy around defamatory Ori remarks made by Irish drag queen Rory O'Neill's stage meme Penny Bliss, accusing newspaper journalists and the Iona Institute of homophobia. Pantyhose, alternative spelling of pantyhose. Pantyhose, alternative form of pantyhose. Panthoses, plural of pantyhose. Pantile, a type of interlocking roof tile with a rounded under and over, giving it an elongated S-shaped OG cross section. Pantile shop, synonym of meeting house building where Quakers assemble for worship. Pantile shops, plural of pantile shop. Pantiles, covered with tiles. Pantiler, a preaching dissenter. Pantilers, plural of pantiler. Pantiles, plural of pantile. Pantylus, alternative spelling of pantylus. Pantilets, alternative form of pantilet. Pantaliner, alternative form of pantaliner. Pantaliners, plural of pantaliner. Pantiling, present participle and gerund of pantile. Petain, a commune in Saint-Denis department, Île-de-France, France. Penting, a surname. Pentamely, while, or as if panting, eagerly, breathlessly. Pantings. Plural of panting. Pantasocracies. Plural of Pantasocracy. Pantasocracy, a utopian social system in which every member participates equally in government. Pantasocracies, plural of pantasocracy. Pantasocracy, archaic form of pantasocracy. Pantasocrat, alternative form of Pantasocratus. Pantasocrat, alternative letter case form of Pantasocratic. Pantasocratical, synonym of Pantasocratic. Pantasocratus, one who favors or supports the theory of a pantasocracy. Pantasocratus, plural of Pantasocratus. Pantasocrats, plural of Pantasocrat. Hetzel, alternative form of panter, a net or noose for catching birds applying only to snares or gins made of hair. Fentlag, one leg of a pair of pants, a trouser like UK English. Pant legs, plural of pant leg. Peddler, the servant in charge of the bread and the pantry in a great house. Handlers, plural of pantler. Handles, plural of pantle. Pantless, without pants. Pantlessness, the state of being pantless. Pantsload, a large amount. Pantloads, plural of pantload. Pantmaker, someone who makes pantstrosers. Pantmakers, plural of pantmaker. Pantso, clipping of pantomime. Pantso, pantote, any salt or ester of pantoic acid. Pantotes, plural of pantote. Pantable, alternative form of pantoffel. Pantables, plural of pantable. Pansai, a barangay of Aliaga, Nueva Ecija, Philippines. Pantachromism, the power of certain colorless salts or faintly tinted acids to combine with various colorless metals and form all kinds of colors. Pentachronometer, an instrument combining of compass, sundial, and universal sundial. Pantachronometers, plural of pantachronometer. Patacin, any of a group of peptide antibiotics present in Pentia. Pantacins, plural of pantacin. Pantacalpate, having grooves or copy all over each grain. Pantocracies, plural of Pantocracy. Pantocracy, Panocracy. Pantocrator, the ruler of everything, especially as an epithet for Jesus Christ, an artistic depiction of Jesus in this aspect. Pentodont, any of many extinct mammals of the suborder Pantodonta. Pantodonton, any extinct Eutherian mammal of the suborder Pantodonta. Pantodontans, plural of Pantodonton. Pantodonted, any fish in the family Pantodontidae. Pantodontids. Plural of pantodontid. Pantodonts. Plural of pantodont. Pantoffel. Alternative form of pantoffel. Pantoffels. Plural of pantoffel. Pantoffel. A slipper. Pantoffels. Plural of pantoffel. Pentagamy. A form of group marriage in which each person is the spouse of all the others.
Invincible.
Pantogen. A hypothetical fundamental substance supposed by Gustavus Detlev Heinrichs to form all other substances. Pantogynous. Growing everywhere, not confined to a single host. Pantograph. A mechanical linkage based on parallelograms causing two objects to move in parallel, notably as a drawing aid. Pantograph. Simple past and past participle of pantograph. Pantographer. One who uses a pantograph. Pantographers. Plural of pantographer. Pantographic. Of or relating to a pantograph or pantography. Pantographical. Alternative form of pantographic. Pantographically. In terms of or by means of pantography. Pantographing. Present participle and gerund of pantograph. Pantographs. Plural of pantograph. Pantography. The copying of drawings using a pantograph. Pantoic acid, an alpha-hydroxy acid found in some biologically active compounds. Pantoja, a surname from Spanish. Pantojas, plural of pantoja. Pantolactone, the lactone of 2,4-dihydroxy-3,3-dimethyl-butanoic acid that is related to pantothenic acid. Pantolus, any of several extinct mammals of the suborder Pantolesta. Pantolstid, any extinct mammal in the family Pantolstidae. Pantolstids, plural of pantolstid. Pantolists, plural of pantolis. Pantologic, of or relating to pentology. Pantological, of or pertaining to pentology. Pantologous, one versed in pentology. Pantologists, plural of pantologists. Pantology, a systematic view of all branches of human knowledge or a work of universal information. Pentamath, a person who knows everything or wishes to know everything. Pentamaths, plural of pentamath. Pentameter, an instrument for measuring angles for determining elevations, distances, etc. Pentometers, plural of pentameter. Pentometry, a proposed scheme for universal measurement. Pantomime, a classical comic actor, especially one who works mainly through gesture and mime. Pantomime horse, a comic theatrical representation of a horse portrayed by two actors in a single costume who cooperate and synchronize their movements. Pantomime horses, plural of pantomime horse. Pantomime villain, a person who has become a designated villain, often seen as cartoonishly villainous, someone people love to hate. Pantomime villains, plural of pantomime villain. Pantomime, simple past and past participle of pantomime. Pantomimer, a pantomime performer. Pantomimers, plural of pantomimer. Pantomime, pantomime. Pantomimes, plural of pantomime.
Invincible.
Pantomimas, characteristic of pantomime. Pantomime. Plural of pantomimus. Pantomimic, of or relating to pantomime. Pantomimical, expressed or carried out using mime or mimicry. Pantomimically, in a pantomimic manner. Pantomiming, the performance of pantomime. Pantomimings, plural of pantomiming. Pantomimish, resembling or characteristic of pantomime. Pantomimus, one who engages in pantomime. Pantomimus, plural of pantomimus. Pantomimus, a male pantomime performer in ancient Rome. Pantomorphic, existing in all shapes or forms. Panton, a surname. Panton, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. Pantanal, pertaining to or exhibiting pantanality. Pantanalism, pantanality. Pantanality, 12-tone music, seen as an extension of tonality to all keys rather than to no key. Pantons, plural of panton. Pantophagic, synonym of pantophagus. Pantophagus, one who eats all kinds of food. Pantophagus, plural of pantophagus. Panophagus, eating all kinds of food. Panophagy, a diet that consists of a large variety of foods, ideally of all possible foods. Pantoffel, alternative form of pantoffel. Pantoffels, plural of pantoffel. Pantophobia, the fear of everything. Pantophobia. Pantophobic, having or relating to pantophobia. Pantophthalmid, any fly of the family Pantophthalmidae. Pantophthalmids, plural of pantophthalmid. Pentapod, any of the Pantopoda, an order of sea spiders. Pantopods, plural of pantopod. Pantobare. Having 6 or more round holes arranged around the surface. Pantoprazole, a benzimidazole derivative trademark Protonix that inhibits gastric acid secretion and is administered in the form of its sodium salt CHF2N3NO4S to treat erosive esophagitis and disorders as Zollinger-Ellison syndrome involving gastric acid hypersecretion. Pantos, plural of panto. Pantoscope, a panoramic camera. Pantoscopes, plural of pantoscope. Pantoscopic, designed to focus on both near and distant objects at the same time, typically by means of a tilt in the lens. Pantostomatus, able to ingest food at any point on the surface of the body. Pantothenamide, any amide of pantothenic acid. Pantothenamides, plural of pantothenamide. Pantothenate, any salt or ester of pantothenic acid. Pantothenics, plural of pantothenate. Pantothenic, of or pertaining to pantothenic acid or its derivative. Pantothenic acid, a water-soluble antioxidant vitamin 3,2-R2-4-dihydroxy-3,3-ethylbutanamido-propanoic acid needed for the metabolism of carbohydrates, fats, and proteins. It is found in cereals, legumes, meat, and other foods. Pantothenol, an alcohol derived from pantothenic acid. It is a more stable form of the vitamin and often used in multivitamin supplements. Pantother, any of the Pantothuria, a now abandoned taxon of Mesozoic mammals. Pantothers, plural of Pantother. Pantotherian, any of the mammals in Pantothuria. Pantotherians, plural of Pantotherian. Pantophil, alternative form of pantofle. Pantophils, plural of pantophil. Pantophil, alternative form of pantophil. Pantophils, plural of pantophil. Pantoum, a poem similar to a villanelle that comprises a series of quatrains, the second and fourth lines of each stanza repeated as the first and third lines of the next. Pantoums, plural of pantoum. Pantolactone, the lactone of pantoic acid. Pentrethar, a hamlet in Corris Community, Southern Gwynedd, Wales, OS Grid Ref SH 7404. Pantries, plural of pantry. Pantreesful, plural of pantryful. Pantrophic, able to thrive in many different environments. Pantropic, relating to or affecting many types of tissue. Pantropical, occurring in tropical areas on all the major continents, i.e. in Africa, Asia, and America. Pantropical spotted dolphin, Stenella attenuata, a dolphin found in temperate and tropical oceans. Pantropical spotted dolphins, plural of pantropical spotted dolphin. Pantropically, in a pantropical way. Pantropism, the condition of being pantopic. Pantropy, the process of adapting humans through genetic and / or cybernetic means to thrive in environments otherwise inhospitable to them, such as outer space, the deep sea, or other planets. Pantry, a small room, closet, or cabinet usually located in or near the kitchen, dedicated to shelf-stable food storage or storing kitchenware, like a larder, but smaller. Pantry check, a form of audit in which the kitchen shelves or cabinets of a household are examined to determine which products the homeowners have purchased. Pantry checks, plural of pantry check. Pantry moth, the moth Plodia interpunctata, a pest on stored grains. Pantry moths, plural of pantry moth. Pantryful, as much as a pantry will hold. Pantryfuls, plural of pantryful. Pantrylus, without a pantry. Pantrylite, resembling or characteristic of a pantry. Pantrymaid, a female servant responsible for the pantry. Pantrymaids, plural of Petramaid, Petraman, A person in charge of the pantry or food store on a ship, train, or other transport where food is kept for passengers and crew. Also in a hospital, school, or hotel, etc. Pantryman, plural of pantryman. Pantrywoman, a female pantryman. Pantrywomen, plural of pantrywoman. That's plural of pant. Pantsman, a promiscuous male. Pantsman, plural of pantsman. Pants on fire, clipping of liar, liar, pants on fire. Pants parties, plural of pants party. Pants party, a party where the only clothing worn is pants, either trousers or underpants, i.e. a shirtless gathering. Pants roll, a breeches roll. Pants rolls, plural of pants roll. Pants suit, alternative form of pantsuit. Pants suits, plural of pants suit. Pants on head. Very or intensely in describing mental states. Pants shittingly, in a manner or to a degree capable of causing one to soil oneself in fear, terrifyingly. Pantsuit, alternative form of pantsuit. Pantsuits, plural of pantsuit. Pantsweatingly, alternative form of pantweatingly. Pants, simple past and past participle of pants. Pantser, an author who writes their story without a plan or an outline. Pantsers, plural of pantser. Patuit, third person singular simple present indicative of pants. Pantsu, underpants. Pantsis, plural of pantsy. Pantsing, present participle and gerund of pants. Pantsings, plural of pantsing. Pantsless, alternative form of pantless. Pantslessness, alternative form of pantlessness. Pantsuit, alternative form of pantsuit. Pantsuits, plural of pantsuit. Pantser, panties, short underpants for women or girl. Underpants. Pantsuit, a women's suit consisting of coordinated pants, trousers, and jacket. Pantsuiter, wearing a pantsuit. Pantsuits, plural of pantsuit. Pansola, a member of a South African urban subculture of the 20th century, characterized by expensive clothing and aggressive behavior. Pansilas, plural of pansula. Pathunt, synonym of pantoum. Pantuns, plural of panton. Panturanianism, synonym of tyrannism. Pantyranism, synonym of tyrannism. Short trousers for men or more usually boys. Panty dropper, a very attractive or desirable male. Panty droppers. Plural of panty dropper. Panty girdle, a type of control garment for women consisting of underpants with a built-in elasticated corset. Panty girdles, plural of panty girdle. Pantyhose, alternative spelling of pantyhose. Pantyline, the outline of a person's underpants visible through their outer clothing. Pantyliner, alternative form of pantyliner. Pantyliners, plural of pantyliner. Panty lines, plural of panty line. Panty man, a homosexual. Man. Penny man, plural of panty man. Panty raid, a prank where a woman's underwear is stolen. Panty raids, plural of panty raid. Panty shield, synonym of pantaliner. Panty shields, plural of panty shield. Panty belt, a piece of underwear for women combining panties with a suspender belt or garter belt. Panty belts, plural of panty belt. Pantaffinen, a small village in a Montford community, Carmarthenshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 6210. Pantygirdle, alternative form of pantygirdle. Pantygirdles, plural of pantygirdle. Pantoes, thin nylon tights worn over the legs, usually tan in color. Pantyhose, wearing pantyhose. Panthoses, plural of pantyhose. Petalus, without panties. Petalid, any tetrapod in the family Pantalidae. Pantalid, plural of pantalid. Pantaline, alternative spelling of panty line. Pantaliner, a similar product designed to absorb urine for women with light bladder leakage. Pantaliners, plural of pantaliner. Pantalines, plural of pantaline. Pantamwin, a village in Gwernafield with Pantamwin community. Flintshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SJ 1964. Pantywaist, weak, timid, effeminate, ineffectual. Pantywaisted, weak, timid, effeminate, ineffectual. Pantywaists, plural of pantywaists. Panabigan, a barangay of Balad, Masbate, Philippines. Panacho, a fried tortilla filled with black beans and topped with turkey or chicken, lettuce, avocado, and pickled onions. Penachos, plural of penacho. Penuco, a surname. Penucos, plural of Penuco. Penuquilan, a municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. Panolirid, any of the genus Panulurus of spiny lobsters family Palyniridae. Panolirids, plural of Panolirids. Hara, a traditional Thai garment, a long strip of cloth wrapped around the waist, reaching below the knees, and sometimes passed between the legs and tucked at the back. Panas, plural of Panan. Panan Sulan, a barangay of Isabela, Basilan, Philippines. Pananzai, a hexagonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, oxygen, potassium, silicon, and sodium. Penyramine, an estri antidepressant drug. Panergic, skilled in all kinds of work. Panergies, plural of panergy. Panergy, skill in all kinds of work or business, craft. Penurid, any bird in the family Panuridae, a bearded reedling. Penurids, plural of urine. Panas, a lymphatic gland that is inflamed but not suppurating. Panuveides, inflammation of all the layers of the uvea. Panvasculopathies, plural of panvasculopathy. Panvasculopathy, a disease that affects all blood vessels. Invasive, massively invasive on a large scale. Paddle, a city in Raigad district, Mumbai metropolitan region, Maharashtra, India. Panviral, relating to all common viruses. Panvitalism, belief that all things are part of a single living universe. Panvitalists, one who believes in the doctrine of panvitalism. Panvitalistic, of or relating to panvitalism. Panvitalists, plural of Panvitalists. Hamware, pans collectively. Pamwal, archaic form of Panvel Indian city. Hamwet, an idiot. Hamwets, plural of Panwet. Panwoman, a woman who plays steel pan. Panwoman, plural of panwoman. Hana, a large earthenware jar. Panir route, a secret trail or road. Plural of panir route. Panar, to seize and hold a person until the repayment of a debt or resolution of a dispute, common along the Atlantic coast of Africa in the 18th and 19th centuries. Panard, an enclosed area in which a steel band practices. Panards, plural of panyard. Panard, simple past and past participle of panyar. Panarang, present participle and gerund of panyar. Panars, third person singular simple present indicative of panyar. Panyas, plural of panya. Panajim, an Australian Aboriginal suffixing language spoken person singular simple present indicative of panyar. Panyas, plural of panya. Panajima, a Pama-Nyungan Australian Aboriginal suffixing language spoken in the Hamersley Range in the Pilbara region of Western Australia, closely related to Yinjibarndi. Panam, obsolete form of Panem. Panams, plural of Panem. Padayumat, alternative spelling of Panajima. Padu, a district of Guangzhou, Guangdong, China. Panza, a surname from Italian. Pandeism, the act or habit of seeing or regarding the most extraordinary things as ordinary and rational. Panzanella, a summer bread salad including sliced bread and fresh tomatoes flavored with basil, olive oil, and vinegar. Panzarella, a surname from Italian. Panzarellas, plural of panzarella. Panzerati, alternative form of panzerato. Panzeratis, plural of panzerati. Panzerato, alternative spelling of panzerato. Pandas, plural of panza. Pandar. Alternative letter case form of panzer. Panzerfaust, a light, single-shot anti-tank grenade launcher developed in Germany in the latter stages of the Second World War. Panzerfausts, plural of Panzerfaust. Panzerati, alternative form of pan.
Here we go.
Panzerato. Panzeratis, plural of panzerati. Panzerato, a type of large ravioli made from pizza dough filled with various ingredients such as ricotta or mozzarella, tomato sauce, and ham, and deep fry, a specialty of Apulia and Campania. Panzers, plural of Panzer. Panzerschreck, a portable anti-tank rocket launcher developed by the Germans during WW2. Panzerschrecks, plural of Panzerschreck. Panjiahua, a prefecture-level city of Sichuan, China. Panzhu, a count-level city of Liupanshui, Guizhou, China. Panzeca, a surname from Italian. Panzicus, plural of Panzica. Panzoism, belief that the entire universe is a living thing or is suffused with life. Panzoist, one who believes in panzoism. Panzoistic, of or relating to panzoism. Panzoists, plural of panzoists. Panzoism, alternative form of panzoism. Panzoonotic, that can be spread from all of a type of animals to man. Panzoozes, synonym of panzootic noun. Panzootic, affecting non-human animals of many species and throughout a wide area. Panzootics, the study of panzootic disease. Pao, initialism of period after opening. Pao, a surname. Pao To, alternative spelling of Bao To. Pao Kai, alternative form of Beiaji.
Invincible.
Pao Shen, alternative form of Beia. Hao Yu, alternative form of Beitu. Hao Ting, alternative form of Beating. Hao O2, initialism of partial pressure of arterial oxygen. Hao 2, misspelling of Pa O2. Pa O2 slash Phi O2, ellipsis of Pa O2 slash Phi O2 ratio. Pa O2 slash Phi O2 ratio, synonym of Horowitz index. Pa O2 slash Phi O2 ratios, plural of Pa O2 slash Phi O2 ratio. Pa O2 slash Phi O2s, plural of Pa O2 slash Phi O2. Pao 2s, plural of Pao 2. Haue, a municipality of Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Hao Kai, a type of Chinese pickled vegetable. Hao, acronym, a type of Chinese pickled vegetable. Hao, acronym of Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission. Hao, initialism of peripheral arterial obstructive disease. Pao, alternative form of Pao. Paoke, alternative form of Pao. Paoke, alternative form of Beakang. Paoking, synonym of Sheiyang. Paola, a female given name from Italian. Paolas, plural of Paola. Paola, a surname from Italian. Paolelas, plural of Paolela. Paoletti, a surname from Italian. Paolettis, plural of Paoletti. Paoli, a surname. Paolillo, a surname from Italian. Paolillos, plural of Paulillo. Paulini, a surname from Italian. Paulines, plural of Paulini. Paulino, a surname. Paulinos, plural of Paulino. Paules, plural of Pauli. Paolo, a male given name from Italian, equivalent to English Paul. Paulovite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal white mineral containing palladium and tin. Paolucci, a surname from Italian. Pauluces, plural of Paulucci. Habang, a municipality of Bulacan, Philippines. Hama, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. How, a surname from Italian. Pounds, plural of pound. Paunessa, a surname. Paunesses, plural of Paunessa. Paugo, a traditional single-owl trigger canoe of 2 volumes. Paupaus, plural of Paupau. Plural of Piao. Paus, plural of Pau.
Invincible.
Howding, alternative form of Bayade. Howdo, dated form of Bayatu. Bout, initialism of People's Action Party. Bout, ellipsis of pap smear. Hoppote, a boat-shaped receptacle for baby food. Pap boats, plural of pap boat. Pap smear, a screening test meant to detect precancerous and cancerous cells by taking a sample smear of cells from the cervix. Pap smears, plural of pap smear. Pap tests, a screening test to detect precancerous and cancerous cells by taking a sample smear of cells from the cervix. Pap tests, plural of pap test. Acronym of Professional and Amateur Pinball Association. Dad, daddy, father, a familiar or old-fashioned term of address to one's father. Hopawestra, an island in the north of Orkney Islands Council area, Scotland, approximately 6 kilometers long. Of or pertaining to the Pope or the Papacy. Papabile, thought to be among those likely to be elected Pope. Papabiles, plural of papabile. Papabili, plural of papabile. Papapal, alternative form of papabile. Papables, plural of papable. Pepabot, alternative form of papabot. Hopabot, a bird, the upland sandpiper.
Here we go.
Papabots, plural of papabot. Papabot. Bots, plural of papabot. Papabot, alternative. Form of papabot. Papabots, plural of papabot. Papicide, alternative form of papicide. Papicides, plural of papicide. Papacies, plural of papacy. Papacy, the office of a pope. Epopodome. Papadakis, a surname from Greek. Papadakis is plural of Papadakis. Papado. Alternative spelling of papadum. Papadums. Plural of papadum. Papadum. Uncommon spelling of papadum. Papadums. Plural of papadum. Papadopoulos, a surname from Greek. Papadopoulos, plural of Papadopoulos. Papas, plural of Papad. Papado, alternative spelling of papadum. Papadums, plural of papadum. Papado, a surname from God. Papaios, plural of Papafio. Papageno effect, the effect of mass media deterring people from suicide by promoting alternatives. Papageno effects, plural of Papageno effect. Papageorge, a surname from Greek. Papageorges, plural of Pape George. Tapego, a Yuo-Aztecan people of southern Arizona and Sonora in northern Mexico. Today, they are known as the Tohono-O'odham, the desert people. Papagoy, a monoclinic prismatic light blue mineral containing aluminum, calcium, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Papagos, plural of Papego. Papavu, a city northeast of Athens in the Attica Prefecture, Greece. Pabaha, alternative form of papaka type of hat. Pabahes, plural of papa. Paha. Papahood, fatherhood. Papan, a proteolytic enzyme in papaya fruit which can be used to tenderize meat. Papanase, an endopeptidase present in papaya. Papens, plural of papane. Papadin, a Filipino soup made with goat or beef tripe offal and flavored with bile. Papadi, papa, father as a respectful term of address. Papagis, plural of papagi. Papakanga, land used for housing by a Hapu or Wenao group. Papakangas, plural of Papakanga. Ava, alternative.
Here we go.
The form of papaka. Papaka, a fur or sometimes wool hat traditionally worn by men throughout the Caucasus and Central Asia. Its shape varies from hemispherical to cylindrical, which may be slightly tapered in either direction. Papakas, plural of papaka. Papakas, plural of papak. Papakura, an outer suburb of Auckland, New Zealand. Hail, having to do with the Pope or the papacy. Papal bull, a type of document or edict from the Pope. Papal bulls, plural of papal bull. Papal cross, a cross that serves as an emblem for the office of the Pope in ecclesiastical heraldry, consisting of a staff with 3 horizontal bars near the top, diminishing in length as the top is approached. Papal crosses, plural of papal cross. Papal infallibility, the concept that the Pope, under certain circumstance when making a statement on faith or morals, etc., is protected by the Holy Spirit from being able to make a mistake. Papal State. Singular of Papal States. Papal States. A country in southern Europe that existed until 1870, comprising the territories of Italy and some enclaves in France over which the Pope was the ruler in a civil as well as a spiritual sense. Papal supremacy, the supreme and universal power of the Pope, which he can always exercise unhindered over the Roman Catholic Church. Papalati, in Fiji, Tonga, Samoa, and New Zealand, a white person, a Paulagi. Papalias, plural of Papalagi. Papilio, a surname from Italian. Papilios, plural of Papilio. Papalize, alternative form of papalize. Papalize, simple past and past participle of papalize. Papalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of papalize. Papalizing, present participle and gerund of papalize. Papalism, synonym of papism. Papalis, supporting papal authority, supporting papalism or hierarchy. Papalistic, of or relating to papalism, papistic. Papalis, plural of papalis. Papalities, plural of papality. Papality, the papacy. Papalization, the process of papalizing. Papalize, to make papal, to introduce papal authority or Roman customs. Papalize, simple past and past participle of papalize. Papalizer, one who papalizes. Papalizers, plural of papalizer. Papalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of papalize. Papalizing, present participle and gerund of papalize. Papal, obsolete spelling of papal. Papalasan, a barangay of Umingen, Pangasinan, Philippines. Papally, in papal fashion. Papaloy, a male voodoo priest. Papalon, plural of papaloy. Papaldies, plural of papalty. Papalty, the papacy. Happening, a barangay of Marawi, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Papandrea, a surname from Italian. Papandreas, plural of papandrea. Papandrism, the particular style of governance and general management of political life, populist, personalistic, reactive, and aversion to institutions introduced by Andreas Papandreou. Papandu, a transliteration of the Greek surname Pi Alpha Nu Delta Rho Epsilon Omicron Epsilon Papandreou. Papanicolaou, a surname from Greek. Papanicolaou smear, synonym of pap smear. Papanicolaou smears, plural of Papanicolaou smear. Papanicolaou test, synonym of pap test. Papanicolaou tests, plural of Papanicolaou tests. Papanicolaas, plural of Papanicolaou. Papanicolaou. Papaleu,
Invincible.
a surname from Greek. Papantla, a city and municipality located in the north of the state of Veracruz, Mexico. Papantla, a Native American language spoken in central Mexico in the state of Veracruz around the city of Papantla. Papanui, a suburb of Christchurch, Canterbury, New Zealand. Papaphilia, love and adoration for the Pope or the papacy. Papapho, a person who has papophobia. Papaphobes, plural of papaphobe. Papophobia, the pathological fear of the Pope or the papacy. Paparazzo. A female paparazzo. Paparazzas, plural of paparazza. Paparazzi, plural of paparazza. Paparazzi, a paparazzo. Paparazzi. That has been photographed by paparazzi. Paparazzification, the process of making or becoming characteristic of the paparazzi. Paparazzis, plural of paparazzi. Paparazzo, a freelance photographer who sells photographs of celebrities to the media, especially one who pursues celebrities and attempts to obtain candid photographs. Paparazzos, plural of paparazzo. Paparchies, plural of paparchy. Paparchy, papacy. Pava, a lively genre of music from Sri Lanka. Paparella, a surname from Italian. Paparellas, plural of paparella. Pava,
Here we go.
plural of papa. Padas, plural of papa. Papasan, a papasan chair. Papasan chair, a large rounded bowl-shaped chair with an adjustable angle similar to that of a futon. Papasan chairs, plural of papasan chair. Papasans, plural of papasan. Paddle, dated form of papaya. Pavama, synonym of cabu. New Zealand tree. Papas, plural of papa. Papaverine, the spelling of papaverine. Papaver. Any plant of the genus Papaver, poppies. Papaveraceous. Of or relating to the poppy family Papaveraceae. Papaveraldi, the benzylisoquinoline alkaloid, 6,7-dimethoxy, 1-isoquinolenyl 3,4-dimethylxiphenyl methanol, isolated from Papaver somniferum. Papaveretum, a mixture of hydrochloride salts of opium alkaloids used for pain relief and sedation. Papaverin, alternative form of papaverine. Papaverine, a non-addictive derivative of opium used in medicine to relieve muscle spasms as a vasodilator and in some forms of erectile dysfunction. Papaverines, plural of papaverine. Papaverali, a vasodilator. Papaverus, pertaining to or characteristic of the poppy. Papaverbi, any of a class of methyl acetyls derived from the poppy. Papaveribines, plural of papaveribine. Papavers. Plural of papaver. a tree, Carica papaya, of tropical America, belonging to the order Brassicales and producing dull orange-colored, melon-shaped fruit. Havos, plural of papa. Hava, a tropical American evergreen tree, Carica papaya, having large, yellow, edible fruit. Papayas, plural of papaya. Papayatin, a proteolytic enzyme found in the papaw, resembling papain in its action. Papayatin, alternative form of papayatin. Papazian, a surname from Armenian. Papazians, plural of Papazian. Paput, alternative form of papboat. Papboats, plural of pap. Hap Astle, a village and civil parish in Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 1131. Hef, initialism of passive-aggressive personality disorder. Hati, alternative form of papri fried dough wafer. Hatis, plural of papti. Hef, a Roman Catholic, a papist. Teta, sago kanji, the staple food of native people in Maluku and Papua. Pentas, plural of Papa. Habit, the capital city of French Polynesia. Habal, an ethnic group found in Guinea-Bissau. Papelani, rare spelling of Papelane. Papelane, divided into a pattern counted as one of the heraldic furs which resemble scales, such as are found on fish or on butterflies' wings, perhaps originally representing stylized feathers or diaper. Compare escalloped plumage. Papelani, rare spelling of Papelane. Pit and Berg, a town in Emsland district, Lower Saxony, Germany. Papendrecht, a town and municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Papenthus, a surname from German. Papenthusses, plural of Papenfuss. Peter, a sheet material typically used for writing on or printing on or as a non-waterproof container, usually made by draining cellulose fibers from a suspension in water. Paper airplane, Commonwealth form of paper airplane. Paper aeroplanes, plural of paper aeroplane. Paper airplane, a toy airplane made by folding up a sheet of paper. Paper airplanes, plural of paper airplane. Paper anniversaries, plural of paper anniversary. Paper anniversary, the first anniversary of some event, particularly a wedding. Paper bag, a bag made of paper, especially a firm brown kind intended for use carrying groceries. Paper bag job, a very ugly person. Paper bag parties, plural of paper bag party. Paper bag party, a possibly apocryphal social event to which only those whose skin color passed the brown bag test were admitted. Paper bag test, synonym of brown bag test alleged racist comparison. Paper bag tests, plural of paper bag tests. Paper bags, plural of paper tests, synonym of brown bag test alleged racist comparison. Paper bag tests, plural of paper bag tests. Paper bags, plural of paper bag. Paper ballot, a ballot printed on paper, where the voter places a form of acknowledgement next to the candidate of their choice. Paper ballots, plural of paper ballot. Paper bank, a large container into which paper and related materials such as card are placed for recycling. Paper banks, plural of paper bank. Paper bin, synonym of waste paper basket. Paper bins, plural of paper bin. Paper birch, a North American birch tree with white bark of species Betula papyrifera. Paper birches, plural of paper birch. Paper board, alternative form of paperboard. Paper boards, plural of paper board. Paper book, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see paper. Book. Paper books, plural of paper book. Paper candidate, an election candidate with little chance of winning, who is added to the ballot for publicity and to increase the number standing. Paper candidates, plural of paper candidate. Paper cartridge, a type of small arms ammunition used before the advent of the metallic cartridge. Paper cartridges, plural of paper cartridge. Paper case, a bag for storing or carrying papers or writing materials. Paper cases, plural of paper case. Paper chain, a chain made from interlinked loops of colored paper, used as a hanging decoration. Paper chains, plural of paper chain. Paper chase, alternative spelling of paper chase. Paper chases, plural of paper chase. Paper chromatogram, a chromatogram produced by paper chromatography. Paper chromatograms, plural of paper chromatogram. Paper chromatography, a simple form of analytical chromatography in which the stationary phase is a sheet of paper. Paper cigar, a cigarette. Paper cigars, plural of paper cigar. Paper clamp, synonym of binder clip. Paper clay, synonym of kaolin, also similarly uniform, light-colored clay composed of fine particles. Paper clays, plural of paper clay. Paper clip, a small, folded, wire or plastic device used to hold sheets of paper together. Paper clips, plural of paper clip. Paper crane, a representation of the Japanese red crown crane made out of folded paper, a classic origami figure.
Invincible.
Paper cranes, plural of paper crane. Paper credit, credit extended to a person because they show by bills, promissory notes, etc. that money is owed to them. Paper cup, a disposable cup made out of paper and often lined with plastic or wax to prevent liquid from leaking out or soaking through the paper. Paper cups, plural of paper cup. Paper currencies, plural of paper currency. Paper currency, synonym of paper money. Paper cut, a wound caused by a piece of paper or any thin, sharp material which can slice through a person's skin. Paper cuts, plural of paper cut. Paper cutter, a tool designed to administer straight and even cuts to single sheets or large stacks of paper at once. Paper cutters, plural of paper cutter. Paper cutting, alternative spelling of paper cutting. Paper day, any of certain days in each term for Hearing causes down in the paper or roll of business. Paper days, plural of paper day. Paper diaper, a disposable diaper made from paper and plastic rather than cloth. Paper diapers, plural of paper diaper. Paper doll, a human-shaped figure cut out of paper or thin card, especially one that comes with cutouts of clothes and accessories that may be pasted on top of it. Paper dolls, plural of paper doll. Paper dragon, a hand puppet shaped like the head of a dragon or other animal, usually made from paper or cardboard, with an operational mouth. Paper dragons, plural of paper dragon. Paper driver, a person who has a driver's license but never drives. Paper drivers, plural of paper driver. Paper enamel, an enamel for cards and fine notepaper. Paper enamels, plural of paper enamel. Paper factor, former name of Juvabayani. Paper factors, plural of paper factor. Paper fastener, a stationary fastening device made of thin, soft metal with a round head and a flat, split shank, which is spread after insertion in a hole in a stack of pages in much the same way as a cotter pin or a split rivet. Paper fasteners, plural of paper fastener. Paper fight, a play fight using balled-up paper as missiles. Paper fights, plural of paper fight. Paper flyer, synonym of paper airplane. Paper flyers, plural of paper flyer. Paper flower, a plant, Bougainvillea glabra, and its flower head, so called for the papery bracts. Paper flowers, plural of paper flower. Paper flyer, synonym of paper airplane. Paper flyers, plural of paper flyer. Paper gauge, a rule for measuring the typeface of matter to be printed and the width of the margin. Paper gauges,
Invincible.
plural of paper gauge. Paper general, a person who, upon completion of a government scholarship to study in a university, is promoted to a high rank in the military despite the lack of combat experience. Paper generals, plural of paper general. Paper gold, special drawing rights. Paper hand, the fragility or insecurity of an investor who is eager to sell a financial asset upon an early or dubious indication of downturn. Paper hat, any of several hats made from paper, especially ones made from crepe paper as a party novelty, or ones constructed from newspaper and traditionally worn by printers. Paper hats, plural of paper hat. Paper hornet, the wasp Dolichospila maculata. Paper hornets, plural of paper hornet. Paper house, an audience composed of people who have come in on free passes. Paper houses, plural of paper house. Paper hunting, target shooting. Paper jam, a malfunction in a computer's printer or a photocopier or similar device occurring when sheets of paper become jammed inside. Paper jams, plural of paper jam. Paper kite butterflies, plural of paper kite butterfly. Paper kite butterfly, The large butterfly ideal. Lucano that has translucent wings. Paper knife. A sharp tool for cutting open the pages of hand-produced books where the folding of printed sheets has created closed edges. Paper knives. Plural of paper knife. Paper launch. A product launch with extremely limited or non-existent availability. Paper launches. Plural of paper launch. Paper mache. Informal spelling of papier-mâché. Paper machine. A machine used to manufacture paper. Paper machines. Plural of paper machine. Paper mill. A factory devoted to making paper from wood pulp and other ingredients. Paper mills. Plural of paper mill. Paper money. Cash in the form of banknotes. Paper mulberries. Plural of paper mulberry. Paper mulberry. A tree in the mulberry family Moraceae, Browsonetia papyrifera, with fibrous inner bark used to make paper and top of cloth. Paper muslin. A glazed muslin for dress linings, etc. Paper muslins. Plural of paper muslin. Paper nautile. Plural of paper nautile. Paper nautilus. A pelagic octopus of genus Argonauta, found in warm seas, whose females produce a paper-thin egg case resembling a shell into which she deposits her eggs. Paper nautiluses. Plural of paper nautilus. Paper organization. An organization that exists in concept on paper but has insufficient resources or support to be actualized as intended or envisioned.
Invincible.
Paper orphan. A child falsely presented as an orphan by means of fraudulent documentation, facilitating human trafficking, etc. Paper orphans. Plural of paper orphan. Paper over. To superficially hide or disguise a problem or a defect without addressing it, to provide a veneer of normality or success. Paper park. A park that lacks funding, guards, precise boundaries, etc. Paper parks. Plural of paper park. Paper plane. Clipping of paper airplane. Paper planes. Plural of paper plane. Paper plate. A disposable cardboard plate. Paper plates. Plural of paper plate. Paper profit. Apparent profit shown in accounts but not realized in an expendable form. Paper profits. Plural of paper profit. Paper punch. Synonym of hole punch. Paper punches. Plural of paper punch. Paper qualification syndrome. The situation where potential employees have received a great deal of education, but not in areas that would properly equip them for the workforce. Paper reed. Cyperus papyrus, an aquatic flowering plant of the sedge family, papyrus. Paper reeds. Plural of paper reed. Paper round. The delivery of newspapers to individual subscribers' houses. Paper rounds. Plural of paper round. Paper route. A paper round. Paper routes. Plural of paper route. Paper sailor. The Nautilus marine mollusk. Paper sailors. Plural of paper sailor. Paper, scissors, stone. Synonym of rock, paper, scissors game. Paper shop. A news agency. A shop that sells newspapers and often other goods such as sweets and cigarettes. Paper shops. Plural of paper shop. Paper snowflake. A piece of paper that has been folded many times and then cut so that when it is opened, a figure that looks like a snowflake has formed. Paper snowflakes. Plural of paper snowflake. Paper son. A Chinese male who is falsely registered as the son of another Chinese who had already migrated to America in order to take advantage of immigration laws. Paper sons. Plural of paper son. Paper spurge. Caper spurge, Euphorbia lathyrus. Paper stainer. A printer who makes patterned wallpaper. Paper stainers. Plural of paper stainer. Paper streamer. A long, narrow strip of cloth, colored paper, or ribbon that is used as a decoration. Paper streamers. Plural of paper streamer. Paper street. A street that has been drawn on a map, such as a subdivision plan, but has not been built. Paper streets. Plural of paper street. Paper tape. An early sequential digital storage medium originally used with teletype machines, consisting of a long roll of paper, each character being encoded as a pattern of punched holes. Paper tapes. Plural of paper tape. Paper the house. To give away free tickets to a theater performance, etc., so as to ensure a sizable audience. Paper ticket. A conventional airline ticket, consisting of a coupon for each flight together with other administration coupons. Paper tickets. Plural of paper ticket. Paper tiger. A seemingly fierce or powerful person, country, or organization without the ability to back up their words, apparently powerful but actually ineffective. Paper tigers. Plural of paper tiger. Paper towel. A sheet of absorbent paper used for cleaning and food preparation, usually sold in and dispensed from rolls. Paper toweling. Paper towels collectively. Paper towels. Plural of paper towel. Paper town. A non-existent town included on a map in order to identify cases of plagiarism. By others. Paper towns. Plural of paper town. Paper township. A civil township in the U.S. state of Ohio that nominally exists for certain purposes, but does not act as a functioning unit of civil government. Paper townships. Plural of paper township. Paper tray. The business of buying and selling paper. Paper trail. A written record, history, or collection of evidence. Paper trails. Plural of paper trail. Paper tripping. A form of identity theft in which a person illicitly obtains a new identity, usually by assuming the identity of a deceased person. Paper wall. A thin wall, especially if poorly soundproof. Paper wallet. A collection of pieces of paper written or printed with credentials needed to spend one's cryptocoins. Paper wallets. Plural of paper wallet. Paper wall. Plural of paper wall. Paper wasp. Any wasp in the Vespid subfamily Polystinae, known for making paper-like nests out of fibers from dead wood and plant stems. Paper wasps. Plural of paper wasp. Paperwork. Alternative form of paperwork. Paper yabber. A letter conveyed by an Aboriginal Australian on behalf of a colonist. Paper yabbers. Plural of paper yabber. Paper bag. Alternative form of paper bag. Paper bags. Plural of paper bag. Paper base. Done on paper as opposed to on a computer. Paperbound. Alternative spelling of paperbound. Paper clay. Alternative form of paper clay. Paper cloth. A fabric traditionally prepared in many of the Pacific Islands from the inner bark of the mulberry, etc. Paper face. Having a face as white as paper. Paper folder. A kind of paper knife. A thin, flat blade of ivory, etc. for cutting open the leaves of books and other folded papers. Paper folders. Plural of paper folder. Paper hanger. Alternative form of paper hanger. Paper hangers. Plural of paper hanger. Paper knife. Alternative form of paper knife. Paper knives. Plural of paper knife. Alternative spelling of paper knives. Paper maker. Alternative form of paper maker. Paper makers. Plural of paper maker. Paper milling. The process of making paper from raw materials such as wood pulp. Paper money. Alternative form of paper money. Paper plane. Alternative form of paper plane. Paper planes. Plural of paper plane. Paper pusher. A clerk or bureaucrat, especially one with a routine job. Paper pushers. Plural of paper pusher. Paper thick, very thick. Paper thin, very thin, such as the quality of paper. Paper trail. Alternative form of paper trail. Paper trail. Plural of paper trail. Paper train. To house train a dog by encouraging it to defecate on old newspapers or similar material placed in a designated spot within the home. Paper train. Simple past and past participle of paper train. Paper training. Present participle and gerund of paper train. Paper trains. Third person singular simple present indicative of paper train. Pay-per-view. Egg corn of pay-per-view. Paperweight. Archaic form of paperweight. Paperweight. Plural of paperweight. Paparazzi. Misspelling of paparazzi. Paperback. A book with flexible binding. Paperback. Having the sort of flexible binding. Paparazzi. Misspelling of paparazzi. Paperback. A book with flexible binding. Paperback. Having the sort of flexible binding characteristic of a paperback book. Paperbacker. A publisher of paperback books. Paperbackers. Plural of paperbacker. Paperbacking. Present participle and gerund of paperback. Paperbacks. Paperbag. Alternative form of paper bag. Paper bag waists. A loose waist on a pair of trousers or pants that becomes ruched when worn. Paper bag waists. plural of paper bag waste. Paper bags, plural of paper bag. Paper bark, any of several Australian trees and shrubs of the genus Melaleuca that have flaky bark. Paper bark flycatcher, a species of monarch flycatcher V. agonana of northern Australia and southern New Guinea. Paper bark flycatchers, plural of paper bark flycatcher. Paper barks, plural of paper bark. Paperboard, a thick paper or thin cardboard. Paperboards, plural of paperboard. Paperbound, having flexible covers. Paperback, soft covered. Paperbound, plural of paperbound. Paperboy, a boy who delivers newspapers to houses on a paper round. Paperboys, plural of paperboy. Paperbush, a bush in the family Thylaceae, found in China and Japan, whose bark can be used to make paper. Paper chain, alternative form of paper chain. Paper chains, plural of paper chain. Paper chase, an administration process involving cross-references between many documents, the following of a paper trail. Paper chases, plural of paper chase. Paper chip, a packing material made from compacted waste newspaper. Paper chips, plural of paper chip. Paper clay, alternative form of paper clay. Paper clip, alternative spelling of paper clip. Paperclip maximizer, a hypothetical artificial intelligence whose goal is to produce as many paperclips as possible and which achieves this by converting all matter in the universe into paperclips. Paperclip maximizers, plural of paperclip maximizer. Paperclipped, simple past and past participle of paperclip. Paperclipping, present participle and gerund of paperclip. Paperclips, plural of paperclip. Papercraft, the making of artistic objects from paper. Papercrafter, a person who makes artistic objects from paper. Papercrafters, plural of paper. Crafter. Papercrafts, plural of papercraft. Papercrete, a construction material made from paper or cardboard mixed with cement, clay, or soil. Papercut, alternative form of paper cut. Paper cuts, plural of paper cut. Paper cutting, the art of cutting decorative designs out of paper. Papered, simple past and past participle of paper. Papered over, simple past and past participle of paper over. Paperer, a person who hangs wallpaper. Paperers, plural of paperer. Paper flower, alternative form of paper flower. Paper flowers, plural of paper flower. Paper folding, the folding of paper, origami. Paperful, enough to fill it. A paper. Paperfuls, plural of paperful. Paper girl, a girl who delivers newspapers to houses on a paper round. Paper girls, plural of paper girl. Papergram, synonym of paper chromatogram. Papergrams. Plural of papergram. Paper hanger. Someone who puts wallpaper on walls. Paper hangers. Plural of paper hanger. Paper hanging. The trade of hanging wallpaper on walls. Paper hangings. Plural of paper hanging.
Invincible.
Paper. Administrative documents and forms. Paperily. In a papery manner. Paperiness. The capacity being papery. Papering. Present participle and gerund of paper. Papering over. Present participle and gerund of paper over. Paperings. Plural of papering. Papers. Synonym of paper-like, similar to paper. Paper knife. A knife for cutting paper or opening envelopes. Paper knives. Plural of paper knife. Paperless. Without paper. Paperless office. A proposed office of the future where computers and software have made paper unnecessary. Paperless offices. Plural of paperless office. Paperlessly. Without paper in a paperless fashion. Paperlessness. The state or condition of being paperless. Hippolyte. Similar to paper in some way or most. Ways. Paper maker. A person or company that makes paper. Paper makering. The business or activity of a paper maker. Paper makers. Plural of paper maker. Paper making. The craft of making paper. Paper makings. Plural of paper making. Paperman. A man who delivers newspapers. Paper master. A surname.
Here we go.
Paperman. Plural of paperman. Paper mill. Alternative form of paper mill. Paper mills. Plural of paper mill. Paperman. A fish, the crappie. Paperman. Plural of paperman. Paper. Made of paper. Paper people. Plural of paper person. Paper person. A person who delivers newspapers. Paper person. Plural of paper person. Paper file. One who loves paper. Paper files. Plural of paper file. Paperphilia. The appreciation of and preference for paper. Papers. Plural of paper. Papers over. Third person singular simple present indicative of paper over. Papersful. Plural of paperful. Paper shell. A pecan cultivar that has a thin shell. Paper shells. Plural of paper shell. Paper trail. Alternative form of paper trail. Paper trails. Plural of paper trail. Paperitsayan. A surname from Armenian. Paper wall. Having paper. Paper walls. Paperware. Articles made from paper. Paperwares. Plural of paperware. Paperweight.
Invincible.
A small, decorative, somewhat weighty object placed on one or more pieces of paper to keep them from fluttering away. Paperweights. Plural of paperweight. Paperwhite. A bulbous perennial Narcissus papyraceus native to the Mediterranean region with fragrant bunches of white flowers. Paperwhites. Plural of paperwhite. Paperwoman. A woman who delivers newspapers. Paperwomen. Plural of paperwoman. Paperwork. Routine work involving written documents. Paperworker. A person employed in paper manufacture. Paperworkers. Plural of paperworker. Paperworks. A factory that produces paper. Papery. Of, similar to, or related to paper. Peps. Plural of pape. Pedscent. Containing, producing, or resembling pap. Hidesh. A surname. Papishes. Plural of papish. Pebas. A female pope, i.e. the fictitious Pope Joan. Papaces. Plural of papus. Papetery. A case or box containing paper and writing materials. Papeteries. Plural of papetery. Hapeld. Child support. Haman. Pertaining to love or sexual desire, especially when illicit. Paphians. Plural of Paphian.
Here we go.
Paphiophyllum. Any plant of the genus Paphiophyllum. Paphiophyllums. Plural of Paphiophyllum. Palagonia. A historical region in northern Asia Minor in modern Turkey, on the shore of the Black Sea, between Bithynia and Pontus. Palagonian. Of or relating to Paphlagonia. Palagonians. Plural of Paphlagonian. Paphos. A city in Cyprus known in antiquity as the birthplace of Aphrodite. That abbreviation of Performance Application Programming Interface. Papiamento. A Creole language spoken on the Caribbean islands of Aruba, Curaçao, and Bonaire. Papiamento. A Creole language spoken on the Caribbean islands of Aruba, Curaçao, and Bonaire. Hapicide. The killing of a pope. Hapicides. Plural of papicide. Papier-collé. An art technique in which pieces of flat material paper, oilcloth, etc. are pasted into a painting in much in the same way as a collage, except that the pasted pieces represent objects in the painting. Papier-mâché. Alternative form of papier-mâché. Papier-mâches. Plural of papier-mâché. Papier-mâché. Alternative spelling of papier-mâché. Papier-mâché. Alternative spelling of papier-mâché. Papier-mâché. Torn up paper and other possible materials mixed with paste or glue used to create, when the mass is dried, a durable sculptural object. Papier-mâché. Simple past and past participle of papier-mâché. Papier-mâché. Present participle and gerund of papier-mâché. Papier-mâchés. Third person singular simple present indicative of papier-mâché. The surname. Hapikian, a surname from Armenian. Hapikians, plural of Hapikian. Hapikian, a surname from Armenian. Hapikians, plural of Papikian. Papilliform, misspelling of papilliform. Papilio, any butterfly of the genus Papilio. Papiliachrome, any of a group of yellow pigments found in the wings of papiliated butterflies. Papiliachromes, plural of Papiliachrome. Papiliori, a noun. A carotenoid 6 is 6-hydroxy-2,4-trimethyl-3-1-E3-E5-E17-E9-E11-E13, E17-E3-7-12-16-tetramethyl 4-oxycyclohex 2N-1-aloctidca 1,357,9 cyclohex 2N-11 in the kin and feathers of birds. Papilionaceous, pertaining to a butterfly or butterflies. Papilionate, butterfly-like, with a corolla, as that of a pea. Papilionate, any butterfly of the family Papiliidae. Papilionids, plural of Papilionic. Papilionoid, any member of subfamily Papilionoideae of peas and other legumes. Papilionoids, plural of Papilionoid. Papilios, plural of Papilio. Papilla, a nipple-like protuberance on a part or organ of the body. Papilli, plural of Papilla. Papilli corona glandis, misconstruction of Papilli corni glandis. Papilli corni glandis, synonym of curly penile papules. Papillar, having the properties or appearance of a papilla. Papillary, having the properties or appearance of a papilla nipple. Papillary muscle, one of several muscles located in the ventricles of the heart and preventing the atrioventricular valves from prolapsing on systole. Papillary muscles, plural of papillary muscle. Papillate, resembling papillae or covered in papillae. Papillate, simple past and past participle of papillate. Papillates, third person singular simple present indicative of papillate. Papillating, present participle and gerund of papillate. Papillation, the formation of papillae. Papillations, plural of papillation. Papillectomies, plural of papillectomy. Papillectomize, having undergone papillectomy. Papillectomy, a medical procedure involving the
Invincible.
removal of a papilla. Papilledema, a swelling of the optic disc caused by intracranial pressure. Papilledemas, plural of papilledema. Papilliferous, furnished or covered with papillae. Papilliform, shaped like a papilla. Papilliforms, plural of papilliform. Papillion, a city, the county seat of Sarpy County, Nebraska, United States. Papilionaceous, alternative form of papilionaceous. Papilionoid, misspelling of papilli. Papilionoid, Papillions, plural of papillion. Papillitis, inflammation of the optic disc. Papillo, papillary. Papilloderma, alternative spelling of papilledema. Papillodermas, plural of papilloderma. Papillogenesis, the formation of papillae. Papilloma, an epithelial tumor usually benign with the appearance of a papilla. Papillonacular, relating to the papilla and macula of the eye. Papillami, plural of papilloma. Papillomagenesis, the formation and development of papillomas. Papillomas, plural of papilloma. Papillomata, plural of papilloma. Papillomatogenesis, alternative form of papillomagenesis. Papillomatosis,
Here we go.
plural of papillomatosis. Papillomatosis corni glandis, plural of papillomatosis corni glandis. Papillomatosis, the presence of papillomas, corona glandis, misconstruction of papillomatosis corni glandis. Papillomatosis corona penis, misconstruction of papillomatosis corni penis. Papillomatosis corni glandis, synonym of Hirsch. Papilloris corni glandis. Papillomatosis corni penis. Synonym of Hirschutes papilloris corni glandis. Papillomatotic, relating to papillomatosis. Papillomatus, having papillomi. Papillomaviral, relating to papillomavirus. Papillomavirus, any variety of virus which causes warts. Papillomaviruses, plural of papillomavirus. Papillon, alternative letter case form of papillon. Papillon-Lage and Somme syndrome, an X-linked congenital disorder characterized by orofaciodigital malformations with polycystic kidney disease and variable involvement of the central nervous system. Papillon-Lefevre syndrome, an autosomal recessive genetic disorder caused by a deficiency in cathepsin C and characterized by periodontitis and palmaplanar keratoderma. Papillons, plural of papillon.
Invincible.
Papillornal, relating to renal papillae. Papillos, bearing, covered with or resembling papillae. Papillosity, the condition of being papillose. Papillote, a small piece of aluminum foil or parchment paper wrapped around on food during cooking. Papillotes, plural of papillote. Papillotum, an instrument used to make incisions into a papilla. Papillotoms, plural of papillotum. Papillotomies, plural of papillotomy. Papillotomy, incision into a papilla. Papillotubular, synonym of tubulopapillary. Papillus, alternative form of papilla. Papillulate, having a minute papillopapillule in the center of a larger elevation or depression. Papillule, a very small papilla. Papillules, plural of papillule. Papillae, plural of papilla. Papilloderma, obsolete form of papilledema. Misspelling of papillomatosis. Papillomavirus. Misspelling of papillomavirus. Papillotomy. Misspelling of papillotomy. Papin. A surname from French. Papineau. A surname. Papineaus. Plural of Papineau. Pepingo. Parrot bird.
Here we go.
Pepingos. Plural of Pepingo. Pepingos. Plural of Pepingo. Papinian. Of or relating to Papinian. Papins. Plural of Papin. Papin. The mandrill sphinx. Papionin. Alternative form of Papioni. Papioni. Of or pertaining to the monkey tribe Papionini. Papionines. Plural of Papion. 9. Papionins. Plural of Papionin. Papins. Plural of Papion. Papyrosa. A style of Russian filterless cigarette. Papyrosas. Plural of papyrosa. That plural of pappy. Papish. Roman Catholic. Papisher. A Roman Catholic. A papist. Papishers. Plural of papisher. Papishes. Plural of papish. Papisher. In a papish manner. Papism. The Roman Catholic faith. Papisms. Plural of papism. Pepessa. A female pope. Pepis. Alternative letter case form of papist. Papistic. Being of or connected with the Roman Catholic faith. Papistical. Being of or connected with the Roman Catholic faith. Papistically. In a papistical manner by or with reference to a pope. Papistly. Synonym of papist. Papistries. Plural of papistry. Papistry. The Roman Catholic faith. Papists. Plural of papists. Papularian. A village and commune of Mureș County, Romania. Papi is synonym of papalize. Papize. Simple past and past participle of papize. Papizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of papize. Papizing. Present participle and gerund of papize. Pep. A surname. Peps. Plural of pap. Pap-like. Resembling pap, pappy. Halflin. A surname. Hapado. Rare spelling of papado. Papotums. Plural of papatum. Papillator. One who worships the Pope, an extreme papist. Papato. Rare spelling of papadum. Papotums. Plural of papatum. Papillator. One who worships the Pope, an extreme papist. Papillators. Plural of papillator. Papolatres. Partaking in papolatry, worshipping the Pope, or showing him excessive reverence or admiration. Papolatry. Worship of the Pope, excessive reverence or admiration for him. Pavos. A Native American baby. Papoose boar. a baby carrier that restrains the baby's arms and legs, a cradle board.
Here we go.
Papoose boards, plural of papoose board. Papoose root, synonym of blue cohosh. Papoose roots, plural of papoose root. Paposis, plural of papoose. Pathursh, alternative form of babouche. Papurchis, plural of papouche. Papaviral, of or relating to papaviruses. Papavirus, any of the former family Papaviridae, now split into the Papillomaviridae and Polyomaviridae families of viruses that cause papillomas or polyomas in animals. Papaviruses, plural of papavirus. A surname. Alternative form of papat. Papadum, alternative spelling of papadum. Papadums, plural of papadum. Papadum, uncommon spelling of papadum. Papadums, plural of papadum. Papads, plural of papad. Papadum, alternative spelling of papadum. Papadums, plural of papadum. Hell, of or relating to the pappus. Papillardo. A surname from Italian. Papillardos, plural of papillardo. Papillicin, any of a class of peptidases associated with pregnancy. Papillicins, plural of papillicin. Papardelle, a broad form of fettuccine or a narrow form of lasagna, traditionally eaten with a meat sauce, especially one made with hair. Patas, a surname from Greek. Papesis, plural of papas. Hepatitis fever, a vector-borne febrile arboviral infection caused by 3 serotypes of flebavirus. Alternative form of papaw. Papas, plural of papaw. Pat, simple past and past participle of pap. Papillony, rare spelling of Papillinae. Pappenheimer bodies, plural of Pappenheimer body. Pappenheimer body, an abnormal granule of iron found inside red blood cells, formed by phagocytomes that have engulfed excessive amounts of iron. Plural of pappus. Of or relating to the ancient Greek mathematician Pappus of Alexandria c. 290 c. 350 AD. Comparative form of pappy, more pappy. That is, plural of pappy. Pappus, superlative form of pappy, most pappy. Papiferous, bearing a pappus. Papiform, resembling the pappus of composite plants. Pappy, in a pappy way or manner. Pappiness, quality. Being pappy. Have a present participle and gerund of pat. Petal, either of 2 closely related fruits, both pairs with apple-like traits. Paddles, plural of papal. Papadums, alternative spelling of papadums, plural of papadum. Paponymic, a personal name based on the name of one's grandfather. Paponymics, plural of paponymic. Paponymies, plural of paponymy. Paponymy, the practice or an instance of naming a grandson after his grandfather. Pavos, alternative spelling of papoose. Paposis, plural of papoose. Papos, furnished with a pappus. Dowmy. Pathori, any member of the Papathoridae of extinct mammals. Havas, Pavos, Pavs. Surname. Hadas, the markedly reduced sepals of an Asteraceae. That take the form of trichomes or scale attached to the ovary or seed. Pappus's hexagon theorem, a theorem valid for projective planes over any field, stating that given one set of collinear points at BC and another set of collinear points at BC, the intersection points XYZ of line pairs AB and a BAC and a CBC and BC are collinear, lying on the Pappus line. These 3 points are the points of intersection of the opposite sides of the hexagon AB copy C. Pappiosis, plural of Pappus. That one's grandfather. Less ludicrous. Pappus showed. Simple past and past participle of Pappishow. Pappishowing, present participle and gerund of Pappishow. Pappishows, plural of Pappishow. Cover, initialism of powered air purifying respirator. Papre, a kind of paper laminate treated with phenolic resin. Paprimes, an ancient town in Lower Egypt, mentioned by Herodotus and possibly identified with the modern town of Saka. Papimite, relating to the ancient Egyptian city of Papimis. Happy, a crisp fried dough wafer made from refined white flour and oil, eaten in India. Paprika, dated form of paprika. Paprikas, plural of paprika. Paprika, powdered spice made from dried and ground fruits of sweet pepper, bell pepper, or chili pepper cultivars of Capsicum annuum, or mixtures of these used especially in Hungarian cooking. Paprikatan, the chicken paprikash, a popular Hungarian dish. Paprikas, plural of paprika. Paprikash, a Hungarian dish resembling goulash, a paprika-based potato stew, but without potatoes and using meat instead, often chicken and sometimes veal. Paprikashes, plural of paprikash. Papyrus, plural of papyri. Papraki, a surname from Polish. Paprakis, plural of papraki. Paver, plural of paper. That's acronym of Physical Appearance Perfectionism Scale. Plural of PAP. That's plural of pap. Papsack, cheap wine sold in a bag. Papsax, plural of papsack. Papua, the southern part of what is now called Papua New Guinea, formerly administered as a separate territory to New Guinea. Papua NG, abbreviation of Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea, Oceania, official name, independent state of Papua New Guinea, capital and largest city, Port Moresby. Papua New Guinean, citizen of Papua New Guinea or of Papua New Guinean descent. Papua New Guineans, plural of Papua New Guinean. Papuai, any of a group of dipeptides isolated from a sponge that appear to protect T cells from HIV. Papuaides, plural of Papuamai. Papuan, from or pertaining to Papua or Papua New Guinea. Papuan bubuk is species of bubuk owl, Ninox theamacha, endemic to New Guinea. Papuan bubuks, plural of Papuan bubuk. Papuan hornbill, synonym of Blitz hornbill. Papuan hornbills, plural of Papuan hornbill. Papuanness, the quality of being Papuan. Papuans, plural of Papuan. Papuas, plural of Papua. Papuasia. Melanesia, New Guinea, and neighboring islands to the west and east. Papilla, a pimple, a small, usually conical, elevation of the cuticle produced by congestion, accumulated secretion, or hypertrophy of tissue. A papule. Papulacanthin, any of a class of antifungal compounds found in Papularia species. Papulacanthins, plural of Papulacanthin. Papillae, plural of papula. Papillar, of a shape similar to a papule. Papular purpuric gloves and socks syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by pruritus, edema, and erythema of the hands and feet. Papulus, plural of papula. Papulated, having papules. Papulation, the formation of papules. Papulations, plural of papulation. Papu, a small, inflammatory, irritated spot on the skin, similar in appearance to a pimple, but not containing pus. Papules, plural of papu. Papuliferous, pimply, covered with papules. Papilla, alternative spelling of papula. Papillae, plural of papilla. Papilla, papu. Papulacanthin, misspelling of papulacanthin. Papuloi, alternative form of papular. Papulamacular, misspelling of papulamacular.
Here we go.
Papulonodular, both papular and nodular. Papulonodule, a papular nodule. Papulonodules, plural of papulonodule. Papulopustular. Characterized by papules and pustules. Papulopustule, a small, raised, semi-solid skin lesion representing an intermediate stage between a papule and a pustule. Papulopustule, plural of papulopustule. Papulos, having papulae, papulos. Papulosis, any medical condition characterized by the presence of papules. Papulosis, misspelling of papulosis. Papula squamous, both papular and squamous. Papula translucent, characterized by translucent papules. Papulus, papulos. Papula vesicle, a vesicle formed from an existing papule. Papulovesicles, plural of papulовesicle. Papulovesicular, having both papules and vesicles. Papua. Papworth, a surname from Old English. Papworth Everard, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 285 1635. Papworth St Agnes, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 260 8645. Papworth, plural of Papworth. Haver, alternative form of papyrus. Papyraceous, of, similar to, or related to papyrus. Pateral, synonym of papery, of, similar to, or related to paper. Papyrian, alternative form of Papyrian. Pateri, plural of papyrus. Papyrian, synonym of papery, of, similar to, or related to paper. Papyra, synonym of papyraceous, of, similar to, or related to papyrus. Papyriferous, bearing or producing papyrus. Papyri flavonol, any of a group of prenylated flavonol, isolated from the bark of paper mulberry Browsonetia papyrifera, that inhibits anaphylaxis. Papyriform, having the form of, or decorated with papyrus flowers. Papyrine, synonym of papery, of, similar to, or related to paper. Papyraceous, alternative form of papyraceous. Papyro, of, similar to, or related to papyrus or things made from papyrus. Papyrocentric, based around the use of paper rather than digital documents. Papyrocracy, synonym of bureaucracy, ruled by excessive paperwork or regulation. Papyrograph, an early device for producing documents by means of a paper stencil and corrosive ink.
Here we go.
Papyrograph, simple past and past participle of papyrograph. Papyrographer, one who writes on papyrus. Papyrographers, plural of papyrographer. Papyrographic, of or relating to papyrography. Papyrographing, present participle and gerund of papyrograph. Papyrographs, graph. Papyrography, synonym of papyrotide, a form of photolithography using paper. Papyroi, plural of papyros. Papyrological, of or related to papyrology. Papyrologically, in a papyrological manner or in terms of papyrology. Papyrologies, plural of papyrology. Papyrologist, a student of or expert in papyrology, the study of papyrus and ancient writings on papyrus. Papyrologists, plural of papyrologists. Papyrology, the study of papyrus, particularly the branch of archaeology concerning ancient texts written on papyrus. Papyrophilia, a preoccupation with paper or by extension with written sources or bureaucratic paperwork. Papyrophobia, fear or hatred of paper. Papyropolis, synonym of stationer, a seller of paper. Papyropolis, plural of papyropolis. Papyrus, synonym of papyrus. Papyrotamia, the cutting of decorative figures out of paper. Papyrotic, synonym of papyrotite. Papyrotite, a form of photolithography using paper as the initial transfer material. Papyroxylin, synonym of gun paper. Papyroxylin, alternative form of papyroxylin. Papyrus, a plant Cypress papyrus in the sedge family, native to the Nile River Valley, paper reed. Papyruses, plural of papyrus. Paquebot, a mail boat. Paquebots, plural of paquebot. Paquelin's thermocatary. Thermocatary by means of a hollow platinum point, which is kept constantly hot by the passage through it of benzene vapor. Paquet, a surname. Paquets, plural of paquet. Paquet, a surname. Paquets, plural of paquet. Paquebotto, a district of Davao City, Davao del Sur, Philippines. Paquin, a surname. Paquin, plural of Paquin. Hook, initialism of periodic automatic replenishment in inventory control, a fixed quantity of an item that must be kept on hand to support daily operations. Hook, a village and beach in Tywardreath and Parr Parish, east of St. Austell, Cornwall, England. OS Gridref SX 0753. Haidien, Bayer Mail. Par delictum. The par delictum rule prescribes that a party should not obtain satisfaction from a court of law where his own conduct is wrongful. Par excellence, because or on account of one's excellence. Par for the course. To be expected, normal, common. Par off, to reject, ignore, or spurn. Par value, the amount or value listed on a bill, note, stamp, etc. the stated value or amount. Par values, plural of par value. Par yield, the yield for which the price of a bond is equal to its nominal value. Par value. Par yields, plural of par yield. Vera, a district of Suriname. Hara, a state of the North Region, Brazil. Capital, Belém. Alpine skiing, a parasport and adapted version of alpine skiing. Haranarara, a language of Brazil. Parabiathlon, alternative form of parabiathlon. Paracress, alternative form of paracress. Paracress, alternative form of paracress. Paragrass, an African grass, Eurychloa mutica, used for fodder. Paragrass, alternative form of paragrass. Paragrasses, plural of paragrass. Paragraph.
Invincible.
Grasses, plural of paragrass. Para-hockey, alternative form of para-hockey. Para-ice hockey, a parasport and adapted version of ice hockey. Para-Nordic, alternative form of Para-Nordic. Para-Nordic. Alternative form of Para-Nordic. Para-Nordic skiing. Alternative form of Para-Nordic skiing. Para-Nordic skiing, a parasport, an adapted form of Nordic skiing. Para-nut, synonym of Brazil nut. Para-nuts. Plural of para-nut. Para-pera, a Japanese type of dance from the 1980s. Para-red, paranitronilion red. Para-reds, plural of para-red. Para-rubber tree, Hevea brasiliensis, the rubber tree. Para-rubber trees, plural of para-rubber tree. Pa-skiing, alternative form of para-skiing. Para-snowboard, alternative form of para-snowboard. Para-snowboarded, simple past and past participle of para-snowboard. Para-snowboarding, alternative form of para-snowboarding. Para-snowboards, plural of para-snowboard. Para-surf, alternative form of para-surf. Para-surfer, alternative form of para-surfer. Para-surfers, plural of para-surfer. Para-surfing, alternative form of para-surfing. Beside, alongside. Paracetaminophenols, a pharmaceutical drug used to treat pain and fever. Para-alpine, ellipsis of para-alpine skiing. Para-archery, an adaptation of the sport of archery for athletes with a physical disability. Para-articularly, alternative form of para-articularly. Para-astronaut, a physically disabled astronaut. Para-astronauts, plural of para-astronaut. Para-athlete, a sportsperson with a disability. Para-athletes, plural of para-athlete. Para-athletic, plural of para-astronaut. Para-athlete, a sportsperson with a disability. Para-athletes, plural of para-athlete. Para-athletics, the disability-adapted form of athletics track and field. Para-autochthonous, alternative form of para-eudicthonous. Para-badminton, an adaptation of the sport of badminton for athletes with a physical disability. Para-biathlon, a parasport, an adapted version of biathlon. Para-communism, an ideology or organization bearing similarities with communism. Para-dressage, an adaptation of the sport of dressage for athletes with a physical disability. Para-equestrian, an adaptation of the sport of equestrian for athletes with a physical disability. Para-fascism, a social order giving off impressions of being dynamically fascist and populist, but trying to abstain from its most radical practices. Para-fascist, of or pertaining to para-fascism. Para-fascists, plural of para-fascists. Parafrag, alternative form of parafrag. Parafrags, plural of parafrag. Para-hockey, alternative form of para-hockey. Para-hypotaxis, a linguistic phenomenon in which coordination and subordination, for example, of conjunctions, are mixed or not distinguished. Parajudo, an adaptation of the sport of judo for visually impaired athletes. Paramethexymethicethinon, synonym of methadone. Paranitrotoluene, alternative form of paranitrotoluene. Paranordic, alternative form of paranordic. Paranordic, ellipsis of paranordic skiing. Paranordic skiing, alternative form of paranordic skiing. Paranordic skiing, alternative form of paranordic skiing. Paraorganizational, alternative form of paraorganizational. Paramani, any of various mixed languages of non-Nenorian classification that contain considerable admixture from the Romani language. Parachuting, an adaptation of the sport of shooting for athletes with a physical disability. Paraskiing, alternative form of paraskiing. Parasnowboard, alternative form of parasnowboard. Parasnowboarder, simple past and past participle of parasnowboard. Parasnowboarding, alternative form of parasnowboarding. Parasnowboards, plural of parasnowboard. Parasport, alternative form of parasport. Parasports, plural of parasport. Parasurf, alternative form of parasurf. Parasurfer, alternative form of parasurfer. Parasurfers, plural of parasurfer. Parasurfing, alternative form of parasurfing. Paratable tennis, an adaptation of the sport of table tennis for athletes with a physical disability. Abbreviation of Paraguay. Paramyloidosis, amyloidosis that affects many parts of the body. Periaortal, beside the aorta. Periaortic, beyond the aorta. Pathuial, synonym of paravascular. Pararticular, surrounding a joint. Pararticularly, in a pararticular manner. In the area around or near a joint, periarticularly. Paraudicthinus, alternative form of paraudicthinus. Parabactin, the bacterial iron chelator 2Z4-5-RN423-dihydroxybenzoyl amino butylen 3,2,3-dihydroxybenzoyl amino propyl 5-methyl 2,6-oxycyclohexane 2,4-dene 1-elidine 1,3-oxazolidine 4-carboxamide. Parabag, the traditional form of paper in Burma, made of daphne bark agglutinated into a kind of pasteboard and blackened with charcoal paste, then folded and written on with a steatite pencil. Parabakes, plural of parabake. Parabolistic, like a parable. Parabolism, ballism that affects both legs. Parabolistic, pertaining to parabolism. Parabenate, any salt or ester of parabenic acid. Parabenates, plural of parabanate. Parabanic, pertaining to parabenic acid. Parabanic acid, the imidazolidinone, imidazolidine 2,4,5-trione. Parabaptist, a person catechisms especially in the early church. Parabaptis, plural of parabaptis. Barium-migrelle, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing barium, hydrogen, oxygen, and tantalum. Parabasyl, beyond the base. Parabasalian, synonym of parabasylate. Parabasalians, plural of parabasalian. Parabasylate, any of a group of flagellated protists within the supergroup Excavata. Parabasylids, plural of parabasylate. Parabases, plural of parabases.
Here we go.
Parabasylid, misspelling of parabasylid. Parabases, the part of an ancient Greek comedy in which the actors leave the stage and the chorus addresses the audience directly. Parabasis phenoi, a conjoined basis phenoid and paras phenoid. Parabasis phenoids, plural of parabasis phenoid. Parabake, alternative form of parabake. Parabakes, plural of parabake. Parabellum, a type of cartridge used in some handguns. Parabellums, plural of parabellum. Parabelt, a belt that can be used as an emergency tourniquet. Parabelts, plural of parabelt. Heron. In Byzantine ecclesiastical architecture, the chapel of the prothesis or the diaconicon, or sacristy, were divided by walls from the bema or sanctuary. Parabamata, plural of parabama. Paraben, any of a group of chemicals used as preservatives in cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, wherein the hydrogen of a parahydroxybenzene molecule is replaced by an alkyl group. Parabens, plural of paraben. Parabenzoquinone, one of the two isomers of quinone, 1,4-benzoquinone. Parabicanonical, pertaining to a linear system of divisors numerically equivalent to a bicanonical divisor on a general type minimal surface. Parabigeminal, relating to or connecting a pair of organs. Parabide, alternative form of parabake. Parabikes, plural of parabike. Parabiologist, a person who dabbles in parabiology. Parabiologists, plural of parabiologists. Parabiology, the study of biological paranormal activity. Parabiology, an organism or community engaged in or united in a state of parabiosis. Parabiology, plural of parabiont. Parabiosis, plural of parabiosis. Parabiosis, the natural or surgical union of parts of two organisms, especially in such a way as to cause them to share their vascular systems. Organisms so joined then are called parabionts. Parabetic, relating to parabiosis. Parabiotically, in a parabiotic man. Parablasts, a portion of the mesoblast of peripheral origin of the developing embryo whose cells are involved in the formation of the first blood and blood vessels. Parablastic, of or pertaining to the parablast. Parablasts, plural of parablasts. Herald, a short narrative illustrating a lesson usually religious-moral by comparison analogy. Parable. Simple past and past participle of parable. Parable-like. Resembling or characteristic of a parable. Parabolsis. Plural of parabolsis.
Here we go.
Paradoxia. Alternative form of parabolsis. Parabolsis. A circumstance in which a scribe miscopies text due to inadvertently looking to the side while copying, or accidentally skips over some of it. Parabolsis. Alternative form of parabolsis. Parables. Plural of parable. Parabling. Present participle and gerund of parable. Parabodonid. A parasitic flagellate of the order Parabodonida. Parabodonids. Plural of parabodonid. Araba. The conic section formed by the intersection of a cone with a plane parallel to a tangent plane to the cone. The locus of points equidistant from a fixed point, the focus and line the directrix. Parabole. Plural of parabola. Parabolae. Plural of parabole. Paradolani. Plural of parabolinus. Parabolinus. In the early Eastern Church, a lay assistant to the clergy for tending the sick. Parabolar. Parabolic. Parabolas. Plural of parabola. Parabole. Obsolete spelling of parable. Paraboles. Plural of parable. Parabolic. Of or pertaining to or in the shape of a parabola or paraboloid. Parabolic comet. A comet whose orbit is parabolic and so makes only a single visit to the inner solar system. Parabolic comets. Plural of parabolic comet. Parabolic cup. Synonym of mastos type of ancient Greek drinking vessel.
Invincible.
Parabolic cups. Plural of parabolic cup. Parabolic mirror. A curved mirror with a reflecting surface that forms part of a paraboloid as opposed to, for example, a sphere. Parabolic reflector. A reflector with a curved reflecting surface that forms part of a paraboloid as opposed to, for example, a sphere. Parabolical. Parabolic. Parabolically. In the form of a parabola. Parabolicity. The condition of being parabolic. Parabolicness. The quality of being parabolic. Parabolics. Plural of parabolic. Paraboliform. Shaped like a parabola. Parabolic. Parabolize. Alternative form of parabolize. Parabolize. Simple past and past participle of parabolize. Parabolize is third person singular simple present indicative of parabolize. Parabolizing. Present participle and gerund of parabolize. Parabolism. The division of the terms of an equation by a known quantity that is involved in the first term. Parabolisms. Plural of parabolism. Parabolis. A teller of parables. Parabolis. Plural of parabolis. Parabolization. Conversion to parabolic form. Parabolizations. Plural of parabolization. Parabolize. To speak in parables. Parabolize. Simple past and past participle of parabolize.
Here we go.
Parabolizer. One who speaks in parables. Parabolizers, plural of parabolizer. Parabolizes, third person singular simple present indicative of parabolize. Parabolizing, present participle and gerund of parabolize. Paraboloid, short for elliptic paraboloid. Paraboloid of revolution, a surface of revolution formed by revolving a parabola around its axis. Paraboloidal, having a paraboloid shape. Paraboloid, alternative form of paraboloidal. Paraboloids, plural of paraboloid. Paraboloids of revolution, plural of paraboloid of revolution. Parabole, plural of parabola. Parabol, a bomb dropped by parachute. Parabombing, bombing by parachute. Parabombs, plural of parabomb. Paraboson, the equivalent of a boson in any of several power statistics. Parabosonic, of or pertaining to a paraboson. Parabosons, plural of paraboson. Parabotanist, a botanist who collects plants for a herbarium. Parabotanists, plural of parabotanists. Parabotulism, synonym of lambs-eat. Parabrachial, of or relating to a horseshoe-shaped strip of gray matter in the brain comprising the curlicufuse nucleus, the lateral parabrachial nucleus, and the medial parabrachial nucleus. Parabrake, synonym of drag parachute. Parabrakes, plural of parabrake. Parabranchia, a modified ostradium of certain gastropod mollusks that functions as a gill. Parabranchia, situated near the gills. Parabranti, a triclinic colorless mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Parabrella, an umbrella that can also serve as a parasol. Parabrellas, plural of parabrella. Parabronchi, plural of parabronchus. Parabronchia, plural of parabronchium. Parabronchial, relating to the parabronchus. Habronchiolitis, inflammation of the parabronchia. Parabronchitis, inflammation of the parabronchium. Parabronchium. Parabronchus. Parabronchus. Any of very many small air passages, air capillaries in the lungs of birds. Parabrachyolid. Any fish in the family Parabrachylidae. Parabrachylids. Plural of parabrachyolid. Parabuccal, beyond the cheeks, typically without the use of the larynx. Parabular, relating to or in the form of a parabole. Parabobar, alongside the brainstem. Parabolary, across Ebola. Parabutylrite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and sulfur. Parabutaporin, a cationic amphiphasic antibiotic peptide present in scorpion venom. Parachikol, beyond the cecum. Paracan, synonym of proparacane. Paracalinate, Any copod in the family Paracalinidae. Paracalinids, plural of paracalинid. Paracalcarine, beside the calcarine sulcus. Paracalcitol, alternative form of paracalcitol. Paracao, a municipality of Camarines Norte, Philippines. Paracaliopidae, any amphipod in a family Paracaliopidae. Paracaliopiates, plural of Paracaliopiate. Paracalosal, beside or beyond the corpus callosum. Paracallus, a substance resembling the callus of sieve tubes, but differing in reaction and chemical constitution. Paracancerous, located near cancerous cells or tissue. Paracano, a water sport similar to canoeing for athletes with a range of physical disabilities. Paracanoist, a person who competes in paracano. Paracanoists, plural of paracanoists. Paracanonical, outside of a canon of literature. Paracapillary,
Invincible.
surrounding the capillaries. Paracapsular, alongside a capsule. Paracarcinoma, paracancerous tissue. Paracarcinomatous, remotely related to a carcinoma. Paracardiac, near the heart. Paracardial. Outside the pericardium. Paracarmine, a cytological stain composed of carminic acid and calcium chloride. Paracarpal, an organ attached to a carpal. Paracarpal, plural of paracarpal. Pyragus, a place name. Paracassine, casein coagulated with chymosine. Paracassinate, any salt of paracassine. Paracasinates, plural of paracassinate. Paracaspase, any of a family of caspases found in animals and slime molds. Paracaspases, plural of paracaspase. Paracaval, beyond or next to the vena cava. Paracavernous, on the far side of the cavernous sinus. Paracavitary, across or throughout a cavity. Parasol, clipping of Parasol Islands. Parasol Islands, a group of South China Sea islands administered under Sanxia, Hainan, China, as Xia claimed by Taiwan, ROC, and Vietnam. Paracelis, a municipality of Mountain Province, Philippines. Paracellular, between cells. Paracellularly, in a paracellular fashion. Parasols, clipping of Parasol Islands. Paracelsin, Paracelsian, Paracelsian, of or pertaining to Paracelsus. Paracelmism, a medical movement of 16th and 17th century Europe, based on the theories and therapies of Paracelsus. Paracelsians, plural of Paracelsian. Paracelsic, of or pertaining to Paracelsus. Paracelsin, a peptide antibiotic present in a Trichoderma species. Paracelsus, a Paracelsian. Paracelsus. Plural of Paracelsus. Paracelsus, the adopted name of Philippus von Hohenheim, is a Swiss thinker of the 16th century known for his pioneering scientific work and his research into the occult and alchemy. Paraceltatid, any extinct cephalopod in the family Paraceltatidae. Paraceltatids, plural of Paraceltatid. Paracenteses, plural of paracentesis. Paracentesis, a medical procedure involving needle drainage of fluid from a body cavity, most commonly the abdomen. Paracentral, adjacent to the center. Paracentrally, in a paracentral manner or direction. Paracentric, deviating from circularity, changing the distance from a center. Paracentrical, synonym of paracentric, central manner or direction. Paracentric, deviating from circularity, changing the distance from a center. Paracentrical, synonym of paracentric. Paracentrics, plural of paracentric. Paracentromeric, across a centromer. Paracentrone, a particular carotenoid. Paracephalodia, plural of paracephalodium. Paracephalodium, a mat of hyphae covering cyanobacteria originating from a squamulose lichen with a green algal photobionte. Paracerebellar, across or throughout the cerebellum. Paracerebral, throughout the brain. Paracervical, adjacent to the cervix. Paracervix, the connective tissue of the pelvic floor. Paracetaldehyde, paraldehyde. Paracetamol, a synthetic compound used as a drug to relieve and reduce fever, usually taken in tablet form. Paracetamols, plural of paracetamol. Paracharmonium, the form of charmonium in which the spins of the two quarks align oppositely. Thewati, an Iranian language spoken by a very small number of people in Afghanistan. Parachinar, the largest city of the federally administered tribal areas administrative region of Pakistan. Pachlamydia, relating to bacteria. Of the genus Parachlamydia or family Parachlamydiaceae. Parachlorulose, a toxic isomer of chlorulose with EUPAC name 1R12-3AR5R6-6AR6-hydroxy 2-triple-methyl-3A5-6-6-A-tetrahydrofuरो 2,3-D-1,3-dioxyl-5-ethane 1,2-diol. Parachorophenixy a synthetic compound that is esterized with dimethylaminothenol to produce centrophenixine. Parachlorophenylalanine, a synthetic amino acid that acts as a selective and irreversible inhibitor of tryptophan hydroxylase. Parachonal, above or beyond the chona. Parature, a poorly characterized quantity derived from the molecular weight of a liquid and its surface tension. Parachordal, alongside the notochord in the embryonic skull. Parachordals, plural of parachordal. Pachydial, beyond the chorion. Paratures, plural of parature. Parachromatin, synonym of linen material that connects the chromatin granules. Parachromatism, partial color blindness, a mild defect in color vision. Parachromatopsia, synonym of parachromatopsia. Parachromatophorus, of a bacterium having pigment granules contained in the cell wall. Parachromatopsia, Dichromatism. Parachromophore. Applied to bacteria whose pigment is an excretory product. But adheres to the organisms. Parachronic. Existing in a separate timeline or temporal dimension pertaining to such existence or to connection or movement between timelines. Parachronism. An error in chronological order in which something is ascribed a later time than the actual one. Metatronism. Parachronisms. Plural of parachronism. Parachronistic. Belonging to an earlier time. Too old to be used. Primitive. Out of date. Parachrose. Changing color by exposure to weather. Parachrysotile. An orthorhombic polytype of chrysotile. Parachrysotiles. Plural of parachrysotile. Parachurch. A Christian organization that engages in social welfare and evangelism without restricting itself to a specific religious denomination. Parachurches. Plural of parachurch. Parachutable. Capable of being deployed by parachute. Parachute. A town in Garfield County, Colorado, United States, named after Parachute Creek. It was renamed Grand Valley in 1908, regaining its original name in the 1980s. Parachute flare. A flare that deploys a small parachute to slow down its descent. Parachute flares. Plural of parachute flare. Parachute panties. Very large panties. Parachute pants. A style of trousers characterized by the use of nylon, especially ripstop nylon, associated with breakdancing culture in the 1980s. Parachute roll. A rolling maneuver performed by a parachutist at the point of impact in order to distribute the physical shock and reduce the risk of injury. Parachute rolls. Plural of parachute roll. Parachuter. Simple past and past participle of parachute. Parachuteless. Without a parachute. Parachute-like. Resembling or characteristic of a parachute. Parachuter. One who uses a parachute, a parachutist. Parachuters. Plural of parachuter. Parachutes. Plural of parachute. Parachuting. Of or relating to a parachute. Parachuting. The sport or activity of jumping with a parachute. Parachutings. Plural of parachuting. Parachutism. The act of jumping from an aircraft using a parachute. Parachutist. Someone who jumps from an aircraft using a parachute, especially as a sport. Parachutists. Plural of parachutists. Parasicatricial. Associated with scar tissue. Parasingulate. Beyond or above a corresponding cingulate structure. Parasingulate cortex. The medial prefrontal cortex of the human brain. Parasingulin. A protein, a paralog of cingulin involved in junction assembly and maintenance. Parasiticide. Misspelling of parasiticide. Parasitical. Synonym of parasitic. Paraclid. A group of paraphyletic or monophyletic evolutionary lineages. Paraclades. Plural of paraclade. Paracladium. A branch that has the same branching structure as the main axis. Paracloisotherin. A motif in classical love poetry, the lament of a shut-out lover. Paraclositherans, plural of paraclositheran.
invincible,
Paracleavage, cleavage of 1-4 substituents. Paraclete, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, especially in its role as comforter of the faithful. Paracletes, plural of paraclete. Paracletic, relating to a paraclete or paraclete. Paracletus, alternative form of paracleticon. Paracleticon, an office book in the Greek Orthodox Church containing the traperia of the whole ferial office for the year. Paraclimactic, relating to a paraclimax. Paraclimax, a relatively stable community of foreign plants established after the destruction by humans of a native habitat. Paraclimaxes, plural of paraclimax. Paraclinical, of or relating to techniques or findings that are not purely clinical, but may be related, such as those of pathology or radiology. Paraclinically, in a paraclinical manner. Paraclinoid, opposite the clinoid process. Paraclival, beyond the clivus. Paraclocal, through the cloaca. Paraclone, any of a colony of stem cells that have differing capacities for growth. Paraclones, plural of paraclone. Paraclose, alternative form of parclose. Paracloses, plural of paraclose. Paracmastic, gradually decreasing past the acme or crisis. Paracmastical,
Here we go.
paracmastic, paracme, the decadence of an evolutionary series of organisms after reaching its highest point of development. Paracmys, plural of paracme. Paracoccal, relating to the paracocci. Paracocci, plural of paracoccus. Paracoccidioidomycosis, misspelling of paracoccidioidomycosis. Paracoccidioid, relating to or composed of fungi of the genus Paracoccidioids. Paracoccidioidum, relating to the Paracoccidioids. Paracoccidioidin, an antigen prepared from the pathogenic fungus Paracoccidioids brasiliensis. Paracoccioidoma, a paracoccidioidal lesion. Paracoccidioidomas, plural of paracoccidioidoma. Paracoccidioidomycosis, plural of paracoccidioidomycosis. Paracoccidioidomycosis, mycosis caused by a fungus of the genus Paracoccidioids. Paracoccidioidomycotic, relating to paracoccidioidomycosis. Paracoccin, a lectin found in Paracoccidioids brasiliensis. Paracoccus, any bacterium of the genus Paracoccus. Paracoccygeal, adjacent to the coccyx. Cotyne, dihydrocotyne. Paracolon, lateral to the colon, usually with reference to the ascending colon and descending colon and the compartments of the peritoneal cavity. Paracolon, any of diverse bacteria of the former genus Paracolobacterium.